argument, or the Arabic race that has the argument, who's the head, the man or the woman. Only we have that
Well,
argument.
well, I think it boils down to semantics, which is why I don't really have it a lot. But I think the semantics part of it will just boil down to
But no,
nitpicking
these are
because
facts. This ain't
because
semantic.
no, I'm talking about on the behalf of the person that's arguing it. For example, right, a brother may say, well, hey, I've seen women manhandle some of these dudes, and you know that, and make the argument that there's some weak guys and stronger women. You know, if you just try to solely make the argument off physical protection. So that'll be like a little loophole in that one. But I know you dealing with just the general outcome. I was in the military, so yes, I ain't gonna debate that, which is why I wanted to pick your mind on the hierarchy
Yeah, I was in the
of the
military
household.
too.
But what I do will say is that I do think that the women lead the feminine energy and the men lead the masculine energy.
Yeah, but masculine energy is superior though.
And in most cases,
Yeah, that's why when you look at the black community and all of this, I'm an independent woman and women got to be equal with the man. That's why the black race don't get respected because we haven't even figured out who's the dominant. Even if I was to use Trump as the example, as male chauvinistic as white women said Donald Trump was, when they came down to vote for their president, they voted for Trump, and they voted for Trump because Trump is protection, and they took protection over their small, minute femininity. And but they teach black women that your femininity means you have to be over your man, and that's never the case. There's not a scenario on the planet where a woman is dominant over a man. Even in cases where you might have, like you said, a woman could beat a man. We're not saying that. That's more than likely an effeminate man that she getting beat by. But I guarantee you she was trained and raised by a man. There's nothing. That's why we don't get no respect now.
so um, when it comes to the whole hierarchy in the family, that's more of the discussion part. But I am gonna give you some more. I'm gonna turn up a little bit when we segue into the hip hop joint.
Well, you came up
Uh,
with this subject, so I'm wondering why, like, what you waiting
right,
on? I mean, we
I'm
can.
enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I ain't gonna skip
Okay.
around unless you want to though. But we can. I mean, we can
No, no, no,
skip
no. I
around
ain't
on both
saying
of them.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. You keep saying you're gonna turn it when we get to hip hop, but you got this subject as well. So I'm trying to see where you going to lay out. You haven't laid out nothing that said a woman is either equal or dominant to a man.
I don't feel the need to now because we haven't found a scenario where I disagree with you as far as the male and female
So then you agree that
power
the
struggle.
man is dominant.
In most cases, yeah, I totally agree with
I,
that.
I would I
So
would love to hear your
so
perspective on it, though, Sanchez,
but that's why I gave you a little
and then
bit
Captain
pushback,
as
and
well.
and I said that for example, right? Uh, the women, as far as the yin and the yang, right? You got the 50 and the 50. Now, some people may say, no, it's 75-25 or 80-20. I'm still saying it's 50-50. I'm just saying when it comes to warfare, when it comes to hunting, for example, when it comes to things of manly or masculine affairs, of course, as a man, I feel like we should lead those avenues. However, I do see some things in nature where I think where it's fit to let the women lead. For example, like the seeds, the plants, the studying of the, like when it comes to the seeds of the field, the handling of the plants and dealing with the medicines and dealing with so for example, right, you got people like Imhotep in Egypt, which is a male figure that is like a over medicine. He's the male figure over medicine. I'm gonna be brief with this example. Prior to male pharaohs like Imhotep, all of the medicinals, all of the healing was done by strictly women. So the whole medical industry, as we know it today, would have been matriarchal or female dominated. Now, I agree with you on a lot of stuff. I want to know, can me and you agree on this one? That,
As
for
far as the
example,
medicine part,
when we talk about like how the power that female has and her responsibility in society, what make her so important. Like,
no, she definitely is important. I think she has great power. I just don't think her power is to be. Oh, I think her power is in her submissiveness to the man, and that frees her. Like if she doesn't have to worry about protecting, building, she can then go into the things that you just mentioned as far as like getting into the medicine, the seed work. Like just so y'all know, Sanchez sending all you black women into the field to work the field. But she can do that because now she has the time to focus on things. Just like if you was the reverse and if the father didn't have the woman around, you know what he has to do now? He has to care for those things for the children and give them a side that he's not built for. So there is a balance that takes place between a man and a woman, but a woman's mind has to be free from conflict. She don't deal with conflict well. She don't deal with aggression well. She can be trained, but that's not her natural instinct. Her natural instinct is the nurturing and stuff like that. That's her natural instinct. So I would agree with you with that, with the whole, and except the Kemet part. We don't need to go. We don't need to be nowhere in Egypt. Ain't no telling what type of seed is in that fertile ground. But as far as the concept of medicine, agriculture, growing, doing things like that, she can do that, and she can do
Yeah.
more than that. I'm only responding to Sanchez's point, but she can do more than that. Like I really don't care what a woman does within her role. I think she should be greatest. She shouldn't be held back. She should be applauded. Like even at our cookout that we had this past Sunday, sisters got their name and recognition for the works that they do as as a wife and other works that they do. So I'm not against none of that.
Hey, Captain,
Mhm.
is there ever a time that your woman steps up and be the head of the house and take leadership position?
Not one
I
time.
was going to ask you
Not
that.
one time.
No.
So when you leave the house, Captain, you
Mhm.
saying your wife don't step up and take control of the
But
children
see that, but that's
that's in
different
the
when you.
house?
But you
No, but
see,
that's what hold up.
oh, that-
That's what Sanchez is saying. It's like sometimes the woman takes the charge and the men take charge. Like when you leave that house, Captain, who's next in charge to cover down and take control of this, the environment?
but see that's why I was gonna say, like if you would have worded it like that when you
Yeah,
first asked me,
right.
I would agree. But it's all predicated on me. When that, let's say in the scenario you said, I'm in the house. Now I leave the house. So now because I'm out of the house, she's in charge because I'm out of the house. But everything she's doing, them kids listening, them boys, them girls, they listening, they all know that I'm the head, and that's why. Now take me out of that house. I don't live with them. I'm gone. She still has to be in charge because I'm gone. But you know what them kids know? The authority is gone. And now life just got harder. Now them boys are testing her. Them daughters is testing her. They're doing things with her. And I know this from my own experience. When my father was out there, when my father was in the house, I was quiet as a church mouse in that house. And then when my father left that house, I could test my mother because she
I
gonna have
was
to go
just going
find
to
my
ask you,
father where he at.
did you test your mother,
Yeah, I did.
but you
Like
didn't
I
test
test.
your father?
Yeah. Listen, I
That's
it took like one or two times with testing my father. My
wow,
father,
brother.
bop, bop, bop. My father laid them hands, or my father would talk. Either way,
That's
the
crazy.
male authority, whether that
So
male authority is there in the flesh or the children know that that father is in the house, carries weight. I remember Chris Rock made a joke one time. He said, you could be the baddest mother in the world. It don't mean nothing to a father. You be saying to the mother be saying to the father, excuse me, to the kid, take out the trash, take out the trash. And soon as she would say, I'ma tell your daddy, then it became, okay, mommy, I'm gonna do it. That's her power from that man.
I ain't gonna
Let's
lie
look at the
now.
black community.
We can't act like Big Mama just got ran over now. Them switches on your ass put you in check now. When they
No, I ain't
braid them
saying she
switches
didn't
up.
beat or
But yeah,
discipline,
but
but the
yeah,
role that she
I get
playing,
what you're saying. I
yeah, the
get what
role
you're
that she
saying.
playing. Yeah.
So let me ask you something. So if you meet a woman that's an accountant, you wouldn't let her handle the finances in the house?
Absolutely. Hell yeah, I would. Why wouldn't I? Listen. I used to call myself. I was trying to find a black coach. I had a black coach, but Greg Popovich from the Spurs, right? Coach of the Spurs, hell of a coach, right? So he knew how to put Duncan in his position, Manu Ginobili, David Robinson, Tony Parker. He knew how to put all of them in position. It wasn't about a star player. It was about everybody playing their position. So men are great managers. So if this woman comes in and she's a great accountant, why am I going to stunt her being a great accountant? I'm going to say, listen, man, I got this, and this that I need set up like this, and this. You take care and handle that. I'm putting her in position. And I want her to be great in that position.
Okay, so now what if a woman come in and she's a UFC fighter? You gonna let her be the leader because that's that protective role as far as defending now. And you get, you know, I'm just
Well,
check.
she's gonna have to be a woman first because the UFC, yeah, you see them UFC fighter women, they're a little manly. So she
What
gonna
up,
have to be
Clarissa Shields?
now look at I'm glad you say Clarissa, because Clarissa is an anomaly. Because Clarissa is feminine. As much of a fighter that she is, you have yet to see her and Papoose in any capacity, and you feel like she's trying to be dominant over him. We can learn a lot from that scenario because you're bringing up a woman that is a champion, world champion. They call it a women's the GWOT, greatest woman of all time. That's the acronym that she goes by. And that field, she's dominant. She can box, she can fight. But in the real world, with her and Papoose, she don't act like that.
But let me ask you something now.
Wait,
That's
you
because
gotta let
she's
that
with
settle in
Pap
your
though.
spirit.
But I get that, and I'm glad we brought her up too. But I just thought about something when you saying that, and I agree with you. But I think there's a variable in that, and I think that Papoose is the variable. I really think that if Clarissa Shields had a regular dude, she probably wouldn't let him wear like much of the draws as she do with a Negro like
But when you
Pap.
say,
You know what
but
I'm saying?
Papoose ain't a loud brother. Like when you say regular dude, what you mean? A cat that's
I'm
not
talking about.
famous?
I'm talking about. See, Pap himself is like a damn fighter. He like if I'm just saying if Clarissa Shields, she respect the dude like Pap because I'm just saying like Pap man, he ain't no he's on her status as far as success. He's on you know what I'm saying her status such as fighting and all that man. So it ain't, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like a regular dude. I think we making it like Pap a regular dude. You don't think it's
You know,
true
for all
that
intents and purposes, though, from a rapper position, which is what Papoose is known as a rapper.
your
He
average
is
guy, like day
yeah,
to
he a
day,
regular.
yeah.
Yeah, no. Papoose is a regular dude, though. When you think about it, Papoose didn't have the greatest what in terms of a great rap career. He didn't have that. He's respected in the underground circuits. He's respected for his pen. He's respected for his MC capabilities, and he's respected for the fact that he held down Remy Martin, right? But that's him. I think Papoose is just a man, and a man knows how to tame a woman. Now, with Clarissa, I just don't think it required much taming because I don't think Clarissa is a boxer by profession, but she's a woman in real life. But that's why I said with a UFC type of fighter or a boxer type of fighter, you have to look at each woman individual because every woman is not a Clarissa. Some women that fight, they want to be, super aggressive outside. What we see with Clarissa and Papoose is a great understanding of the conversation we're having. You have a man that it is not afraid of letting his woman shine in her position, and she doesn't let her shine outweigh his position. She still submits, they still adhere, they still join together for all, unless it's a facade that we seen on the internet, they have a perfect harmony. But he still would say that he's over her.
Hey, let me ask you, Captain, real quick, Sanchez. Captain, is there ever a time that when y'all all in the house, you, your lady, your family, the whole family is together, is there ever a time that you see her above you? When it comes to anything, it can come to anything. Come on, Captain. Please do answer the right question, brother. Please answer this right, man.
Trying to think like, You mean like as far as what she could do, like her
Yeah,
motherhood?
yeah. Her ability to maybe know more math than you, maybe know how to do the children's homework when they
Yeah,
come
I
to
was gonna
you.
say
Daddy,
parenting.
help me, daddy. Nah, go to your mama.
No,
Because
okay, that's what I was gonna
when
say.
it comes
Like,
to these
yeah,
mathematics,
like
stuff
the
like that. I'm just giving you is there ever a time where you see her above you? Because I remember talking to you, Captain, and you said there's no woman smarter than you, or the man, or was you saying you?
yeah.
You said
I'm
there's
saying
no
this,
woman smarter than
women
you.
are
You know
smart.
that's crazy.
Well, I'm gonna stand on two things. There ain't a woman smarter than me, and ain't women ain't smarter than men. Now, that doesn't mean that in certain fields they're not smart. What you're asking me is a field type of question, not an overall question. So when I say smarter than me, I'm talking about overall. But parenting, her nurturing and mother skills better. You know what I mean? Maybe patience with well, I don't know about patience with the children because I'm excellent with kids. But her nurturing, her motherhood, business wise, there's certain things with my business that I don't like. Like I like promoting the business, selling, making the orders and stuff like that. When the paperwork, I might yield to the woman because she's better than that than me. So there are some things that she's better than me. So when I say I'm smarter, there's not a woman smarter than me. I'm talking overall. I'm not talking about compartmentalizing different
When you
things.
say overall, what do you mean by overall?
Meaning
Smart.
like when you
No
weigh
woman
me out,
smarter than you overall.
yeah, when you weigh me out and weigh my women out, I'm I'm the top. That's what I'm saying.
Now, does that go for all women, or are you just saying your women in particular?
So when you take men and women, men are smarter than women.
What? What?
That's crazy.
Captain, are you?
That's
Did you see
crazy.
the movie with them sisters? I forgot the name of the movie when they had the
Compartmentalize it. They did something great. I think you talk about the
yes,
four,
yes,
yeah, the
them
four
black sisters.
astronaut. Did
Right,
the astronaut right?
right. Now, Captain, you know you cannot do nothing like that, brother. Come
I'm
on,
not
buddy.
saying I could, but now you're talking about compart. So now you're giving a job. That's what I'm saying overall. And then when
Mhm.
you isolate things, but if you weighed out, took 100 items and weighed them out, I'm probably gonna be at about 60. She might be 40. So out of them 100 things, I'm gonna kill 60 of them. She gonna kill 40.
You got sisters who are lawyers.
So
That's right.
I mean, my
Yeah,
I
thing
don't.
is,
I don't study
I'm I'm
law,
I'm
so
I'm, I'm,
that's
I'm
what
gonna be honest, man.
y'all be in your
What I'm
feelings on these
hearing from
subjects,
you
man.
is that there are times in the house where the women gonna lead, and there are
Right.
times when the men gonna lead. And
Yeah,
that's
and
what I wanted
I'm
to
a dictator.
establish. That's why I ain't really got a lot of
Yeah.
smoke because I thought you was on some a woman ain't never gonna lead a man, which you know you
Nah.
got that kind of radicalism out there as well. You know what I'm saying?
No. So that's abuse. What you talking about is abuse, where a man just wants to be over his woman because I'm a man. He be dumb as a box of rocks. He be dumb as take the same thing when Shanetta brought up with the accountant. Now he don't know nothing about numbers and math or algebra or nothing. But because he the man, here she coming, she got degrees in accounting. She coming with all that skill set. And then because you the man, you say, no, I'm the man. I'm gonna be in charge of all these finances, and then the shit go in the toilet because you the man. That's a stupid nigga. That's a
right,
dumb.
right.
You know what I mean? A real man is not does not feel is not jealous of his woman. Like the Bible says, be not jealous over the wife of thy bosom, and teach her not an evil lesson against thyself. So that's a jealous man that doesn't want his woman to shine, doesn't want his woman to be great. I'm not talking about when I'm saying I'm smarter, I haven't stopped no woman of mine from being the best. I like go-getters. I like women that can actually go out and do something. So I don't stop women from being the only job that she can't have is my job as a leader and a priest. Outside of that, I don't know a job that she can't have. So no, I don't look at it like that.
Now, Cap, I'm gonna ask you a very specific question.
And
Uh,
Captain, you can ask Sanchez questions too now.
and
Oh, okay, yeah.
the
I'm just
question
well. So far, I mean, he ain't really coming
I,
up against nothing that I'm
I
saying.
think this one right here gonna gonna be a little point of contention right here. Um, I hear you. I think I heard you say this or somebody in the red pill community say something to the nature of if a man got a bunch of women, that ain't a bad look. But if a woman got a bunch of men,
Wait, say that one more. Back
uh,
up a little bit. Say that one more time.
if a man,
No,
if
you
a
was good. It wasn't you. You was good. Yeah.
okay, yeah, if a man got a bunch of
Mhm.
women, then that he don't look like a 304 or a whore. Is actually look good for him. But if a woman got a bunch of men, she looked like a 304. Like there's a double standard on that. That's natural. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that the reason why that's a natural double standard is because it's true. A man, this goes back to there's no equality. A woman is not meant to be a conqueror in the bedroom. That's not her, it ain't her job to go out there and get banged out by 7 different men. But a man does conquer land, sea, air, and women. And so that brother that is able to maintain them, now just so the record for the audience, I'm talking about keeping the woman. I'm not talking about sleeping with the woman, running through her and throwing her away. I'm talking about you got to keep that woman for the rest of your life. That's what I'm talking about. And a man has the right to do that. A woman does not. And even if you think about the makeup, the anatomy, ours is out, theirs go in. It ain't meant for a bunch of things to go up. If you take a door, you put a bunch of different keys, eventually that door gonna break. The keyhole gonna
So
break.
so let me ask you a quick question. It's biblical. How many women did God give Adam and why?
God only gave Adam that one woman, and that's because he was working. So when you read the story,
he
Adam was
was
naming
working. He
the,
was working.
yeah, he was
Uh,
working. So when before he gets the woman,
okay.
he was naming the animals, everything, doing all that work. And the Most High said he should have a helpmeet. So he gave him a woman. But that doesn't mean that, and when you go before that, when mankind was created, there was never a decree that you could not have more than one woman.
Okay. So what I will say is that when we say that a man can have multiple women. In your case, you saying he gotta marry them all, and then that's okay. But if he don't marry all them women, but they still kind of taking care of each other as if they were in a marriage, but it just ain't official. Like, what makes it marriage or not? What are your what constitutes a marriage? Like, what makes that?
What constitutes a
Because
marriage is, so a marriage biblically is like you meet a sister, you begin to court. As you're in the courting phase, you may go take her out on a date, send her some flowers, take her to the movies, you impress
yeah,
her. As you're talking to her, y'all should be laying out, should be talking about your past, your present, your future, what y'all plan to do with each other, what your goals, what your ambitions. You should be focused on that. Then you'll agree to consummate or become husband and wife. There's one of two ways. You're gonna have a grand ceremony, not like a Chinese talk about like a church or nothing like that, but you can have a ceremony where you present yourselves before your family, or you can consummate by maybe going on a vacation, laying with each other, becoming intimate, and then but once you become intimate, now you're a husband and wife.
okay.
That's it.
Would a Hebrew keep all of their wives in one house, or would they do like Solomon? And excuse me, would a Hebrew do like Solomon, keep all of their wives in one house, or would
Mm.
they have wives sort of, you know,
Well,
loot
that's
you?
optional. Like
Okay,
like so in my counseling, right? Um, you got to weigh that out because especially in this society, we live in a society where that's frowned upon. It's frowned upon in the sense of if you tell somebody, like I remember Neo, for example. Neo got crucified because he openly said he got 2 wives. I think he got 3 women right now, and he's open and upfront and honest about them, and he's crucified about it because in the world it's like you're not supposed to do that. So you got to think about how is this woman going to deal with being in the house with me and another woman, because there's a huge dynamic in that. If you're intimate with one woman, does the other woman hear it? If you're affectionate with another woman, does the other woman see it?
you
So,
know. I understand where you're going, Cap, and that make me want to ask you another question. Do you think that may be natural science that go against the idea that it's natural for men to practice polygyny but not women, because both sexes will get jealous? Like if you got a bunch of dudes with one woman, them dudes gonna get jealous too. So you think that that jealousy within both genders kind of is proof that we supposed to be with one
No, because
person? Okay.
no, because why would you put your woman? Why would you put it in your woman's face? Like there's like the unnatural thing is to throw them all in the same house. I ain't seen that nowhere. That's the unnatural thing. It's more natural for her to have her own and the other one to have her own. That's the natural thing. So that
So
your time is now, excuse me, her time is now her time, as opposed to sharing time. That like a lot of people think like Big Love because we don't watch the white man how he did it and had a show called Big Love. And so now we
I
think we
never
gotta have
saw it. Yeah.
that's that, you know, when I think of these questions that you ask, it all comes from the white man's concept, but you gotta have all these women in one house
Well,
when
I think I think
they're not
okay.
married. I'm gonna end right here.
Yeah, good.
They're
Yeah,
not
good.
married to the women aren't married to each other. There's no threesomes involved and stuff like
Mm.
that. They're married to you. So the relationship is what relationship does she have with the husband, not what is the relationship she has with Valerie and Sandra. Valerie and Sandra don't have to have no relationship at all. As long as they're married to you, that's the relationship. That's natural. Unnatural is when you force it upon the women to do so. Now,
But
in my
I hear
school,
your perspective.
right, and so in my school, I know couples that are able to be together, even though now they are still in separate households, but they come out together. They be at events together. My cookout brothers had like Sanetta, the brother that you like that does the camp, the Haitian brother that you like speaking at camp. Both his wives is running his table for him, both of them. So you can have a scenario where they both working together, but they live separate though, but they both working together. And then you can have a scenario where they're not like that. That's the man that dictates that. That's not the woman. But a lot of
That's why
times
I'm
a
asking.
relationship,
I wanna
yeah.
see how y'all do it. I wanna
Mhm.
ask you something based on that. What about people who say, well, that's splitting the children up because the children would all prefer to be in one house? For example, if you say it's unnatural, one could say, well, what Solomon was doing in the Bible is unnatural. You see what I'm saying? If you make that
Like what?
claim. So
Well, I
Solomon
don't know
had all
Solomon.
his
I don't know
wives in
Solomon,
one.
but I don't think
Yeah.
he had a lot of kids though. I don't read a lot of children that Solomon had because I know
But
you
he
was
had
asking
all
about
his
kids.
wives in one house, so they would have been hearing him,
I don't know if they
make
said he.
love to the other one.
Yeah, I ain't never. I know he had a lot, but I ain't never read
Yeah.
where he have all of them in the same house. I've never read where
He had
any.
a palace or something, right?
Yeah, he had a palace. I mean, he was a king.
And he had like chicks all around that mug. What I heard, like Hugh Hefner type joint.
But I don't know if it was like that. You would have to read that. I
You
would have
know
to
it
read that.
was.
No, I don't.
Solomon wasn't hopping on no chariot saying, "Let me go to
But
my
remember,
other chick house over here." You
So
know.
like Solomon had 700 wives, 300 concubines. Some of them
Oh,
wives that he had was by other nations.
oh.
So some of the wives he might not even slept with. They might have been just a wife in name only. So you would have to show me the verse that you're talking about on that subject. But it's just
Yeah, that's a
not
good one.
natural. It's not a natural thing where you gotta move your wives in houses together. It's better for them to have their own experience with you. Why have a shared
Yeah,
experience?
I wasn't even questioning the idea of you having them in different houses because I
Mm,
would kind of see that more convenient too. But I was
right,
questioning the idea of it all together. Is it proof because you having them in the same house will breed certain contention and jealousy that's just gonna, in
right.
my opinion, naturally come about by them being in proximity and stuff like that. So by you having them in different houses, you get to space your time out so that nobody be acting, or it is balanced basically. So, but
Right.
my whole thing is one could ask, like I asked earlier, is that all proof though that it's against the natural will? Now I wouldn't say it's wrong. I think that if it's beautiful, everybody agreeing and it's working, man, hey, kudos. But I'm saying that it is complicated because it's kind of going outside of the what we call, I can't say will, I would say normal, traditional household.
Well, I would
So
say,
it's going to
well,
be
I
more
would say,
complicated. Yeah.
no, I wouldn't even say that because monogamy don't have a stranglehold on successful relationships.
I
It's
would
not
say,
like,
okay.
yeah, they don't have a strength. Monogamy relationships suck. Polygamous relationships suck. Polygyny relationships suck. All relationships suck. There ain't no written way to make this one way the perfect way.
You just
This
said
way,
polygyny suck too, brother?
all
You
three
meant to
of
say
them.
that?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I said monogamy because some people, I usually
Yeah.
say polygamy, but some
Uh-huh.
people get harped on the terms. So I think my lifestyle is called polygyny, not polygamy, right? So all of them suck. What makes it work is you as an individual. And what I mean by that is you're not going to hear me be so pro polygyny that I'm against monogamy. If a brother gets one woman and he's happy and content with that one woman, I'm not going to come around and say, hey, man, you need to get you a couple more, man. You selling yourself short. You only got one woman? Man, I got 12. This brother got 7. This brother got 8. This brother got 20. Like, I wouldn't do that because it's about what works for you. It's not about putting the pressure on there, like promoting like you got to do it. Usually, even when I have these conversations, it's usually not you in this case. We're having an open conversation, but usually it's somebody telling me I'm wrong for doing it. But monogamous relationships fail, just like polygamous relationships fail. They fail all the time. You ain't got to believe me. Just everybody ask their partner how many relationships they was in before they was with them. That's going to answer for you. That's going to be your answer. If monogamous relationships work, you would get with that one woman and you'd still be with her. You get with that one man and you'd still be with him.
Is there like a maximum, and this just something I always wanted to know. Do it reach a point where you say, well, golly, brother, that's too many wives, you know? Because I would say, look,
Yeah.
Solomon had too many wives.
Believe it or not, I tell brothers if they got one wife, I tell brothers you don't need no more. You good with that one. I've told brothers that. And I do that based on the individual. Like Deuteronomy 17 says, don't multiply wives to yourselves, neither gold that it turn your heart away from the Most High. So, yes, you could tell a brother, don't get no wife at all. You could tell a brother, nah, you like I know this one, I know this one brother, my general said, this one brother tried to get with another woman. And the general told him, you're a one-woman man. And he didn't want to listen. So the general gave him a shot. Gave him a shot to go and see if he could be a more than one woman man. Let him court this sister. It failed. And he said, you know what? I am a one woman man. So we don't advocate for men to just go out there and just get a bunch of women because it's a lifelong thing. And I think our women have been damaged enough by men. Like our women have been damaged enough by men, relationship wise, where we don't want to just send men out there, get these women, make the wrong mistakes, throw them away, XYZ like that. So we don't promote that either.
Is it possible to equally give your heart to each one of your wives?
Is it possible to give them equally?
The same
Yes.
amount of.
Yes. They all get the same. It's just different. So every woman doesn't require the same thing. Let's say you got a woman, she has a real good paying job, head on her shoulder, um, doesn't need as much. When you get with her, the financial burden on you is not as much because she's financially stable. Let's say if her mental is together, she haven't really had no trauma or nothing like that, the psychological assistance that she might need from you is not going to be as much. Let's say if you get with a woman that might be unemployed when you get with her, that could have a job, but or could be going to school, might be going to college or something like that. But something that the financial burden will be more on you. So you're giving to them both your heart, as you say, equally. But what they need from you is different. So if the one woman needs a car, this other woman has a car, you ain't just buying a car just to buy a car. She don't need a car. But the one that needs the car, you get the car. So you
Good answer, Captain. Roy Bay asked the question, what's the moral purpose of having more than one wife? Captain.
You want me to go with okay.
Oh, I thought Sanchez was you gonna go
Yeah,
first?
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, I think that kind of was what I was asking him with that question, because I think with one wife, you get to just put all of your energy, focus, time, and all of that into that one person, because a relationship is indeed a ship, and a ship requires a lot of maintenance. It's a lot of parts to a ship, a deck, the motor. You got all of these different parts. So, and each ship has different crews. For example, that would be your households. So that goes back to when you were saying, well, we told a brother, try to see if you can be with multiple wives. He couldn't do it. And I think it's a sign that it's really a commitment to dedicate yourself to one woman. I can really challenge you to do it to like 10, or 15. That'll be damn near impossible if you ask some people, you know what I'm saying? But that's my take.
I wanted to look up the word moral before I respond. So I did. And so when I look it up, it says moral, concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character.
That's it.
So his question was, what is the moral benefit? Was benefit in there?
Of being with one? Yeah.
Of being with more than one.
Purpose, yes. The moral
purpose. The moral purpose.
Of being with just one.
Yeah. No, I think he said being with more than one.
Being with more than one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so from a moral position, my morality is clean. I have a choice. For me, it's a choice. It's not about like when Paul in the Bible says all things are lawful, all things are expedient. If I didn't want to have more than one woman, I just wouldn't. My conscience is clean. My conscience would only be dirty is if I went to go get this another woman, but my morality says I'm not supposed to have another woman. If my morality says excuse me, if that one woman has a man, let's say if I don't have no man right now, no woman right now, and then I decide to get with a woman, if that woman has a man, my morality has to stop me from getting with that woman, even though it would just be me and her, because I would be stealing her from another man. So that's how my morality judges me. So when I get another woman, let's say if I got one woman and me and that one woman is straight, and then I see another woman and I have an interest in her, my morality is just as clean because she's single. So it's just my desire to have another woman. It's not about good or bad because it's not bad. In the Bible, it's not bad. There's laws if you have more than one woman. There's laws if you get another woman, your first woman, you can't diminish what you did for her. So that's from a moral perspective. I'll answer them like this. From a moral perspective, if I take on another woman, I have to make sure that it's not going to hinder what I'm doing with my existing women. That's the morality that will govern me.
I also answered the question from the perspective of a guy who's in a monogamous relationship, because I can't really tell you anything about being in like a Solomon situation or anything like that. So to the brother who asked the question, that was a good question, and I just kind of heard it from my perspective from the situation I was in. But salutes to that, man. Good one though. I would think that now here's what I would ask you based on that question too, based on what you said. Wouldn't you think that it would probably, a person can say the more moral compass will be with one than many? That would be more of a moral thing to do? Or would that just be more of a traditional thing in your eyes?
It would be American. It would be white man tradition. That's not African tradition. That's not Arabic tradition. It's not Israelite tradition. It's not a tradition of one man, one woman. That's Greek and Roman culture.
Okay.
Like before you get to the Greeks and Romans, there was no mandate of a man could only have one woman. It's only this culture that we're in today that mandates that. For example, I couldn't, like, I have more than one woman, but I could not legally in this country be married to more than one with paperwork. You understand what I'm saying? Like if I went to the court, if I went to the court and got a legal document of marriage to one woman, I'm then restricted from getting a legal piece of paper in America. But I'm not restricted from having a girlfriend, is how they would look at it. Even if I call them wives, this country would look at it as a girlfriend. They wouldn't look, unless you're in a state that recognizes what's that, common law marriage, like if you're together for a certain amount of time. But outside of that, so that whole the tradition, that's white. When y'all say, I want y'all to understand, when y'all say tradition is one man, one woman, that's the white man's tradition that y'all talking about. That is not biblical. It's not you Africans. It's not African. It's not Arabic. That's the white man's tradition that y'all are encouraging.
Well, I brought it up because it was biblical, Adam and Eve. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
That's
people.
not
Read that question. Read that question, Captain.
Cap, can women have the same moral cleanliness, clean morals that allow her to pick? No. That's a homo that asked that question.
Who got to be?
Damn, Cap. Hey, man, you cold. God damn, Cap. Oh, man.
Yeah,
Y'all
come
better
on,
be
Cap.
careful what y'all call in
Don't be
asking me.
Shout out to the super chat, though.
Hey, yeah.
Shout out to the
Appreciate the
super
super
chat, though. You did a good job with that super chat, brother.
He shake the super chat. Damn. That's crazy. I tell you what, man. I'm gonna segue to this hip hop thing based on this.
I was just about to say
No,
that.
hold up before you do that. Before you do that, Sanchez, Roy Bay says Sarnetta often say that women chooses a man. Is that true, Captain?
Okay, that's another good question.
Listen, man, if I don't want to, I'm not going to talk about myself to answer this question, but I wouldn't
Right.
disagree. I wouldn't disagree with that. Like a woman, when a woman sees a man, and
Mm.
I'm going to tell you why it's a good and bad thing. Because most women, when they pick a man, they don't necessarily pick the good man. It's usually something physically that they see, or some dominance or some power that they see. They should let their father or brother or uncle determine if this is actually a good man. But
1 second.
women do set their eyes, and when they set their eyes on a man, unless that man do something terrible, he gonna get the draws.
Yo, Captain, you know how my wife Cynthia got me, right? Because her grandmother, one day I was doing something, and her grandmother said, "In him, I see something in him. That's the one you need to bag right there." and Cynthia clung on to me right there. So that's how Cynthia got me.
Right. That's how. And look, and how long y'all been together? Like 30-something, 40 years, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like women, yes, they can pick, but if your daddy didn't pick them, if your brother didn't pick them, again, just ask your woman how many relationships she been in and how many did she pick wrong. You gonna find
I want to agree 100% with Captain said concerning the woman. I agree with my captain 100% on what my brother said. Good answering the questions from Brother Sanchez. Now let's weave into this hip hop thing. We want to move into the hip hop thing now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, Brother Captain, I'll start with you because Sanchez started off.
Okay.
Is rap music the cause of violence in our community, all around the world, all around the globe?
No, I would say even if we just stick to our community or this country,
Yes.
America is the cause of violence. We have to put the onus on the origin. America, a country built on bloodshed, will never have peace in it. Violence is the way. Do what thou wilt, which I think one of a famous white man made up. So America stole, lied, raped, pillaged people when other immigrants would come over here, they would pick up and do the same thing. When the Italians came over here, they brought their mob and their mafia. When the Irish came over here, they brought their mob and their mafia, became the police. They enslaved us over here. And if I can read, I want to read something. If I can share my screen, I want to read this. I want to highlight something for y'all to show you hip hop has nothing to do with this. Let me share my screen, Si.
Mm-hmm.
Let me share. Come over here. Let me know if you can see this article right here. I'm gonna see if I could blow it up.
Yes. Oh yeah, you got to blow it up.
Blow it up some more. And I'm gonna scroll. I'm gonna scroll down to the part. This part right here.
Blow it
All
up.
right. Let me know when it gets. That's
Good. Good. Good.
So now this book, if y'all look up here, it says George M. Fredrickson. This book is called The Black Image in the Minds of Whites. This book was written from 1814 to 1917. It's almost 100-year study of Black people. And when you read this book, it's how they thought of us back then, which echoes up here. This is one thing they said about slaves. They said a worse evil to the slave than the cruelty he sometimes endures is the moral degradation that results from his condition. Falsehood, theft, licentiousness are the natural consequence of his situation, in referring to slavery. He goes to excess in eating and drinking and animal pleasures, for he has no access to any higher pleasure. And a man cannot be an animal without sinking below an animal. A brutal man is worse than a brute. An animal cannot be more savage or more greedy than the law of his nature allows, but there seems to be no limit to the degradation of a man. Slavery is the parent of vices. Now, why do I bring this up? Now I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, and I have some other things that I want to share as well. So I think I stopped sharing. You good to go? So why do I bring that up? Hip hop music started, let's say, the 70s. The most unalivings in Chicago, for example, was 974. That was in 1974. Hasn't been a large number of that in a single year since then. Long before hip hop even became popular, you had the dope epidemic, crack epidemic, gang violence, etc. None of that had anything to do with hip hop. All of it has to do with poverty and your living situation. So if when you talk about hip hop, if you were to say something within hip hop, hold on one second. So if you were to say something within hip hop where does the rap music promote violence to a degree? Yes, it does. But when I think about the shootings and the unalivings, the drug addiction, well, if you asked if drug addiction is influenced by hip hop, I would argue, I would say yes, because I would put the music with that, music in general. When you go to the Woodstock of the 70s, when the hippies started using the marijuana and all that stuff like that. So you even back then you had Superfly, like the black exploitation movies, which popularized pimping. And so there's a lot of things like when you can't isolate the child, like hip hop is really the child. Hip hop represents the child. Why do I say child? Because a lot of our people today excuse me, a lot of rappers
Let
today
me know when
are the,
you land.
are the,
Salute.
no, you can cut in at any time. It's not, I don't need a time limit. Whenever you
Oh,
want to
okay.
chime in,
Okay, yeah, man, for
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
I
yeah,
ain't gonna
definitely.
stop your flow yet, though. You got it.
Likewise. And so when we talk about hip hop being a cause of violence, I disagree. And I'll show an example, a clean cut example why after the brother goes.
Yeah, for example, when you bring up marijuana, right? Most people that's influenced to smoke weed is gonna, if you in our culture, you're gonna be influenced by Snoop Dogg, maybe Cypress Hill. You know, a lot of our people ain't gonna learn to smoke weed from no hippies. So that's why I'm saying, like, even if you sipping syrup or you got a dirty Sprite, or back in the day, you had a whole music culture, chopped and screwed, that was based upon sipping syrup. So we do see a lot of drug promotion through the hip hop culture. That's why a lot of artists is ODing and all that. So there's a very powerful interview by the rapper Crazy Bone. Now he's in the music industry. He will tell you out of his own mouth that this music industry is indeed basically the devil in so many words. At some point, I can play maybe some excerpts from that video where he go into the prison pipeline on how the labels work with the prisons and all that to keep these young boys going through the system and all that, promoting a certain lifestyle and culture. So it does promote a certain, like, it tells you who you supposed to be, and if you ain't this, you ain't hip, right? You ain't hop. This is what it is to be a man. This is what, you know, it promotes certain stereotypes that I know the Hebrews would probably go against. And we can, at this point, blame that on hip-hop as it exists today as an industry that's dominated by small hats who are promoting that. Unfortunately, we might not want to see it as that, but even the rappers in the industry see it as that. And I have videos that we can play from them. But yeah, you can interject.
Yeah. So again, the title of this live is rap music the cause of violence, and it's not. I'm gonna use an example. I'm gonna share my screen again. I'm gonna make sure I do this right. This is wait, hold up. Make sure I got the right link. Okay, this is what I want to share. I want to show y'all an example of what I mean when I say hip hop is not the cause. Right? I'm gonna share my screen again. I'm gonna read this article to y'all. This is gonna shut the whole thing down. So I'm sharing my screen, Si. Can you make sure that that's shared on the screen?
Yep, it's there.
All right. So when we look at this article, right, it says the secret to Baltimore's extraordinary year. If anybody knows anything about Baltimore, let me see if I could make this a little bigger. If anybody knows anything about Baltimore, Baltimore was a drug-infested murder capital, one of the murder capitals a couple of years. And then they got this mayor that you see right here, right? Mayor Brandon Scott. Brandon Scott comes into Baltimore. Let's see if he said hip hop music was the cause or was there something else. It says this April, Baltimore saw 5 homicides. This is the fewest in any month since 1970. We still got rap music. We still got rap music pumping out the whole 9 yards. When the city began tracking monthly homicide numbers, in the first 6 months of the year, homicides were down 22% compared to 2024. Non-fatal, 19. In 2024, homicides dropped 23% from 2023. What has made Baltimore, which President Trump and other conservatives deride as filthy, Democrat-controlled slum, so successful? Let's find out if he stopped hip-hop or if he did something else. Baltimore Mayor Brandon, who first, and remember the what I played for y'all earlier, and I got another slide I want to show y'all. So it says he first elected and he treated the city's homicide rate by treating violent crime as a public health crisis. That means treating violent crimes as a symptom of multiple factors, including racism, poverty, and past violence. Addressing violent crime as a public health issue involves going beyond arresting people after violence is committed and taking proactive and preventative measures. What Baltimore did that's so impactful is really invested in the whole ecosystem of community-oriented interventions. Si, you can stop my screen if you want. I'll talk now. So what does all that mean? The lack of opportunities that the cities specifically take away from Black communities is why there's so much violence, is why there's so much poverty. The mayor didn't stop music. He made sure that the mayor provided more opportunities to the people. And he cited the racism. Why did he cite that? Because he cited it as a public health crisis, community-oriented interventions. And a lot of times they always say the community has to do the job. It's not the community to do the job. It's the government that has to do the job to clean up the city. You got it, Sanchez.
It sounds like to me like I didn't have nothing to do today, so I went around and killed some of my own people. Because just hear me out, right? You brought up a violence in America, and you brought up the mobs and mafias enslaving our people. My thing is their violence is always against us, and our violence is always against us. Hip hop don't tell us to kill the KKK. Let me say this. Rap music never told Sanchez to go kill Zimmerman. It never told me to go kill the KKK. It told me to kill people that look like me. You know, and I didn't listen to it, thank God, but some people do. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that just because there's an exception, there is an agenda to push a certain culture and lifestyle that's toxic to our brothers and stuff through the music. And you brought up the mob and mafia. I'm gonna give you an example, right? We didn't learn the mob and mafia culture by studying Italians. We learned it through hip hop artists mimicking Italians, calling themselves Capone, Noriega. Master P got an album called The Last Don. You got one of my favorite rappers, I ain't gonna lie, in Texas, Scarface, naming it. We started to imitate mafia and mob culture through hip hop. We didn't just go outside and imitate it just outside of hip hop on our own in the neighborhood watching mafia members. You know what? And the average guy that's imitating drill culture, that's talking about dissing the dead, or you know, I'm smoking on an op pack or whatever. That's things that being influenced through directly through the screen. So I'm not denying the effect that music has, and I don't think that a lot of artists in the industry is denying them. There are a lot of artists in the industry talking like me. I would ask you, would you even debate Cat Williams or Crazy Bone by them saying that the music industry is indeed toxic?
I would debate them on that, but I would agree with them. But you kind of killed your argument. First of all, I'm extremely disappointed that you said that Italians were trying to kill us. Like Italians didn't kill other Italians. They got
Yeah, they did. They did. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I know they did, but you just said that they was killing us and we was
I
killing
didn't
us.
mean they didn't kill themselves.
But the reason why you didn't bring that up is because you thought you had a point. The Valentine's Day massacre is when white men killed white men. The mob knocking out. Yeah, Sammy the Bull telling on after all the killings he was doing of white men, snitching. John Gotti, all of them unaliving each other. Even when you bring up Scarface, how did the hip hoppers get access to emulate Scarface? The movies did it. So when you try to make it seem like hip hop is so my whole thing, if you want to say hip hop music should change or hip hop music can play a part, we would agree. When you make hip hop the cause,
the catalyst,
when you make hip hop the cause or the catalyst, that's where you're wrong. Even the example, Scarface didn't make up the name himself. Even you just said Scarface created that name from the movie Scarface. Scarface came out in the 80s. You know who emulated Scarface? Drug dealers. Long before hip hop, long before Scarface had the opportunity.
This is what I was saying, Cap. What I'm saying is this: all these kids that's drug dealing, even the drug dealers in my time, right? They came out during your Young Jeezy, Yo Gotti, trap shit. So what I'm telling you is, I can't tell you a couple of guys that was looking directly at the mob imitating it. Once they start putting the mob culture in the music, when I saw Jay-Z in a top hat with the scarf and the big cigar, like Big and Small, like the Mafia men, I got it then. It was like, okay, this some mob stuff. You know, Junior Mafia, 808 Mafia. You know, we want to idol. But hold on, let me land. I'm about to land right here. Because you think I'm making your point, but you need to see the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is this right here. Mob cultures, Italian dude in the mafia. He's not getting his lifestyle through Hollywood or music. What I'm telling you is we are, which is why when we say that white men is killing each other in the mob just like black men are ratting themselves out on the music because they trying to make it part of their culture, part of the be hip, part of the be a gangster, right? It's even called gangster rap. So even though the mob and mafia come from the Italians, they didn't make it a music form. We turned it into and started making it into a music form to get our own people, and we didn't promote going after the white man. We promoted
Right.
going after each other. Even though the Italian mob kill each other too, they didn't promote that in their music. So they probably going to do a drive-by with Tommy guns listening to some more Italian stuff while we listening to some drill rapper that's promoting you to kill your own
Right. But
directly is what I'm saying.
right, and I want to address the super chat before I respond. This is not a debate at all. We just so everybody can understand. We're just having a conversation
Right,
about it.
it's a
I want everybody.
discussion.
Yeah,
It's a
it's a
discussion,
discussion.
facts.
It's not a debate. I just wanted to say that. Shout out to D Dub that donated to the super chat. I just want to make sure you understand it, because there's some
Right.
points that you make that I don't disagree. But
Appreciate that.
when once they're influenced by the drug, once they're influenced by the Italians, once they're influenced by the movies, once they influence to sell drugs, because like Scarface sparked damn near all the drug dealers. Everybody wanted to be like Tony Montana. Everybody wanted to sell the drugs. Before you get to your Young Jeezys, you got to first go to your Nicky Barnes, your Frank Lucas, your Alpo, your AZ, the brothers in Baltimore, all the big time drug dealers that were not influenced by hip hop, but was influenced by the drug game. And then why would they choose the drug game? That's why I read that early access, that racism that we were influenced, where they wouldn't let you get a job, but they would give you this drug to sell. So now you take the black community, instead of us bonding together, when the drugs came, it divided us. Drugs, poverty, and gangs more destroyed us than hip hop ever could. Because even in the 80s and 90s, in the crack era, you had positive rap music. It didn't stop the shootings, it didn't stop the violence, it didn't stop any of that. And when you go into why they get shot and why they get unalive, it has nothing to do with the music. The music becomes something that they rap about afterwards. But the shootings are not because of a rap song. Occasionally, you might have
You
rappers
telling me
beefing
that they ain't riding to the scene, bumping the music with the drugs on, getting ready to
but
do
the
it?
music ain't the cause. That's where I'm trying to get you to
So
see.
let me ask you this. So why can't they go and do the drive by listening to Luther
What was they
Vandross?
listening to before?
Hold on. Let's say we put Luther
Before hip
Vandross
hop,
on.
right?
Okay. I got you. Now listen, before hip hop, there was no music form that black people had that directly
No, that's
pushed
not the question.
genocide.
That was not the question.
Which
What music was they listening to when they was unaliving each other, when hip hop wasn't the dominant art form? Like in the 80s, before the West Coast got access
the
to
history that I heard was disco was what they was into right before.
no.
Something like
My
that.
point is the music ain't making them unalive. It's the poverty, it's the gang that's making them unalive. When you take a
But the
kid,
music promote all that.
what I'm saying is whether the music promote it or not, or the music don't promote it. Like when Public Enemy, X Clan, when
That's
Self
one
Destruction comes
exception
out.
though. That ain't what we're talking about today.
No.
Right now,
No, what I'm
hip hop
saying
as
is,
it stands, what is it pushing? More positive or negative to our youth?
no, here's my point. When Public Enemy, X Clan, Self Destruction, West Coast deal, we all in the same gang, that didn't stop no crime. It didn't make nobody stop unaliving. It didn't make nobody stop selling drugs. It didn't make nobody not doing nothing.
You don't think what the conscious rappers did
No.
I think I'm gonna tell you how I know it did, right? I know a lot of guys who were like RBG on some black power. They was wearing African medallion. They was like Sharif on Menace to Society, telling brothers, man, stop the violence and all that. I would say if it wasn't for another option of something they can fill up their mind with, some music they can have that's a alternative route, they could have very well been influenced by. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. I got you. I'm gonna tell you something. I would argue, right, because like you just said, because the positive rappers will have to be worthless for what you saying to be right, and I disagree. I think that these positive rappers do make an impact. It's just not as big as the ignorant rappers pushing the BS, because our people don't control the music, our enemy do, which is why it's toxic at this point, which is why it work more against us than for us, and it exploits us as well while doing so, and over sexualizing the women, which we finna get to in a minute too. But yeah.
Well, long before the Jewish man came in over sexualizing women, I would suggest y'all take a look at blaxploitation, because that over sexualized the hell out of our women. But what I
Talking
want
about
to
like
say, Heather,
Jackie Brown movies.
You want to say something, Si?
Yeah. I want to say, in this topic right here, on this topic, I definitely agree with Brother Sanchez 100% on this, because once the Jews took over this conversation, once the Jews took over hip hop, we know that that was not going to be a good thing for us. Yes, violence was here before hip hop, but who was doing the violence? They were gangsters. They were grown men. Now, because of hip hop, these are children, Captain. These are kids, unaliving kids. These are kids running down on each other. What do they say? They say, yeah, I smoked that nigga yesterday. Yeah, I smoked this pack. I smoked that pack. All of that come out of hip hop. The drugs, the wine, the drinking, all of that right now is now getting on the youth and the children. That's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying. Hip hop have become, hold up, I'm gonna land. Hip hop definitely have become evil. It has become demonic. It has degraded our women. There's no other music in the world that degrades black women, mothers and grandmothers the way hip hop have done, Captain. And you can't get away from that, man. And so, yes, I blame hip hop for not being the cause of all the violence, but being the cause of a lot of the violence that played that role in our community.
That's such a disgusting thing to say, because when that kid is starving and has nothing to eat, are you telling me hip hop is why he goes out to steal to go eat? When that kid don't
that
have
ain't
no
what we saying.
That
ain't what we saying, bro.
That is what we saying. When you say hip hop is the cause, I want to play something else, y'all.
Stealing ain't violence.
Remember what I said?
Ain't violence.
Hold up, Sam. Remember what I said, Captain? I said young people, because
that's what I'm talking about. That young kid
was here before hip hop, but it was the gangsters doing it. Now, because of hip hop, they are goddamn 13.
You know why they 13 and 12?
Killing each other, brother.
You know why they? No, it's because of the fucking gangsters that destroyed the parents and took away the fathers, took away the mothers. So now the kids don't have a fucking father because the drug dealers is out there destroyed the home. That's why. So now they 13 years old and got to take care of themselves. They wasn't born into this world by themselves. They was born into this world with a mother and father. And then the gangsters came and popularized crack and dope and heroin and all of that. And then they get high up for that. And as that kid comes out and he's starving, as that kid comes out and he ain't got no clothes, he ain't got no food, you think him listening to a rap song is making him hungry? Him listening to a rap song is making him think, I'm not gonna put sneakers on my. That is my point. Y'all don't understand. Yes, it's a perfect point, because oppression makes a wise man mad. That's what the Bible says. And if you take away food, if you take away shelter, if you take away a father, you take away a mother, you're not going to tell me the music that's being played is going to make them do it. It's their condition. Why do you think I read the Baltimore? You know what the Baltimore mayor did? I'm not finished, man. I let you inside there to cook. The Baltimore mayor didn't blame music. He called it a health crisis. And when he gave them a better opportunity, he didn't cut the damn radio off. He didn't blame the rappers. He didn't say it's how you say "tu" and all of the lingo and shit that they got down there in Baltimore. He addressed and had the one thing we don't have. That's compassion. We ain't putting this on no damn music. You know how many kids suffer from? Hey, Si, I want to share something. I'm going to show you what kids suffer from. I want to share something on my screen. Hold up. Let me, no, not this one. I'm going to share. This is a video. I want to share this on the screen. I want y'all to listen to this. This is a study they did on PTSD, right? I'm going to play this for y'all. This is an important article y'all need to read. Let me know when you see it, Si. I'm going to blow it up like this. Let me know when you see it. Do you see it? All right, I'm gonna play it. I want y'all to listen carefully. I want y'all to listen to this carefully. This is every kid that grows up in the ghetto, and this is why they are the way that they are. I'm gonna play it.
They hungry. That's why. Food. Get that boy a sandwich, he'll blow your head off.
In childhood.
Hey, Sanchez, can you shut your mouth while I'm playing this, man? Like, this is real information.
I got you.
Like,
it ain't play yet. I got you. Go ahead. We waiting on the words.
No, I hit play, Si. You didn't see it playing?
It's playing. Go ahead. Wasn't nothing happening yet. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I thought, because it's playing on my side. Is it playing, Si?
Yeah,
Yes.
we hear that. We go ahead.
That half of all mental health problems begin in childhood before the age of 14. And one of the things we're looking at is how experiences of early adversity, such as domestic violence and maltreatment, can lead to changes in brain structure and function that can embed long-term vulnerability to mental health problems. It's something we're calling latent vulnerability. Those who had been exposed to maltreatment and domestic violence showed heightened patterns of activation in those brain regions related to threat vigilance and threat detection. And what was striking is that we see the same pattern in other studies done by other groups where they have looked at soldiers before and after combat. And that might help both the soldiers and the children function in those environments, but the difficulty is that it may also embed long-term vulnerability. We believe it is reversible. We know that many children who experience abuse and neglect and domestic violence have a resilient and positive outcome, and we expect that their brain will change and respond to positive emotional experiences such as social support and being in a secure and safe environment.
So now, the reason why I played this side, you can stop sharing it. That study showed that children that are brought up in broken homes without a father in poverty suffer the same PTSD as a soldier that goes and fights in a war and then has to go home. Now, imagine that mental having to go outside and live. That's more of the cause than the music.
Okay.
And that's why what did that doctor say? He said it's solvable, but when you take a social attitude or a social care, which is what the mayor of Baltimore did. The mayor of Baltimore took a social care and actually showed love to them. And when they actually received love, they stopped.
Okay, cool. So check this out, right? And you went a long time and you said we was interjecting. We still interjecting, but just allow me to have a little bit of time to unpack because you said a lot, right? So I agree with you. Kids in poverty conditions suffer PTSD. That's not because they directly hungry, starving for food. It's because it's so much violence in their community. Now, you saying that the violence is because they hungry. If you feed them, they won't really be killing each other. I disagree with that because I can show you environments where kids got less and they ain't got the same amount of crime rates like what we doing as black people. And I'm gonna make my point further, right? When the white man hungry, he kill the black man and take your food. When the black man hungry, he tend to kill another black man and take the black man's food. It's because the white man's music tell him to go conquer everybody else, but not to conquer himself. Even though there are some exceptions within his group, it don't stop him from being a man at the top right now because they all agree we need to go against them versus our music tell us to tear the next brother down most of the time. So my whole thing is proof of what I'm talking about is this right here, right? A brother hungry, right? So that's going to lead him to aggression and violence. Why does it only lead him to aggression and violence against his own people? Another brother that's more hungry than him. You know what? When I saw dudes selling drugs, it wasn't because their stomach was growling, it because they wanted to get iced out and ride in Benzes, is what I knew coming up. No one sold crack just to feed themselves, you know, because you got to have money to even get in the game. So, but my whole thing is this right here. We can't blame this on poverty, because even though, yes, our people are in poverty situations, the way that we respond to the poverty situation is the music tell us to do that. The music told me, since you broke and in the ghetto, go out there and rob a dude. Go out there and no limit to what I can do. No limit soldier. That's what it means. It means by any means necessary. 50 said, get rich or die trying. That's what 50 Cent said. 50 Cent wasn't beefing with white people. 50 Cent was beefing with a lot of black people. He got shot by black people. You see what I'm saying? It's always us versus us. The white people that run this music industry, they got these drill rappers killing each other left, right. And when they do it, they just go and get another group to do it. They're disposable. And they make money off them when they locked up and dead too. Jada Kiss said it good. He said you dead rappers make better promotion. And that's how these labels look at our young brothers. So my thing is, it's a culture that they're promoting. And Crazy Bone talk about that. Now, you played a video, right? I want to play a video real quick. Because this is from somebody in the game, not a white scientist who not connected to our culture. That white scientist you played, he never lived in the hood. I'm finna play you from somebody who not only lived in the hood, but connected to our culture. That white dude can't tell Crazy Bone about the industry, because Crazy Bone not only in the industry, but from the hood. Let's go. I'm gonna play this in fast speed for everybody's convenience, so we ain't gotta be too long.
I finally decided to change rap music, and
okay, here it is.
The secret meeting that changed rap music and destroyed a generation. Damn. So it says, hello. After more than 20 years,
we can't hear it, brother.
I finally decided to tell the world.
You can't hear it?
Nah, we can't hear it, Sanchez.
Let me go to share again. Share screen.
And that thing, well, we ain't
also
about to
share
minutes,
audio.
bro.
Also, to share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Okay. All right, I got you.
We're not gonna hear all 12 minutes, is we?
You ain't gonna need to hear all 12. No.
Oh, good.
I'm playing it.
What I witnessed in
It'll be more like 6 minutes. If anything, I'm gonna play it double.
1991, which I believe was one of the biggest turning points in popular music.
That's when Sodnetta said when the Jews took over, it became toxic for our people. That's what Crazy Bone's saying. That's what we telling you.
And ultimately, American society. I have struggled for a long time weighing the pros and cons of making my story public, as I was reluctant to implicate the individuals who were present that day. So I've simply decided to leave out the names and all the details that may risk my personal well-being and that of those who were, like me, dragged into something they weren't ready for.
Damn.
Hold on, let me
So we gonna tell a story.
We gonna tell a story. We ain't scared.
You know what I'm saying? What they gonna do?
They after us, not scared.
Look, black man.
So look, so he says, between the late 80s and early 90s, I was what you may call a decision maker with one of the more established companies in the music industry. I came to Europe in the early 80s and quickly established myself in the business. The industry was different back then, since technology and media weren't accessible to people like that, like they are today. The industry had more control over the public and had the means to influence them any way it wanted.
Right.
This may explain why in early 1991, I was invited to attend a closed-door meeting with a small group of business insiders to discuss rap music's new direction. Rap music's new direction.
Yeah.
Little did I know we would be asked to participate in one of the most unethical and destructive business practices ever seen.
Crazy.
So this was the meeting. The meeting was held at a private residence on the outskirts of Los Angeles. I remember about 25 to 30 people were being there.
Right.
Most of them familiar faces. Speaking of those I knew, we joked about the theme of the meeting, as many of us did not care for rap and failed to see the purpose of being invited to a private meeting to discuss the future of hip-hop.
Talk to him.
Among the attendees was a small group of unfamiliar faces who stayed to themselves and made no attempt to socialize beyond their circle. Based on their behavior and formal appearances, they didn't seem to be from our industry. Our casual chatter was interrupted when we were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement, preventing us from publicly discussing the information presented during the meeting. Needless to say, this intrigued, in some cases, disturbed many of us. The agreement was only a page long, but very clear on matters and consequences, which stated that violating the terms would result in job termination immediately. We asked several people what this meeting was about and the reason for such secrecy, but could not find anyone who had the answers for us. A few people refused to sign and walked out. Nobody stopped them. I was tempted to follow, but curiosity got the best of me.
That's right.
A man who was part of the unfamiliar group collected all the agreements from us. So now, let's get to the good part of the meeting about to start.
Talk to him, G.
It says, quickly after the meeting began, hold on a second.
Get your popcorn, y'all.
Popcorn, get your pistol. No, sorry.
Real though.
Quickly after this meeting began, one of the industry colleagues, who shall remain nameless like everybody else, thanked us for attending. He then gave the floor to a man who only introduced himself by first name and gave no other details about his personal background. I think he was the owner of the residence, but that was never confirmed. He briefly praised all of us for the success we had achieved in our industries and congratulated us for being selected as part of this small group of decision makers. At this point, I began to feel slightly uncomfortable and the strangeness of this gathering. The subject quickly changed as the speaker went on to tell us that the respective companies we represented had invested in a very profitable industry, which could become even more rewarding with our active involvement. He explained that the companies we worked for had invested millions into the building of privately owned prisons, and that our positions of influence in the music industry would actually impact the profitability of these investments.
So basically, I'm finna save us another 2 minutes and do y'all a favor right here. And I ain't gonna even play as long as a video as you did, Cap, because I don't think I got to. They can go back and watch the link.
You played
and pull
5
this
minutes.
Up, right?
Mine,
you got to
you
divide
played 5
that.
minutes.
Listen,
Mine was only 2 minutes.
Let me go and summarize the video so we can move on. I played my video times 2, so divide 5 divided by 2 is
Still
about 2
longer than
minutes.
mine.
It's still about 2 minutes. That's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So, but let me summarize the video. The video is basically these rappers attended a private meeting and they were asked to basically promote violence, destruction, and all of that because these labels was in the bed with the prisons, with the private prisons. Crazy Bone, a lot of reputable artists know about this and they all talk about it. I even heard artists on Doggy Diamond's show going into how evil the industry is and how it just ain't no good for our people as it stands today. So a person may argue, well, it ain't always been like that, Sanchez, but it has for a time ever since the small hats took over. I agree with Sonetta and Crazy Bone on that, who says that it happened actually in 91 when they took over, but that year can be argued. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. If this conversation was about did the small hats conjure up idea to promote more violence in hip hop, 100% in agreement. That's not what this conversation is about. This conversation is the rap music, the cause of violence. Even when you bring the small hats into play and y'all act like it was in 91, the blaxploitation was horrible, horrible to the black community. Superfly, all the drug dealing and pimping and quoting the Mac. What's that movie, The Mac? When it was about pimping women. So you can blame the Mac for why they start pimping women. You can blame Superfly for why they start selling drugs. So the influence is not just hip hop. You're blaming the child when the parent is taking no blame. That influence, when you look at the way that these kids, these young kids today, they are not doing what they're doing, and you're gonna blame it on rap music. They're doing it because of poverty. I noticed when you brought up, you said you give them something to eat, and that was a small token of what I said. I said they ain't got no father in the home. They ain't got no food. They ain't got no clothes. They don't have nothing, and they're told they're nothing. Me and Sinetta was having a conversation about the term YN. I hate that term YN because we degrading them. That term YN that we call these, what they call young niggas, the term YN, that's to further degrade these young men and women and make them feel like they have nowhere to go. And so we keep blaming them instead of being like that mayor. And that mayor said, this is a health crisis. That mayor got it right. Listen, I don't vote. I don't believe in voting or none of that. But that mayor of Baltimore should be the mayor in every black city across the world because he would not say hip hop is the problem. He said racism was the problem. He said poverty was the problem. And he said not having access to community-oriented interventions was the problem. Resources is our problem. You start giving black men and women, especially these young black kids. I remember what happened to Boys and Girls Club. Rap music took that away. Rap music didn't take away the. Go ahead, Sonetta.
Captain, let me bring your attention to these young people right here. You talked about poverty is the problem. When you look at these young kids in Chicago, Captain, they got money, bro. These young rappers, man. What are some of them brothers that been alive? Who I'm talking about? Come on, Sanchez, you know who I'm talking about. Some of the rappers in Chicago, Lil Durk,
King
all these,
Von. Yeah.
King Von. These guys got money. These rappers, brother, and they
Right.
show it.
Well,
So
good point.
definitely poverty wasn't the problem of their violence, Captain.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you again, Captain, it's when you look at hip hop in our days growing up with the music that was talking about real issues about us, there was no kids killing kids.
Scott Rock got killed.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. That you could take one out of damn near hundreds and thousands of them.
Slick Rick went to jail for Rick went to jail for robbing.
Don't cut the wisdom. Well, come on, brother. Don't cut the knowledge. So when you look at them and you look at it today, they are talking about, I'm going to go over it again, smoking packs. I smoked this nigga pack today. When you played that video of that Jew, right? Listen, Captain, when you look at our women and they go to the hospital, the doctors diagnose them and they treat them as though they treating white women. When we go to the hospital, Captain, they treat us like they're treating white men, right? So I said that to say, damn, what did I say that to say, man? You don't forgot.
Yeah, you helping my point.
No, you dropped the dagger because the dagger was the drill rappers got a lot of money and they killing each other.
Exactly.
That's the
point.
You know why?
And let me say, you mind if I
damn, man, you made me forget my point.
I'll be real brief. The real reason why them drill rappers is doing that is because that's why I played that article about the PTSD that they suffer. Just because you have money does not mean your mentality changes.
Hey, Captain, I got it. So when I said, when you go to the doctor, right, and they're looking at our women as though they're white people, so they treat them like that. So when you see that doctor talking about PTSD and the children, who do you think he's talking about? He's talking about black children, Captain. He ain't talking about the white kids, because if he did, he would have told you straight up. They are the ones that's going to churches and shooting up the whole damn thing. They are not looking at, see, they're diagnosing our kids and coming up with these lies, brother.
Wait, let me respond to Sanetta. He talking directly to me. The thing about that, Sanetta, is that is supposed to let us know we have to fix the problem in our community. We keep worried about rap music. Why ain't y'all in the black, when I'm saying y'all, ain't nobody on the platform. Why ain't y'all in the black community giving them something different, giving them an outlet, being a brother, building them, showing them something different than what they are suffering? If we don't address the problem, we could talk about rap music all day. Rap music wasn't the cause of violence before it existed. It ain't gonna be the cause of violence when it goes away. You're gonna have violence in rap music. You're gonna have violence in anything.
You know what, Captain? I'm gonna say that rap music is not the cause of violence, but rap music add on a high doses to the violence. That's what I would say, because violence was here before we was goddamn born.
Right? I agree.
Rap music bring a high value to the violence, though. That's what I'm gonna say. It adds on.
Let me interject real quick, right? When I'm talking about rap music being the cause of violence, I'm not talking about violence in general. I'm talking about black on black violence, and I'm gonna show you. Hold on, please let me finish. Let me get this out, because I've been waiting to get this. Tazaryach and Sanchez are agreeing on violence in general, right? And I wanted to clarify that before I knew it'd probably go there at some point, that we don't want no one to dance and say about the cause of violence, because I can even agree with y'all on that. My debate is specifically black folks, which is why I said hip-hop music didn't tell me to kill the white man. So Sanchez ain't here debating violence in general. Let me put that on the table, so boom, that's out the door. Back to black on black violence. I'm finna further my point and mop the flow with this whole argument. You brought up PTSD. PTSD is caused by you living in a warfare environment. Guess what? The white man got PTSD too, but it ain't cause he lived in a warfare environment in his own territory. It's cause he went to your land and caused war. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock, it landed on us. We get PTSD cause we live in environments where we killing each other. The white man get PTSD too, but it's on the battlefield in his military, when he in Africa raping the land, when he when he raping folks, ransacking and pillaging. Yeah, he get PTSD hearing bombs and killing and shooting every day, but it's him going to get your stuff, right? When we get PTSD, it ain't because we in Europe trying to take the white man's land. It's because we cripping, blooding, banging it up, and we promote it, and there's a whole culture of music to promote this lifestyle, just like Christianity has a music called gospel rap or gospel music that promotes a lifestyle, right? We do have a music form that promotes gangster lifestyle, criminal culture, or violent culture, in particular violence against your own people. And that's why Sarnetta agreed that rap is the only music form that's telling their own people to kill each other. And you know it gotta be some to it, because watch this, right? If I make a song telling brothers to kill the police, they gonna take that song down and ban it, because they know the power of song and cymatics and frequency and sound, right? So my whole thing about it is this right here. They gonna tell me to take that song down because they don't want us to talk about killing our enemy. It's a reason the Jews took over the rap music, because they can promote a self-destructive message to it. You keep bringing up PTSD, but that's a cause of violence among your own people. So you pointing out my argument, which is black on black crime, while trying to debate for violence in general. I want everyone to know that the only thing Capt can do is defend violence in general. He ain't got no smoke with me when I say it's the cause of particularly black on black violence, which is why when you bring up PTSD, it's only black on black violence that's the cause of that, whereas PTSD with the white man comes from murdering and going around trying to colonize somebody else's stuff.
I have not.
And that's why, Captain, 30 seconds. And that's why they had to get rid of Dead Prez, because Dead Prez came in with powerful, good music, trying to wake our people up. But what did they do? They boycotted them. They got them up out of here. They didn't want to hear that we're African. We're African. They didn't want to hear all that other conscious stuff coming out of these rappers' mouth, because now it might become contagious. So let's get them out of here. Rappers came forth and said that if they talk this knowledge, they're not going to make no money. The Jews are not going to put their albums out. They said that already, Captain. So that's why they want them to bring out records where you killing each other, where your women are hoes, where your women are bitches, and that's it. That's the record. Those are the ones that I'm going to promote. But what did they do when they talked about blow up like the World Trade? Don't they always bleep that out? But they'll let nigga go all the time. When Biggie said blow up like the World Trade, what do they do on the radio, Captain? Don't they bleep that out, brother? Right. But they'll let nigga go all day. They'll let bitch go all day. You can talk about yourself all day, but don't talk about these Jews. When you talk about the Jews, they bleep your stuff out, brother. Right or wrong? Come on, Captain. Let me hear you say right or wrong.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
I don't disagree with that. But what I do disagree with, I've only talked about black on black crime on subject. When I pointed out the reasoning, I pointed out America being violent because it is. There's no such thing as black on black crime. That is garbage. Because if you say black on black crime, there's nobody that commits more crime against themselves than white people. White people commit more crimes on each other than they do anybody else. But I've never brought up what whites do to whites. What I'm talking about is long before hip hop existed, black people have been violent, have been destructive. That's why I brought up the history of slavery. What did slavery show? That from the time of slavery, we would be that way. Then I went into the gangs. I brought up blaxploitation in the 60s and 70s. Bloods and Crips existed before hip hop did. The gangs in Chicago existed before hip hop did. When Public Enemy is performing Night of the Living Bassheads, they got a basshead in their group named Flavor Flav. He's a full out basshead. He would say, as they doing Night of the Living Basshead, he's on crack, Flavor Flav. Let that sit.
How you know that, Cap?
Hey,
I
son,
never
let me
knew
let
that.
me let me respond to
Flavor.
that though.
Wait, I'm
son.
not fit. You said
okay.
I'm not finished.
Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
Flavor Flav said that himself.
Oh wow!
So
I ain't know that.
the moment that Sanchez said blacks been violent to black, he said, I want to focus solely on black, which is all I've been doing. Is focusing on black. And gangs have existed, and it's the gangs that's been handed down generationally. You know why it's worse in 2025? I remember, I say this all the time, when dope first hit the black community, they always make it seem like the heroin dealers was respectful. They respected the mothers. There was rules. They would have, in Baltimore, they would have, we ain't doing nothing on Sunday. They used to have these so-called rules. That's only because it just started. Heroin, cocaine comes in, crack comes in. When crack comes in, the community gets worse. Syrup comes in, the community gets worse. Dust, weed, wet, pills. It's just slowly degraded to this. So is hip hop music one of the tools that get used? Yes. But before hip hop was ever used as a tool, our own violence, our own oppression, our own community was doing this to each other. So to blame it on hip hop is utterly stupid. To blame it on hip hop. So this whole time, when anybody go back and listen, I have never used no crime in general. I've only talked about black people. I just showed that they was influenced by other things long before hip hop came. You got it, Sanchez.
Okay, so my whole thing is when you talk about the dope and the gangs, you're right, gangs existed before hip hop. But what hip hop did when these small hats took over hip hop, they started signing nothing but gang members. They didn't sign a lot of positive people. Even to this day, if you want a record deal, you got to shoot a bunch of people or get shot a bunch of times, damn near. They don't want to sign you if you talking positive, talking good, telling people don't buy Gucci, don't buy that Louis, man, shop with your people. What label gonna sign you talking like that? They only gonna sign you promote self-destruction. And what self-destruction? You keep bringing it up. Bloods, Crip, gangbanging. Guess what? That existed before hip hop, and it only existed in like a few places like Chicago, and LA, New York. It was rare. It wasn't even in the South yet. The gangs will tell you that because they know their history and where it started. What made gang culture, dope culture, and trap culture and drill culture go worldwide? Hip hop as we know it today is a music industry to promote the worst of our people. Not because we doing it, but because we don't control it, Captain. We haven't controlled it for decades, and ever since we lost control of it, now some people may argue if we ever had control. They've only been promote everything you name. Don't you know that these people made that its own genre for black people? For example, dope, right? They got some called trap rap, where that only promotes drug dealing and the drug selling to your people. When you talk about gangs, gangster rap, right? When Sarnetta said ain't no other culture got a music genre that do that, show it to me in these other cultures, and it, cause I can show you. Bloods and Crips went worldwide. When hip hop became worldwide, that's when gangs became worldwide because hip hop get. let me land my plane. Please don't let me. That's still a form of cut me off. So let me land my plane, right? You got Crips and Bloods that's rolling 60s in London, and they never been to LA. How did they learn how to wear they rags, they dickies, and all that? Through the music, watching it on TV. Guess what you'll see? These gang members don't go all the way around the world like the white man colonizing. They spit their music and culture on the album, and wherever we see hip-hop get popular at, we see them people over there trying to take on gang banging now and trying to, even when I was in Korea, I saw Koreans trying to act hip hop and wear they hat like us. Like we said, everybody copy off us, right? And it shows you what do they copy? The worst of our stereotypes, man. Because that's what they see that the enemy is promoting from our people. He ain't promoting the best of our people through hip hop.
Those Asians and Chinese, are they killing each other in the name of hip hop?
Let me answer that right now. Ain't nobody killing each other in the name of hip hop but black people. And they're doing it because the music we listen to, it tells us to kill us, which is why I ask you, show me the other people who got music that tell them to kill them.
People in Baltimore, when they got the opportunities, why did they stop?
One city.
You got to once again
answer you. I can answer that.
What makes Baltimore the greatest because Baltimore was a slumlord. So why would they answer?
I'm gonna tell you this right here. If your argument you bringing up with Baltimore is what made them people stop committing crime because basically the mayor did his job, right? Here go my thing, right? You're acting like we some Africans in a third world country. You got people in Africa worse than people in Baltimore. They ain't killing like Baltimore, crime heights and all like that. It is directly answered. It's showing you that your argument is flawed. That's why you can only point out one case scenario. But I can only
point to one case that actually cared about black people. The point in pulling up Baltimore was crime ridden. Baltimore was a slumlord. They called it trash. You did not live in Baltimore. And then a brother came and didn't say, hey, cut all the drill music off. The brother said, we gonna call it racism
still violent.
Why did he say, Baltimore has the least violence since 1974, nigga?
I know, but it's still violent. It slowed down, but it's still violent.
I didn't say that there was no violence. But it has the least violence since 1974. It's 2025. That's almost 50 years.
I got a question.
He did it. 1 second. Okay. He did it by not changing what they listened to, not changing what they watched. He changed it by taking responsibility for his city. That's the mayor. If you're the mayor of the city, you're supposed to be in charge of not just where the rich white people live. You're supposed to be in charge where the poor people live. But nobody ever gave a damn about the poor black people, as you and I would both agree. And then this black mayor came and he cared about the poor people. You know why he called it racism? Because he knew think about what you and Sinetta said. You and Sinetta, come on.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. I want to make sure I heard you right. You said no one cared but this Baltimore mayor. You keep saying that. I want to. Okay, I'll pick your mind about it when you're done.
No problem.
Go ahead.
No problem. Think about what you and Sinetta was saying. You and Sinetta saying how the small hats come and conjure up this plan, which I ain't gonna disagree with, to make sure we put out this certain type of music. You don't think that mayor is up there with them white folks and don't know that they got a plan to keep Baltimore like a slum? And instead of giving in to what the white man said, like that bitch ass nigga that listened to that bitch ass nigga that you put in that live, who was that, Busy Bone, one of them Bone Thug niggas? That's a bitch ass nigga because he went with the program. The mayor of Baltimore did not go with the program. The mayor of Baltimore addressed the racism, the lack of opportunities, and the poverty that they was into. And once he cared, gave them access to resources that everybody should have access to, the crime dropped.
Okay.
So I can only, and that's a city. That ain't no nigga's family. That ain't your uncle. That ain't one person. That's the city.
Here go my problem with that argument, Cap. You keep saying that when he fed the people, they behave better. But my whole thing is this. Why you keep
saying feed? I didn't say nothing about no damn feed, man. Don't do that.
This is what I'm telling you, right? You keep saying that the people.
That's disingenuous when you do that.
This is why I do that. You keep using the words poverty and poor to blame on why the people are violent because they are lacking certain resources and that the mayor provided those and it stopped the violence. That's why I'm saying hungry because you brought up the brother
That ain't the only
stealing.
thing that I just said. I brought up
I ain't
single
say it's the
parent
only
homes,
thing.
but that's the only thing you keep
Listen.
saying and
I'm trying to make
my
a point.
minor.
No, you won't let me
51
finish.
years,
You won't let. You
the
gotta let me
lowest
finish, Cap.
records of
You
violence in
gotta let.
51 years,
You
and you
gotta
trying
let.
to make it about food.
You gotta
Be honest
calm
in your
down now,
response.
brother. You gotta let me land
All
like
I'm
I
asking
did
is
for
to
you,
be
Cap.
honest in your response.
But you
That's
ain't
all I'm
even
asking.
letting me respond though. You don't know
You're
where I'm gonna
lying,
go.
though.
You
You're not
jumping the
being
gun.
honest.
All right, y'all. Come on. Captain, it's about that time anyway. So
You gotta let
Sanchez,
me. He didn't let me respond, Sarnetta. That
Yeah,
was
let him
kind of
respond and then I'll
screwed
respond.
up.
go ahead,
Right?
Sanchez.
When you cut a person off it prematurely and then accuse them of lying, that's very dishonest. But I'll give you a pass for that, and I'll say this real quick. And I'm gonna keep my energy the same, right? Respect, man. You using words like poverty, poor. You brought up a scenario where a brother stealing to feed himself. So I'm saying that the Baltimore mayor provided resources. I would say if there are areas where ISUPK at, they should be doing what the Baltimore mayor did in that area to get the same results. Because if you're saying he's the only one cared, you're saying not even your organization care enough like the Baltimore mayor to mimic what he did in y'all area and clean it up tomorrow, because the Hebrews are in Vegas, they in LA, they everywhere, and these are cities that's suffering the same thing Baltimore suffering from. Is what you're saying is true. It should be nothing for everyone else to do what he did and stop it, which is the argument you're making. But apparently no one cared enough but him, and that's why I asked you that before you answered. I wanted you to really think about that. But I'll say this, man. This debate discussion is still not a debate if you ask me, because I think it was good energy. But the whole thing I'll say is this. When we talk about drill rappers, they ain't some poor, starving kids. The average cat in Chicago, LA, they got Jordans on their feet. They got a little jewelry on. It ain't like they the kids in Africa with their ribs out, so they got to go kill and steal from each other. Because if they really wanted to do it to get rich, they'll be like Robin Hood and take from the rich and give to the poor. But they robbing other brothers that look like them in the same situation. So that's my problem with really going with what you saying with the Baltimore argument. But that's why that's not a worldwide thing. But salutes to you, man. I know Sarnetta was trying to get in, so that was my response to your spiel.
All right, Captain, go ahead, your response.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think this is pretty clear. Like you said, it's just a discussion. It's not a
debate
like that. But I think what everybody need to understand, the reason why I keep talking about poverty is because even the Bible says oppression make a wise man mad. You put someone in poverty without parents, drug infested. The reason why I played that PTSD, because that's what these young children are suffering. They're suffering from PTSD. They're suffering from, how do I live? A 7-year-old kid, an 8-year-old kid, a 13-year-old kid. I remember when I was coming up at 11 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, I ain't got nothing to eat. And the cat says, hey, if you take this package up here and just drop it off, I'm gonna give you $25. That shit was like heaven to me. And that's all it takes, because you're in such a poor condition. That ain't hip hop. That's poverty. That's poor. And the drug dealers know exactly how to do that. You know why the drug dealers flash their stuff in it? Because they want to be rappers. Is because they know it entice the youth to do that.
Question, Captain. Be careful, Captain. Be very careful on this right here.
Okay.
Why do the children suffer PTSD, Captain? Can you break that down again?
It's a lot of things, because they don't have a father in the home.
That right there. That's all I need you to answer, brother. You answered it right. You see, remember we had a show and the sisters was on it and we talked about the fathers leaving the home.
Right.
And we talked about how that right there is a heavy responsibility on the woman. But a lot of y'all defended that. Y'all went against that and blamed the women for what's going on in the home. But see, the daddies, they are the ones that lead the home. It's not that the woman puts them out all the time. Sometimes they're weak and they can't handle their responsibility. And so they get the woman pregnant and they jet out and leave that woman to bear with the kids by herself. But go ahead, that's a different topic. But I'm going to
get a shot at it. I'll be quick.
Let me let Captain finish because I cut him off and then go ahead, Sanchez.
No, I was good. No, I was done because I'm gonna get up out of here in a second. So I do
Yeah.
appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. If y'all want to do a part 2 or you got another subject, Sanchez, we ain't got together in a minute. So if you want to get another subject or something like that, just let me know.
Oh, for sure, man. I got some Bible stuff that's more along like nerdy theological stuff. I'm gonna be coming at you with it.
No sweat. I'm down. I'm down for it.
All right. Hey, Sanchez, close us out. And then I'm going to have Captain close us out. Close us out, Sanchez.
PTSD, y'all, is from living in a wartime environment. Captain said a wartime environment is due to poverty. He's right. But hip hop tell a black man in the hood in poverty how to respond to his condition. And that's to sell dope to your auntie. That's to kick down your brother's dope. Right? It don't tell your brother in poverty go to Europe and invade their land. That's what the white man do, which is why I say, you know, a lot of people are in poverty, but their reaction to it ain't self-destruction and to, you know, kill their own. You know what I'm saying? Which is why a lot of our enemies' gangs is racial and ours are like street gangs. But I hear what Captain's saying. I think we agreeing on a lot of stuff if y'all really take this back, which is why I'm glad we labeled it a discussion. I won't be long-winded. I guess I'll stop right there, man. That's appreciate everybody in the chat room on both sides, and to you too, Sonnet. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna say real quick, I'm closing out. Captain, I give this discussion a 1 and 1. I think both of y'all did great. You killed it on the first one with the woman, and I think Sanchez came in and killed it on this hip hop thing. So I look at it as a 1 and 1 thing here. I mean, even Steven, it was a great discussion on both sides. But go ahead, Captain, you can close out.
No, I appreciate it. It was definitely a good discussion. I think we have to stop blaming the children. Hip hop is the child when it comes to the problems that plague Black America. So as a child, of course, the child does a lot of things wrong, and that's what hip hop does. It does a lot of things wrong. But when we talking about the parents, that's the root cause of the problem. If we ain't talking about the church, if we ain't talking about the gangs, if we ain't talking about all of the elements that created this generation of people, this generation in 2025 was created by the parents. And if we just blame the children, you're never going to fix the problem. We have to accept accountability for the actions that we created. So I appreciate Sanchez. Sonetta, as always, that's my man. I always come on this platform. And until next time, shalom.
Peace. All right, peace. Sanchez, we out.
Peace and love.
All right.
All right.
All right.
To the people in my chat room, if y'all would like to call in, then hit the poll. Let your vote be heard. If you would like to call in, y'all have about 3 minutes to get your vote on. So vote right now. Don't leave the show. I'm putting the fate of the show in y'all hand. Y'all got the power right now to extend the show via the poll section. Because if we don't do the voting session now, we'll just come back eventually and recap and do a weigh-in. But if y'all want to stick around and go ahead and do it right now, put your vote in and we can go and kind of knock it out. And y'all can call in and weigh in. I'll just put the link there just for the people that's interested in calling in. And I'll just say this, man. I'm not blaming the children. I'm blaming the industry. Me and Crazy Bone ain't blaming the children. Hip hop ain't the children. It's the small hats. To say that hip hop is the children is wrong because hip hop is the corruption of the youth. The children come here innocent. Once they adopt the drill mindset, the trap mentality, they lose their innocence. So I'm not blaming the child. I'm blaming the parent, right? Because that's what somebody said in the chat room, right? If your child turned out to be, let's say you got a daughter, she turned out to be promiscuous, but you had her listening to like Little Kim and all kind of like Cardi B and etc. I can say you kind of influenced that on them. Now a person may say, well, you should be able to listen to the music and not act it out. And that's to say that hip hop is a lifestyle, but you shouldn't adopt it. You should just kind of be a spectator. And everyone know that ain't the case. When you into hip hop culture, the music don't even sound the same if you ain't living the life. It's one thing to listen to trap music. It's another thing to be from Atlanta, nigga. And to be from goddamn where Jeezy Hood at, from Colley Park. Like, so it ain't like, my thing about rap music, the people in charge of it are promoting the worst of our people as our culture, which is why we defend the toxic things that come with hip hop, right? Because we try to say, well, we got to blame it on poverty. But guess what? Again, hip hop tells a black man how to respond to poverty. You can't just blame it on poverty because it's tribes in Africa doing worse than us and they ain't killing each other up like King Von and all them cats. And like you said, right, most of the people that's in poverty ain't killing each other every day like the drill rappers. The average black man and black person is in poverty. The stats show that, right? But the average black man, black woman just raising a family, working every day, getting by. The few criminals in our neighborhood that's spraying the block up, they try to blame it on poverty when everybody in that hood is in poverty and we ain't shooting the damn block up with AKs.
Can we speak?
So shout out to the people joining the call. Let's start with Southside. You first. Thank you for joining.
No problem, man. What's up, Sanchez? But I think what you saying might be true for like if you want to just fast forward to what's going on now. But if you want to talk about from the very beginning, you know, the hood was the hood before rap. Projects was the projects before rap, and it started off with like people just rapping about what was going on in the hood. You feel me? If it wasn't that stuff already going on in the hood, then shit, they would have never even had that to rap about in the first place.
Can I ask you a question?
What's that?
Just like in the hood, black folks be shooting each other up and all that, we can both agree that, hey, we ain't the only ones kill each other. White folks kill each other and other races do too, correct?
That's correct.
Why we the only race that glorify killing each other in our music? Because when you say that the hood was the hood before music, I'm telling you, you always had black folks to kill each other, black folks to sell drugs to their own people, but it wasn't a common, normal thing like it is today. Like if I meet a dope boy, it's like, okay, that's just another nigga. The average nigga selling dope to his own people. The average white man is selling his drugs to you. So my point is, right, when you say that, okay, black folks always kind of done each other wrong. Even before hip hop, we was kind of genocidal and self-destructive toward our own people. But this music
started
form,
with the projects.
But no, here's what I'm telling you right here, brother. It did start with the projects. This is what I'm telling you. Project mentality wasn't common in black people back in the day before hip hop. I know this, man. Black people was on some real grown-up top hat suit wearing, bougie, uppity. Women wouldn't even wear short dresses. They had dresses way down to their ankles. So I'm telling you, women going outside with cheeks hanging out, tattoos. Women wouldn't even get tattoos like that. What I'm telling you is these personas that we portray today, these were popularized by the industry. And I'm using
I can agree with you on it.
Right. So what I'm telling you is what you called it when you say the ghetto was here before hip hop. it wasn't popularized as something that's common and norm. A black person back then would tell you before hip hop, that don't represent black people, and they would be right. But now
I
in
could
the
agree with that.
but listen, now in the age of hip hop, they won't be right now because hip hop's so popular and it's the quote unquote voice of our culture, and and because we don't control it, they're representing us in a negative, messed up way, even though all of us may not be like Chief Keef or Lil Durk. The whole world, the world gonna see Bro Sanchez like King Von, even though I'm not like that, man, just because of hip hop.
Yeah, I ain't disagreeing with that part. The only part I disagree with is saying like hip hop is the reason why all that stuff started.
Well, I would say this, right? Hip hop is the reason that gang culture started national, because the LA gang,
You see, you speaking specific.
hold on, brother, hold on. Worldwide. Let me go and say worldwide, and I'm finna prove my point, right? Hip hop, because we don't control it. Like, I got a video of, for example, I'm finna play some videos for y'all right now. I wanted to play these during the debate, but I wanted to spare Captain Tazaryach. But I got videos of Captain Tazaryach talking bad about hip hop. I ain't play them during the debate. But you know what, though? I'm gonna show y'all this real quick, right? Because my whole point is this. People want to talk about Sexy Red. Here go a video right now, right? ISUPK, which is Captain Tazaryach them, right? What are they doing on this video? They arguing with a black woman because she's a Sexy Red fan. And the argument that the brother making is that Sexy Red corrupting the little girls. I got a video of Captain Tazaryach saying that our children are listening to these rappers and entertainers more than their parents. But you don't want to blame the rappers and entertainments for knowing that they got a lot of power in their hand when they grab that mic, because old MCs knew that. The old MCs knew that the one who grabbed the mic and moved the crowd got a big responsibility not to mislead his people, not to sell out, because you got the ears, man. That's millions of ears you got, and what you put in them ears, it may ruin some of them kids. Right? So MCs knew me holding this mic is like me holding a gun. I got to be careful how I use this with my people, right? Now, today, people will say, well, you can't blame the rap. Well, the old MCs and the legends would disagree. That's why they held themselves to higher standards with the lyrics, because they knew the young people were listening. And they didn't say, well, tell your, and guess what you would have to say? Well, tell your parent to tell them to stop listening to the music. It's the parent fault for letting them listen to the music. Well, if that's the case, then now we got to eventually blame the musicians that belong to our people if they only make the self-destructive message for their people, because country artists ain't doing, Garth Brooks ain't doing that. Like I said, ain't no other music form where these group of people is directly telling their own people to kill each other, take advantage of each other. We don't love them hoes. They was bringing up the father not being in the household. That's because of hip hop too. Because
but look, though, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right about everything you just said. My only argument is I don't think hip hop started that. Look, now you got rappers who talking about drilling and all this stuff, and they really doing it. But it started off as rappers imitating what was going on in the streets. At first, it was a joke to be a rapper. The dope boys, they frowned upon rappers. Like, if you called them a rapper, they'll be like, hell no, you got me messed up. I'm a
because
real
rappers
dope boy.
were revolutionaries and positive people like Professor Griff and all of your the concept. First of all, it wasn't a rapper. You was an MC, which is why I said you making my argument. Back in the day when rap first started, before the small hats took over, people didn't want to be a rapper because rappers were too positive and corny, right? And what did the Jews do? They started signing real dope boys, real gangsters to go, because they want to promote that. And so as it stands today, guess what? A kid that's getting exposed to the drug culture or gang culture, you got kids in suburban neighborhoods that never had a gang there until drill music became popular. Some of these music genres became popular, and they started imitating. Just like with the syrup sipping in Texas, sipping syrup is a Houston thing, and them niggas be dying left and right on that codeine, overdosing. Guess what? When the sipping, when the chopped and screwed music was popular, children all around the world was ODing on syrup because the Jews gave the Texas rappers a voice to promote that culture to the world. Children who didn't even know what the hell sipping syrup was checking for it in their area now so that they can bump the chopped and screwed music and sip they syrup and feel what the niggas in Houston was feeling.
Nah, you right. The only disagreement I have in specific is the fact that you said hip hop was the cause of certain things. I feel like
Yeah, it
they
is.
did use. I feel like they did use what was going on, and it wasn't going like you said. It wasn't going on as much. It was only like a few times, or wherever they did have the projects, the hoods. I agree with that. I just feel like hip hop simply made it popular. And you could say it got things to the point where it is now at this point. But basically, I was just saying that hip hop didn't start all these problems. It just
It
blew it up and
did.
made it popular.
It did. I'm gonna show you because you don't understanding the argument that I'm making. You making my argument. You misrepresented. The argument that I'm making is this: hip hop is the cause of black on black violence as we know it today. To where, if put it this way, right? When I'm as a rapper, when you talk about killing and murder, a rapper ain't never talking about doing it to another race. Anytime a nigga talking about killing or selling drugs, we know he talking about doing it to another black person. We don't even gotta ask a question. He even tell you, I'm killing niggas and split niggas. He used niggas. I'm doing this to niggas. It wouldn't even sound right if he said, I'm killing Europeans or I'm killing. That don't sound as cool. They made it sound cool to say, yeah, I'm killing niggas. Nigga, like, it got a little sound to it. It got a ring to it. You feel me? And that's what I'm telling you. You don't have a lot of cultures where it's literally cool to be a murderer of your own people, so much so that the niggas with the most bodies even get the most women in a lot of damn cases. And the women know they ain't killing white men. They killing other niggas who ain't got shit just like them.
It's crazy when you talk about that because you.
What Bro Sanchez is saying is absolutely correct. And I've seen where it evolved into exactly what he's talking about.
So you
How it
think,
wasn't like
my
that.
bad, go ahead. I
Let
just had a
me just
question, but
say
you can go
this.
ahead.
And I'm also going to say I applaud you, Brother Sanchez, for even saying the things that you're saying because you're outside of the outside of the box. Okay, you're looking
Appreciate
in
that.
and you're seeing exactly what's going on, even with the women with this music. Look at what the young girls are doing. They have dressed. Okay, they copying off of what they see that the rapper type women are doing when they can see it now on like on internet and things of this nature, even on Love and Hip Hop, all of that, all of the things that's coming from the hip hop, the rap and all of that, it has really caused us to do negative things in the community. The young boys are running around with guns, all type of marijuana. It's marijuana I ain't even never heard of before, but it's coming up off of the rap music and the things of this nature. He is right. I remember
I,
how
I,
it wasn't like it and it just evolved. It's like the rap music, and well, I guess at one time it was hip hop and then it went into rap music. How it evolved into our people being influenced into being negative on their selves. He's correct. I mean, if you didn't come off the time where you could see it happening, you might don't see that that's what happened. But
well,
that's it.
maybe
It's
maybe I
exactly.
misunderstood the
And you know
argument because
what?
I just got one question. I just got one
And
question.
I'm gonna say this whole this gonna be 10 seconds, bro. Don't you know when Crips and Blood spread to London?
Mhm.
London boys don't even call themselves niggas. They call themselves like mate or I forgot what term they use, but it ain't nigga.
Bruv.
Bruv, thank you. It's bruv. That's right. And guess what now? The moment the gang culture spread it over there, they don't say I'm out here killing bruvs. They say I'm killing niggas because they don't do the G's do it. Is that them? but
Even the white boys
And
subvert
yeah,
Sanchez, I
people.
want to say this too. Rap music is so powerful that even white people, Spanish people, Chinese people are calling each other's niggas now.
right.
Like it's not
I
nothing.
ain't
Just like,
disagreeing with
and
nothing
that's
y'all
like,
saying.
wait a minute, baby, and that's psychological.
I
How
I
come
agree with
it's
everything y'all
okay
saying.
for
Can
And
I
what
ask
now
my question
a
though?
white
but
person?
what
Excuse
we're
me. Can I
yeah,
finish?
sure
So,
can,
because
sis.
I want y'all to elaborate, because I'm gonna get off, so the men could talk. But
Take your
what I'm
time.
saying is, it's so deep that I even had to ask Rod Hayes one day, psychologically, what would make a white person call themselves a nigga? And it's okay with them. Now, it's not okay for us, for a white person to call us a nigga, even though we call each other niggas now. But in my time, it wasn't okay for you to call each other a nigga. You're going to get beat up by the other black person. But now the rap music has made it like it's okay. And I'm going to ask you, brother, psychologically, what do you think is wrong with the mind, okay, that a white person would call their own selves nigga, or a
It's it's
Chinese
it's
person?
it's the same reason that women call themselves bitch. It's
I
because
knew you could say
you
that.
when a person is being told that there's something a derogatory word for so long, because the word nigga is a derivation of the word naga. Now, if they say naga or negra, that ain't disrespectful. We are naga, we are negra, but nigga is the enemy's sort of way of
Mhm.
desecrating your original word. So when people say, well, nigga is who we really are, that's only half truth. You know what I'm saying? It's a disrespectful word to, because it's hiding naga. If you go into the history of that, then you get a pass. But I'll say this: when a white person used the word nigga, it ain't.
Mhm.
It's always in a hip hop setting, because listen, they tell us that hip hop is black people's culture, but here's the kicker: it's a music genre of people's culture, because that's like saying that well, this dude that I just met, he's a reggae dude versus he's a Jamaican dude, because
Mhm.
reggae is just a music genre in Jamaica. You can't say reggae is the Jamaican's culture. You can say it's a music genre that exists within his culture, and it don't represent everyone in Jamaica, because there may be some people that don't like reggae. So my thing is, they use hip hop as a music genre to represent black people's culture, and they portray the worst image through those rappers to represent what we are to the world.
And
Y'all
not
been
only that,
speaking nothing
Bro
but facts.
Sanchez, not only
Yeah,
that,
I
do
ain't
you know
even
we
going against none of
applaud?
that.
Wait a minute, we applaud our little girls for twerking. Have you ever noticed that grown people are acting like get it, girl, and then the hip hop make the little boys be fresh with the girls too, and the men. I'm not saying all, better be careful with me saying that. A lot of men applaud their sons for being disrespectful, for saying the things that they hear on the rap music, like it's cute and all this here kind of stuff. You know what I mean? What they saying to little girls, and little girls twerking all in front of them and all this here kind of stuff. That little booties is hanging out. Like it's not nothing. Like it's okay to do. And like Bro Sanchez said, the influencer is the music. The influencer is the music, and we have to admit it.
Nah, y'all
We
right.
And,
Cause
Now,
and,
BET,
now
nah,
you
y'all
now you
right.
getting to the point. Can I just ask this, please? I've been
yeah, go
begging
ahead.
to
Yeah,
ask
my
this one
bad. You've
question
been holding that question, bro.
quiet.
Go ahead.
I'm
because
quiet.
I ain't disagreeing with nothing y'all saying. Like I don't know if she think I'm arguing with you or something, but my only one topic that I'm sticking to is this question right here. So you mean to tell me like before hip hop, it was all peaceful, everybody,
Let me
all black
answer
people
that.
was just holding
Let,
hands, no
let,
drug dealing, no nothing.
let me answer that. Before hip hop, right? Let's go all the way back to Jim Crow. Let's do this history lesson, because this gonna keep coming up. So let's go ahead and let's not be lazy. Let's go down this road. Let's go to Jim Crow. Let's go to the fuck that. Let's go to the plantation, and I'll skip and I'll come to Jim Crow, right? In the plantation, you had black folks killing black folks, but it was very, very rare. And if you did it, the black man that killed the other black slave was really looked bad upon by the rest of the slaves. He was looked at like a traitor. Like, nigga, you killing our people while we at war with this white man? What the hell you doing? We can't be fighting each other while these folks throwing our babies to alligators and shit. So I'm finna walk you through the history. Let's go to Jim Crow. You had black people killing each other, but it was looked down upon because we at war with the white man. Nigga, what you doing? That's like me trying to fight my brother while we about to get jumped by a whole nother family. You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing is this. We never looked at that as smart as something to glorify until later on. Now we passed Jim Crow. Let's go up into the hip hop in the 90s. This is now a black person killing another black person is like, okay, nigga, niggas die every day. Remember Cameron reaction on Paid in Full? That's because of hip hop. It was not, it is, if a nigga say a black man got shot yesterday, I'ma keep eating my food. It ain't like, bro, that's like stepping on a fly. That happens all the time. And it's so normalized. Why? Because of hip hop. I just walked you through the history. It was never seen normal to be spraying niggas and Dracos, and I shot the block up right back in the day when we was on plantations, Jim Crow. All the black people would have looked at you like a problem. Like, bro, not only is the white man killing us and burning crosses in our neighborhoods, he coming through doing drive-bys and shit too. Right? It would have been so out of place then. Right now, it's normalized that niggas should kill niggas. In fact, if niggas don't kill niggas, it'll be like, what the hell wrong? Some are seen weird about the world.
Okay, I understand what I understand where you was getting at now. So it really ain't no argument because I agree with everything you're saying. Basically, you saying that hip hop made it cool. Hip hop glamorized it. Hip hop made it worldwide.
I'm saying hip hop is the call. No, hold on. Let me answer the brother. I'm not only saying that, brother. I'm doubling down and saying hip hop is the direct cause of the mentality that gives an incentive for me to go out there and hurt my own. Without hip hop, there would be nothing else that give me a pat on the back to do that. Hip hop, the only thing that's what I'm telling you. That hip hop is the origination of that. It created that.
Okay, hey, I throw in the flag.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez, did you
salute, brother.
About private prisons? About how they had that conversation with Crazy Bone. I know you ain't get to play it all, but he was mentioning on there. I know Crazy Bone. I'm from Cleveland and shit like that. We don't live far from each other. I was on his podcast and shit back in the day, but yeah, he mentioned on there about how they had that meeting and he was there at that meeting and they were talking about they see these people. They own the private prisons.
Yep.
That's what it is. It was the fill up. That's what I was wondering if you mentioned when you was on your discussion with
see, I put up I'm gonna tell you and I'm gonna pass you the mic back because I'm glad you brought that back up, Saint Malachi.
No doubt,
I brought up Crazy Bone, right? Because I'm glad you because Crazy Bone gets so much respect. Think about it. Captain Tazaryach defending gangster rappers, drill rappers. He said that ain't the cause, but yet he disrespected Crazy Bone when Crazy Bone never promoted nothing but probably hitting a blunt. That's but besides that, you see, yeah. And my thing is like, when the brother
look, I want to say this. Sanchez,
and
then he came with some the Bone Thugs and Harmony came after they came with the Art of War. And that was even kind of underground, but then, warrior type shit, but like for positive. But then after they came with that, they started coming with nothing but Jesus music.
I miss my Uncle Charles, y'all.
Come on now.
And the reason why they did that is because they wasn't going with that. They wasn't no bitch ass motherfuckers. They wasn't going with it. The Eazy-E died. And you know what I'm saying? And they made that East 99 Eternal. And then they made the first one before. And then they made the first one before that, which was it's the crazy, what they say, it's the Thuggish Ruggish Bone.
Yeah.
So and then they had another one before that. The
Come on, bro. Bro, I don't understand how you hear Crossroads and just on like Bone and disrespectful. How are you hip to the culture? We having a hip hop debate. In my mind, if you don't like Bone, what you know about hip hop, nigga?
Because they started off spiritual and conscious.
I think he was trying to say that Crazy Bone stayed in the meeting. You know what I'm saying? And then he went with it because he stayed in the meeting. That's what he was trying to say.
And look, and guess what
He
they
didn't know
call
that. He
that?
didn't know that.
Infiltrate. That's infiltration. That's infiltrate. Ain't that's
Exactly.
called
He a
the spook
whistleblower.
who sat by the door. Shout out me, myself, and Marlon
Yes, sir.
and all the people. John, who we got? T. Wriggles. What's good, brother? Let me
Long
go down
time
my
no debate. Yes, sir. Steve.
Wisdom,
Fire
Terrence.
debate.
Yeah, shout
Yes,
out
sir.
to
And shout out to the
Demi,
panel and everybody. For
Seafood,
sure.
man, everybody on the panel.
Hey man, shout out to
love,
everyone,
peace,
man.
and power
Shout
to
out to
everybody.
everyone. Shout out to
Let me just
everyone.
say
Look,
this.
I wrote down
Hey,
some
Wriggles.
things. I wrote down some
Wriggles.
things,
All right.
right?
Hey, I'm going off the top of the mind. Since you wrote it
Hey,
down, let me
look,
go first.
before y'all
go
do
ahead,
that, y'all mind if I do this little dagger? It's like 30 seconds. It's
No,
really, and it's a sound clip. Watch this. Listen, y'all. This is Captain Tazaryach video on hip hop right here. Listen.
You want to know why our walls are falling? Because we look at entertainers. Commander Jenny and Hunter go out there and say, we shouldn't smoke weed. Y'all will fight them on it. But if a celebrity was to say it, y'all might listen to it. Because celebrities are who everybody listens to.
Now, if celebrities, rappers, entertainers, all that is who the kids and everybody listen to, don't they got a lot of responsibility to be careful what the hell they say?
They absolutely do. And that's the whole point. Because they know whoever controls these images controls the minds. Exactly. That's a slaughter point. And like you was just pointing out, and what was it? Saint Malachi was pointing out, yo, this is actual war. This is spiritual and physical war in real time. They know that this is going to cause our next generations to slaughter each other off via the images and the artwork, which is not a you're not touching the you're not touching what's inside the TV. You're not touching those images, but it's affecting you tangibly in your own community. And they know that that's a tactic in this spiritual and physical warfare, right? So, but that goes back so far. We have to go into the etymology of what hip and hop is. And that's where I was going to go down the rabbit hole, right? Because it literally describes what a African is. It describes the hip, and the hop is the actual curly part of the actual hair. And then I forget what the hop is, but when you look up the eddy of that junk, it goes crazy deep down the rabbit hole, right? Now, here's the thing. The people that are running this are the same people that they worship in the Bible, or the same people that slaughtered Christ, allegedly, right? Or when we go deep down that rabbit hole. So that conversation is crazy deep that y'all just had. But I just wanted to throw it out my 2 cents. You know, that's all I got. But yeah, y'all can build on whatever y'all building. But shout out to everybody for sure.
I ain't gonna lie, yeah. Somebody said you should have played this clip during a debate. I thought that the debate was gonna be longer, so I was kind of shocked when Sarnetta started kind of wrapping it up. But what I will say is, I probably you know how you like to hold your daggers to like the end to see what your opponent got. And now I kind of wish I would have led with this clip, but it's all good because I mean, we'll be beat again. And this clip
it's a fight. You got to feel your opponent out for a second, and then you go to work.
Yes, so
and Bro Sanchez, thank you for always being fair to the ladies, because they're kind of hard on us.
Oh no, we got to have y'all to balance off the energy for real. We gotta have because these people like to bring up like the over sexualization of women, the sexy reds. Like this interview here is the ISUPK going in on sexy red, and I'm like, if rap ain't the cause of none of this, then why y'all mad at sexy red? It's like they be double talking, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, listen,
Can I try
wait a minute, because I'm going to get off. Bro Sanchez, I tried to email you earlier, but the email that I'm emailing you on, I don't think it's the correct one. I don't know if you give out your email address.
Oh yeah, it's talktoBroSanchez@gmail.com.
Okay, talktoBroSanchez@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Oh, and hip, let me just throw out, hip means to be informed, or it means like a seed pod. Also, of course, your hip on your body. But when you put those together with hip and hop means the actual curl or the kink of the hair. That's what the term comes from. So that's why they call it hip and hop. But yeah, y'all got it.
You should have fact checked him on that when he said about Baltimore, Sanchez. He was talking. He screamed it when he said it too.
Right.
It ain't dangerous since 1974. Like, man,
No, it's a lie.
Baltimore is the second most dangerous city in the world right now.
Exactly.
Oh man, bro.
Should have fact checked him on that.
And look, and bro, I should have, cause that was his whole argument for
That
the
was his
debate.
whole thing. That was
Damn, bro.
I wanted to tell you somehow. I'm like, damn.
God damn. You right,
Yeah.
Saint Malachi. Damn. That's two things that I slipped on.
All over the world.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, rapping is so strong that it has influenced the entire world. The entire world is
That's
influenced
fucking
by
crazy.
rap music.
And he said Baltimore is a slum lord. What does he mean by that? What do you mean by Baltimore is a slum lord? A slumlord is a lawyer, is a landlord.
Is a real estate person that don't wanna raise the price on poor folks and drop them on the rich. That's a slumlord. So he didn't even know what a slumlord. Well, I heard him misuse the word slumlord.
You spared him though.
Sanchez, do you think that rap music has influenced the entire world, no matter what your race is? That it has also caused other races to do negative things as well, like killing and all kinds of stuff as well? Because I mean, everybody copies off the mainly the Black American.
Because the thing about rap music, what I don't get is, rap music is popular, and I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it. I look at rap music like a social engineering experiment, it's like a psychological operation against a certain group of people. And the psychological operation is to see if you can make that group of people self-destructive, if you can make them internally self-destruct via a music genre or a music form that can drive a message into those people that the oppressor couldn't do directly, right?
You know what's crazy?
So I feel like if a person ran that psychological operation on Black people in the 90s and it was successful, which it was, then other governments would look at that and say, hey, hip hop worked on Black people. Let's give that to our undesirables. Let's give our Black folks in London or wherever the oppressor at. He's saying, hey, you heard what the white people did to the niggas in America with rap music? Oh, it worked. Yeah, it worked. And he said, okay, I'm gonna bring hip hop over here to my undesirables, and then he see, okay, it works on them. Now I got me a prison pipeline system in London. They talking like the Black dude in America, acting like him, because Black folks will say, well, we influence the world to do everything. We forget one word. We influence the world to do everything wrong.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me on the panel. Y'all have a good night and be safe.
It worked on me, Sanchez.
Hey, Sister Rita, anytime. Appreciate you.
Shit, man. I ended up doing 5.5 years because of that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I knew all the lyrics to On Top of the World, 8 Ball and MJG. I was like, 15, 16, something like that, in and out of the juvie joint, all because of rap, all because of listening to rap. Menace to Society with MC8 and all that shit. Just listening to this shit, you know what I'm saying? Really wanting to be a guy, and then watching gangster movies. So look, man, I damn near killed this dude. I got attempted murder. You know what I'm saying? I beat him to death damn near. I robbed him, took his truck, and then went to try to go pick up my girl, but she was scared. But the whole time I was just singing in my head, the devil made me do it. And I was just rapping that song. I had blood all over me. And I just kept rapping that song, the devil made me do it. And that was from 8 Ball and MJG. And what?
And let me say one thing, brother. And before we move on, let me give a shout out to everyone who's sending in super chats before we go any further. I want to acknowledge y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hydrogen and shout out to Astro 40K who says, and I'm gonna read all of them real quick. Sorry about that. He says, Cap need explain why kids who grew up with parents and wasn't starving still wanted to be thugs and shoot. Maybe the music. Let me tell you something about this super chat right here, right? There are kids that I know for a fact had good parents, good household, good support system, and still crashed the fuck out, not because they parents didn't tell them right, but because rap music told them wrong. They wasn't listening to mama. Them niggas was listening to Project Pat. Them niggas was listening to Crunchy Black. So listen what I'm telling you, right? That's my point right there when they try to kick the can to the parents, when they try to blame it on other shit. No, let's blame it on the fact that the racism coming into a psychological attack on black people through sound, which is music. Because we don't create the music that we consume, just like we don't create the food that we consume. Therefore, they poison us through all of these forms of consumption. So if a person say my food made me behave unnaturally because I ate this, I behaved that way, well, your music is a form of your diet and consumption too. Consuming the wrong kind of music can make you act unnatural and weird. Think about this, right? Right. No one throughout this whole debate gave me what I asked for. Y'all noticed that? And I asked them for another music form that's like hip hop, where those people glorify killing each other, stealing from each other, robbing each other, setting each other up, scamming each other. You name all the vices. I give them to you. See, you can't do it. That's a mic drop right there. When you can't give me that, the debate is over there. But I'm going to fall back and I'm going to let Marlon, shout out to the brother Marlon. Listen, Marlon, let me read some more of these, man. That brother came with a good super chat. He said, the good kids even want to be thugs because hip hop tell them if you didn't get it out the mud, you ain't shit. So you'll have a black kid with a good daddy, good mama, and he'll be in a nice neighborhood with his parents doing good, move them out the hood, but he will hang out in the projects every day. Why? Because he want to prove himself, because hip-hop telling the black man, nigga, you got it too good. You over there with a silver spoon. You got a mom and a daddy, so you will have the good kids in the projects trying to get in the gangs, because we living up to what the rappers say. You see what I'm saying? So shout out to that. Then Marlon said the system never supported, shout out to Marlon, he said the system never supported the whole black families in poverty. The music industry is J-owned. It promotes violent content, and the private prisons is J-owned. There's a connection. It's undeniable in my humble opinion. In mine too, Marlon, much love and respect, and prepare for the microphone. I only got like a few more super chats to read. The next one from Astro 40K, he said, bro, was Cap even listening? Hebrews don't listen when you debate them. They just listen to respond. Shout out to Just My 4 Cents. He said, a mother driving down the road blasting Sexy Red, fuck my baby daddy, with 3 young girls in the back seat. Okay, Captain. Now that is a good super chat right there, Just My 4 Cents. That is a dagger, you know, because when Cap say hip hop ain't the problem, remember the problem is a mindset, and this is the catalyst that gives us that mindset. So let me shout out to Astro 40K once again. Appreciate you. He said, I don't see how Cap making poverty the main thing. Me neither. When me and my homies was in the hood and in poverty, we was sharing like a motherfucker. I don't know about y'all, but violence wasn't the first thought unto hip hop. Man, that is big facts. Let me show you how big facts that is. I worked at a homeless shelter, and the niggas that was homeless was less violent than King Von, than Chief Keef, and all these niggas. Yo Gotti, look, Young Dolph dead. Every other week, another rapper dying from violence against their own people. And guess what? They want to blame that on poverty. When we talk about music, the people that's dying, these drill rappers got money. And guess what? Sarnetta made that argument. I got to give him props on that. So my thing is this. If he want to blame it all on poverty, then the homeless shelter should look like O Block. But it don't. So the homeless folks sharing with each other and shit, hey man, they're giving food out, don't miss it. The niggas on the block is shooting your house up with your mama in it, with your children in it, and dissing the dead when you die. They shooting your funeral up, nigga. So, but let me say this. The next super chat, Marlon Wells, appreciate you once again, good brother. He said, colors. Yeah, Ice-T colors, bars in the hood. Captain kept saying, if you gonna blame music, you need to blame the movies. But guess what else he said in a debate? Black man learned the mafia image from the movies, from Scarface, not music. Hey, Cap, you just said we can't blame the movies because we can't blame the music, but you just blame the movies. And that's why I kept telling him we can blame them both. He kept saying, if you blame the music, Sanchez, you got to blame the movies. He got a whole clip where he's saying that. And I'm saying, duh, yeah, I blame both of them, bro. You see what I'm saying? So, Net Super Chat says that Astro 40K, once again, I ain't never seen a flounder get fried like this in a minute. Nothing but facts, Sanchez. Good look, bro. He said that liquor kicking in, I know who lost. You know, Captain drinks during every debate. I do smoke a little some. I drink my stuff, you know, in moderation. But look, when I'm debating, I let that be my victory blunt, my victory beer, because I know I'm going to tear some Hebrew asses up. So I don't celebrate first, Captain.
Hard, nigga.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to my brother, Information Man Show. Hey, salutes to Information Man. Listen, Information Man. You doing good work over there with Omar Johnson. You and Lennon Honor are the top brothers on that conversation. They got to start put some respect on your name with this Omar thing as well, brother, because you and Lennon Honor, y'all gonna stay on his head. Appreciate you, brother. And shout out to Now We Are Wise. Oh, Now We Rise. Shout out to you. He said, this is Montana on your panel. Great work. Montana, salutes to you, man. Let me know when you want to get on the mic. I see you, man, on the panel. Appreciate the love. I'm going to pass it to you, Marlon. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, yeah. So I don't want to totally throw away the biggest weapon they have against us is our financial state, though. You know, that's what that's where the vulnerability came from. But the rap game, it just changed. Because when it first, remember, what was that? That first album, Sugar Hill, was it? Sugar Hill, or
that was it.
That was it. That was the one. Yeah, when that
let me
first
take
came
a
out,
guess. Was it called Rapper's Delight? I'm just
Rapper's
guessing.
Delight.
There we go.
That's the one. Rapper's Delight. So it was positive rap, and then it was also there wasn't really that, you know, that gangster rap. Run DMC, they wasn't gangsters. It was about the music, you know. And then as it got more complex, they decided to promote more the violent stuff. Then they started making violent movies, you know. So their role models, you know, were not there, you know, as far as on the positive side from the rappers. And back in that day, I just stopped listening to rap pretty much because it all sounded the same. It got boring to me. I went into reggae, and I was in reggae to this day. That's my 99% is really reggae. And, you know, but you can't totally dismiss the poverty part of it. Because you brought up Jim Crow and all of that.
That's big facts. We can't.
And I lived on, you know, I went to Texas, Detroit. You know, I went across the country as a kid, and I seen the other side of, you know, because out here in Cali, out here is way more diversified. When you go back east, you kind of see which side you need to be on and what areas you don't go to. And then when I came back, it was like, I want to say mid 70s, like 76. And then into the 80s is when that stuff started. I was a little kid and I was like, wait a minute, the gang you fighting, they black. And they looked at me like, yeah, and I was like, well, wait a minute though, they black. But other people ain't been out of this element, so they just copy what's around them, what they see. And then the images, everything that they created, like Boys in the Hood, those uh what was the other one?
Menace to
You
society.
know, Colors, Minister Society, you
New
know,
Jack City.
And
New
you
J
know what's
City,
crazy?
and then you
I'm
got the
glad
rappers
you.
that
Yeah, go ahead, talk about it. Yeah.
the rappers that came out then, like you got Tupac, him getting shot, and then Biggie gets shot, and they just, it almost seemed like they were set up to keep that attitude of aggression going, like gun violence. You know what I mean? It just was everywhere. And then, but
Yeah.
I had no interest in it because it was like, that's my people. Either way
Hey,
it go, all I ever saw, I didn't see red and blue. I just saw black people.
hey,
And I
Marlon,
just,
if you don't mind, I just want to say when you said we can't totally dismiss the poverty part, I'm glad you brought that up because throughout the debate, I never dismissed the poverty part. I just kept telling him hip hop tells a black man how to respond to poverty. See
right.
what I'm
But there
saying? That's
was,
important.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I agree wholeheartedly with that. Because I know that was a big contribution to the, prison to pipeline system. That's going on. That there's a system against us. Like my sister was born without civil rights. I was a few years after her. So what people don't realize is like the generation that didn't have civil rights is still right here among us. You know what I'm saying? So they also geared the system to keep our families, our actual families broke up. Now people don't consider what was going on at that time because we was in poverty, but when you got a woman pregnant, they would help the mother and children. But if the father was in the house, they wouldn't. You see what I'm saying? And this didn't matter whether he committed a crime or not. So a lot of times he had to get out the way so his family could get what they need. And this was the real system we was under. That's called welfare.
Big facts.
They'll
Reconstruction. Yep.
Yeah, they'll take care of the mother and child. So this automatically broke families up. It wasn't that the father wasn't there because he didn't want to be. He was there because he wanted his kids to eat. He got out the way so his kids could eat. And they don't really talk about that much, you know. And
But I'm gonna tell you
one of the
what they don't they say what a black man wasn't there because the one you saying what a black man left the house because the woman was on government assistance and the reason he left because he wanted his family to eat. Am I hearing that right?
Yep, done a lot of cases. That's
But
what it was.
you
So
gotta
wait,
realize
wait,
this
wait.
though, Mark. Okay, well go ahead, go ahead.
Let me
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
let me land my
Cause
plane
I gotta
because it
give you a
wasn't
little
just
pushback. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. You can. It wasn't just about that because you're gonna tell me that he had equal opportunity to employment to the American dream? No,
No,
not right
that
after
ain't
getting
what I'm gonna
out
tell you.
50.
This what I'm gonna tell
Well,
you,
no,
right?
no, no. I'm not. I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
saying. I'm almost there. But what I'm saying is they didn't always have that equal opportunity to employment, to the pursuit of happiness, right? They go in, apply for the job, and they don't get them. But the meanwhile, they don't still make kids in the family, and they got to eat. So they out looking, just like when you seen that movie with what was that?
Can
Will
I
Smith on the struggle bus.
pursue the
In
happiness, pursue the
Pursuit
happiness.
of
But
Happiness.
let me bring
Yeah,
up
they don't.
something real quick. See, you say the black man left the house because his woman and kids was on government assistance and he didn't want to mess that up. But what
No,
about
that was
this?
true.
Hold on. The black women say the black man left the house to go make other families in other situations. And in most cases, you will see that there's proof of that. that when the black man was leaving the house, he was going to another house and another house and another damn
Oh, then I
house.
ain't say that
You
didn't.
know what
I
I'm
ain't say that
saying?
didn't happen, but
So,
I wouldn't say that that was the majority. Because why would you
that
set
was
up
the
the system?
majority of what was happening, man. Let me tell you something. That's
Why
even
would
what's
the
happening
system
right
do it?
now, though. That's even what's
No, wait a minute,
happening.
wait a minute. If you working, because you right now you got working for people right now, working full-time jobs and can't keep a roof over their head.
Yeah,
Okay,
let
full
me
time.
explain something. Let me
So
explain something to
so
you, though.
section 8, not the welfare system also provides housing for the family. Okay, so I mean it's different now, but no, but that's still in effect right now. So all I'm saying is that the system was set up and still is in some cases to keep families separated. That
Well,
father
but
out of the
only,
house
but
then
you know what? Like I
the
said, though, if the
it
man,
wasn't
listen,
always
if the man is the leader, then he led himself into a trap that the system set, which is why I say maybe that goes to the other argument me and Cap was having about men leading, because these same men will tell you men left the household because what the system did. Men want to be leaders, but y'all keep being victims of the damn system too. So my thing, as a man, I can't let us be leaders and victims at the same time. As a man, I'm gonna make us pick one of them motherfuckers and stand on it, because we keep double talking and giving mixed signals to these to everybody in these communities. Because my thing is this: man want an excuse for why he failed to the system and the white man, right? Which is just another man that bleed and put his drawers on just like you, right? So the black man gotta have an excuse for that. And that's, oppression. The
I'm
white
not trying
man
to
got
make
it.
it. No, I'm just saying that these are elements. They all play a part.
These ain't
They're
just
not just,
excuses, they're realities. I'm with you.
yeah,
They
they,
do
they,
exist. Yeah.
they do exist. That's all I'm saying. There's all kind of elements that go into this, right? So what you got is that want to be included rather because other cultures they do business with each other. That's why other cultures don't have the problems and the divisions that we have. Our divisions are our divides are wider than theirs. And now they promoted conflict as another divide. So even harder for us to get together. How many of us do go into business together? How many of us seek a solution and find a solution and then share it with the rest of our people? No, we floss on the rest of our people, which makes them angry and jealous when we floss them, and that's even more static. That's another element. So, but we was when we was in Jim Crow, we was more together when we was in that state. Then
Hey, I agree with that.
we wanted
Hey,
to desegregate, and that was a further divide. Instead of looking to integrate,
yeah.
we should have been looking to build our own towns. When we did build our own towns, they burnt them down or drowned them out with a dam. A lot
Yeah.
of people don't remember all of that.
Oh yeah,
It's whole
I
cities
wouldn't
underwater.
argue. I wouldn't argue that, and I want to give you props for all that knowledge, OG. Let me do one thing, Marlon. Uh, good, good bill, man. They get to hear both of our perspectives, and this ain't a debate; it's just a discussion. Everybody already know. Marlon is the fam. Hey, Marlon, let me see if anyone else, trying to grab in, and we'll come back around real quick to you if you got anything else to interject.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
always got a lot to
for
interject, but
sure.
yeah, I ain't
Yeah,
trying
for
to
sure.
hog the mic for sure. I
No,
just
no
want to,
problem.
people to look at reparations got to come from us. You know what I'm
Shout
saying?
out to
Like
them.
we got to repair ourselves as far as a unit because all these other you got a Chinatown in all this in every city. You got other cultures that know that economically together they stronger. We work still as individuals. We got individual jobs working for somebody else. How many of us go into it with the mindset to have our own car dealership, our own, restaurants and stores and stuff like that? That was more prevalent than you think before what is it before integration, desegregation.
I just want to say salutes to the chat room. The floor is now open. Appreciate Marlon for that. And to everyone, I want to say who supported the show. Appreciate y'all. Much love to my Patreons, the channel members. I want to drop a bomb for the support. Keep it coming. We're going to extend the show for more callers. Much love. Who was next? I think it was Brother Jacob.
Yeah,
he had
Brother
his
Jacob.
hand. Yeah, salutes to Brother Jacob. Yeah.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, Sirski.
Oh, I've been up here for the minute. I was like, maybe they don't hear me. I was like, what in the world is going on? But like, big shout outs to T, because I think she was the one who said, or he, that they would let me speak. But what I wanted to say is, and I think you did a great job, Brother Sanchez. I've seen you debating Captain Tazaryach before. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But I want to speak about tonight's debate. The reason why he said what he said when he was like, you can't blame hip hop, it's because he can't deviate away from his doctrine. His doctrine teaches that everything that happens to the Israelites is due to them
Yep.
disobeying, and the white man is the reason for it. So if he was to say that, oh, this is something we got to be held accountable for, it would deviate away from that curses thing. So when you talking to people like him, he always have to stick to the script.
Man, I didn't think about that, Brother Jacob. That's it, man. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was. He's still I deal with that dude. I've dealt with him before. And by the way, he's very afraid of me. If you ever mention the name Golden Swords, he's gonna make up every excuse and every reason. I got that dude. I got his number, Brother Sanchez. He knows out of everybody on these social media apps, all of this internet stuff, he know not to ever try to challenge me. I got videos, Brother Sanchez, on my YouTube channel. I've gotten this dude cut so many times, and I be getting him cut in like under 1 minute. But anyway, I also feel like we shouldn't say hip hop is the reason, because hip hop itself is an art form. Art imitates life. But what we should say is, and I'm just making a suggestion.
Quick question. Quick. I know where you're going, but I'm finna save you. We could have said what you said. I'll say some people say before the 90s. I'm gonna be safe and say before the 80s, right? You say hip hop is an art form. It used to be. It's an industry now. And the industry is taking human beings and turning them into walking billboards for Rolex, Nike, Rolls Royce, a certain lifestyle, a mindset that they want you to have. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and that is true, because you have two aspects. It's two sides to every coin. So you have commercial hip hop. That's what you I believe you was saying, the industry.
No, I'm referring to industrialized hip hop. So you got non-commercial artists who still are in the industry.
Well, it's two sides to, all right, you got what you're saying is true, but you have like the industry, people who try to make all of their music and they want to be, up to par with the latest trends and whatever. And then you have like independent artists like me. I listen to a lot of independent.
And I'm agreeing that the powers that be control, they don't control the music, they control the music industry.
Oh, definitely. They definitely control that, because they control what's played on the airwave and everything.
So now let me ask you a quick question then, because I'm gonna let you cook. Based on that, right? Is it safe to say that hip hop as we know it today equals the music industry versus the art form?
does hip hop as we know it today equals the music industry versus the art form? I feel like you can either sell out or you can be what they call someone like KRS-One and make rebel music. I feel like at the end of the day, choices will always present itself. Like I feel like this universe will never
I
force
got another
anything.
question.
Yeah.
And I swear I'm gonna let you cook. What
Yeah.
sells more? Cigarettes or cigarette patches to stop smoking?
I would say cigarettes.
Now watch this. The people who sell the cigarettes, they sell the patches to help you stop smoking too, because they want to make money either way you go. So if you say I don't want to smoke, they make money. If you say I do want to smoke, they make money. That's called a monopoly. Let me show you how the music industry work, right? If a person say I don't like that sexy red stuff, then that same label will give you a Lauryn Hill. See, the thing what people don't realize, your conscious artist was on Universal just like the Hot Boys. They got the dope boy and the conscious rapping backpack nigga on the same label. They don't care if you buy the cigarettes or the patch, they gonna get paid. But like again, I asked you a question though, do the cigarettes sell more or the patch? Just like in rap music. The bullshit sell more than the conscious rapper. So yeah, the label will give you the positive rapper and the Yo Gottis, but guess what? They spend the most money promoting the most. Just like the cigarette companies own the get off the patches and they own the cigarettes, but they spend most of their money marketing the commercials to get you hooked to the cigarette, not to get the patch that they also own. They got it if you want it, but they pushing the cigarette just like the label pushing the dope boy rapper, not the backpacker. But he got it if you want it. But that nigga never sell like Jay-Z.
Hey, that's 100% true. I agree with all of that, and I don't want to hog the mic too long. I just want to say that like the universe itself, everything, yin and yang. Like you need a certain amount of negativity to balance out the positivity. It's like at the end of the day, I like some of the aggressive music and I like some of the peaceful music because, like you said, I was listening to everything that you were saying. You were saying that if black people stopped killing each other, it wouldn't even seem normal. If I woke up tomorrow and this world was all peaches and cream, I would think something was wrong. Maybe they put a drug in.
But it used to be like that though. See what you saying right now? The world was more peaches and cream before it was more violent and war. We think the world we see today is the norm, but it's actually the unnatural. We're born in an unnatural world. Before what we living in today was normal, like we said about black folks killing each other, there was a time where it was a shock if you killed your brother. It was a shock, like damn. Look, I'm gonna show you how deep it go. There was a time in LA where it was shocking for a Crip to kill another Crip. Now Crips kill each other all the time. I'm just saying. So I'm just to your point, like normal, just cause we see it every day don't make it normal. It just make it prevalent. But my bad, you can land your plane.
Yeah, I'm gonna land right here, but I'm gonna just land right here. I'm gonna just listen, but I was wondering, like, I had left a comment on the bottom of one of your videos. I think it's the last one you did. You was debating Tazaryach, and I was like, I would love to come up on your panel, and we can actually, if you wouldn't mind and would allow me to, if we could actually talk about the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, because I have a lot of things that I can show people.
Oh yeah.
And that would be like something like all of that stuff they be saying. I know how to debunk and refute all of that stuff. Like I'm just putting it out there if that's something like you wouldn't mind doing. So
yeah, man, listen, when it comes to the theology stuff, what the Hebrews ain't got introduced from Bro Sanchez yet, because I'm crawling for our walk. I'm going to have plenty more sit-downs with Capt. I'm going to hit something that up because I ain't even hollered at him about this Gnosticism. When I go into
I gotta watch this video
Gnosticism and
that you
all
just
that,
did.
bro, I'm
You did a
finna
video.
really,
I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch that tonight. You got a recent video. It's like
yeah.
2 hours or something.
Ain't no Gnostic never debated the Hebrews. See, they don't even know about this Gnostic side of this flat power thing. And when that's gonna be the next step, though. You know what I'm saying?
And yo, I got you, my nigga. I promise you. Because Hebrew Israelites are on white people ain't got no salvation or they can't get to heaven. And then they switched it up where they gonna get to heaven, but they gonna be our slaves. And it's like, nah, I got scriptures that show that they were told to go preach this shit that, preach the gospel to everybody, right? And then when they preached it to the small hats that were the synagogue of Satan, they were told Barnabas and Saul, right? Or Paul, right? They were told, all right, if they don't F with it, then we're going to go to the Gentiles and teach them about salvation. That's what they were told by Christ. So what Hebrew Israelites, that's why Hebrew Israelites don't believe that Christ is the truth. They believe that there's another Mashiach that's supposed to come and he ain't the one. So you'll knock their head off with the actual book that they say they believe in. I promise you it's light work. And I got you. But yeah.
Hey, guess what?
Yeah, you got
Somebody said, Chief Jaguar said it. When I hit them with the Gnosticism, they gonna start calling me a Satanist. And that's when y'all gonna see them react like the black church folks that they be yelling at every day, calling them Satanists. But let me go ahead and pass the microphone. Terrence Grove would be is next. So
Terrence.
Oh, matter
Before
of fact,
Terrence
that's
goes.
right, Terrence.
Yeah.
T. Wriggles, take your time. Go ahead.
Okay, look, I wrote some things down, right? And so I don't think Captain Tazaryach knows music has a 75% on the DNA. So back in the days when our parents were young and they were listening to their music, it was more love music. So that means more children were born because it's the love music. And so when gangster rap dropped in LA, the drive-by shootings that happened increased. This was by design. The second point, outside of California, outside of the USA, there was no such thing as Blood and Crip. It was more reggae, was like some of the black dominant music that was out there. So now that you have Blood and Crip in London, that is the power of music. Third point, the English slang, as you guys said before, the English slang where they used to say, the English slang was, hey, governor, or hey, mate, and now it's nigga and bitch, or whatever it is, the power of music. Fourth point, when Captain Tazaryach said something about the Baltimore mayor, and he cares so much about the Baltimore mayor like no other mayors give a damn about their city. Well, I wanted to add to that, to the Cap, when a child came up to Captain Tazaryach back in the day, if y'all remember that African child, and then Captain Tazaryach said, no, you can't eat with us because you're not Hebrew. That shows how much you give a damn about anything, Captain Tazaryach. And the fourth point here, lastly, Malcolm Jamal Warner said his distaste for rap music because his favorite song or rapper was J. Cole, and he can't listen to it anymore because all he said was ninja and bitch. And lastly, guys, and I'll leave the floor right here for y'all. Right, this is on the esoteric part, the spiritual part. Let's not forget the rituals that happen when they take the album that is made, put this thing in a pentagram, and cast spells on the music before they distribute it to the masses. And I land, gentlemen.
Yo, T. Rigger, hold on. Damn, bro, he came motherfucking prepped. I'ma tell you a real dagger in what I just heard too, right? everything he just said, he was short, brief, straight to the point on how it all can be contributed to the music, man. It summed up the whole debate, and then it brought in the LA gang culture from another perspective, because it's like Crip and Blood being in London, and we know that they didn't even go over there. Like, I brought that up during the debate. Now, what I didn't know, T. Wriggles, was what you said, because if I'm not mistaken, you from Cali, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't know that the drive-bys increased when gangster rap came out. That was my statistical ammunition right there that I would have hit them with in the debate. So look, when you say you can't blame the music, I brought up gangster rap, but I didn't bring up those stats. People in Cali, it said that, oh yeah, we know that the drive-bys, all that increased when gangster rap hit in LA. Even like he said, gangs always been there, but it was on steroids. Like when gangster rap, everybody wanted to get down and pledge and join the set because America made it cool. It made it the normal. If you meet a black dude who not in a gang, you be like, what the hell? You ain't in a gang? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You from LA and you ain't in a gang? Right.
You know, and the music back then, right? The hip hop music was, you know, the Fushnikins, Das Effects. Do you know what I mean? What is the other group? There's so many, De La Soul. And look, and there was R&B popping at this time.
Me, myself, and I.
Look, and when this thing dropped, Joe, gangster rap, yeah, it was basically telling everyone what was going on. But when that thing dropped with NWA and the rest after, let me tell you, starter jackets, Nike Cortez shoes, you wearing them, you already know what's about to happen. You already know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy, man.
So this is the power of sound, music, frequency. They switched it, of course, by design. And then how Captain Tazaryach doesn't understand how Bone Thugs, he's telling you he sat with the people.
Yeah.
And basically they was telling him, like, look, you got to do this and do that because so we can fill the prisons up. You know, pump this music so the prisons will get filled up. Like, they know what they're doing. These are not silly investors here. They know exactly what is happening here.
T. Wriggles, this is so important with what you bringing up now, because what Crazy Bone was saying on that video where he making fun of it and disrespecting Crazy Bone cost all of Bone their career. Remember now, Eazy-E, if you ask me, mysteriously died because of what he was like the first Nipsey Hussle of his time. Let me not even go into like what he represented to the Jews in the industry. And then he ended up dying. Look, check this out, right? For you to be tripping on Bone Thugs and Harmony and defending everybody else when these niggas always been pushing the boundaries in music, trying not to be the stereotype, and they never was, bro. You gotta respect Bone, because guess what? But if you go look at Bone discography, them niggas got none but hits. They Grammy winning. I'm talking about niggas went diamond. But you say whatever happened to Bone, talking too vocal, whatever happened to Parker Easy. See what I'm saying? Certain people make it to heights, others don't, and you may think it's because of talent or something like that, bro, in this industry. But let me just let me say this about that Bone interview though. The question is this. Crazy Bone said the music industry wanted us rappers to sell out, promote the bullshit in the early 90s to basically make the prisons have a monopoly on bodies and beds being filled. Now listen, the question is, did we have a rise of violence based upon the introduction of a new music form during the 90s? The answer is hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
So that means that
talk about murder too.
They
and
did.
Did you hear what
Yeah, go ahead.
Scarface
My
just
bad.
said
Yeah.
it too. Reese, I apologize. Salute to the
No,
panel. What up, bro?
salutes. Y'all got it.
Scarface just said it too in his recent interview with Shannon Sharp, where he was talking about he was in a private meeting with all of the artists like Jay-Z, Kanye West. He just said that on the podcast. And he said instead of him, you know, getting down and playing with them, he said he decided to go home. He didn't want to do it no more. He just said that on an interview.
He
I
said he
think that
walked, but
Nita
that's when
made
he
a
went
lot of
right
them.
for
Hey,
sure.
look, y'all. Let's not forget. Okay, let's not forget. There's a movie called I Clone Tyrone. What happened when they were playing the music, y'all? They were
Yeah, the
The
club
started
was
music made
jumping.
him. The music put
going
him under mind control. MKO.
right,
Music was
right.
demonic before hip hop though. You had a whole satanic panic in the 1980s, like top of the 1980s. Gangster rap ain't come till like 1986.
Yo, remember that
It's
So if
song
you
still
Tear
want to
the
being
talk
Club Up?
demonic,
used.
if you want
Yo,
to
It's
talk
still being
demonic, rock
used
and
though.
roll and all that shit been demonic.
yo, remember that song Tear the Club Up? They said they had to stop playing that song.
Oh,
I
yep,
guess we
3-6
Yeah,
focus on
Mafia.
rap
Project
then.
coming out praying for people and everything right now, talking about And Coops the nigga just had an interview about it. I don't know if y'all know who 3-6 Mafia, but they got a song called "It's Hard Not to Kill Niggas." It's like an everyday job not to kill niggas.
Yo, the fact you brought up 3-6 Mafia,
Yeah, go ahead, bro. You got it.
my fault, bro. Nah, the fact you brought up 3-6 Mafia, cause that old 90s Memphis music, look up Tommy Lee Wright the third. Bro, if you listen to his lyrics, bro, he's talking crazy, bro.
Crazy, yeah, the pimp, yeah, the nigga with the perm, yeah, I got, yeah,
Yeah,
man,
he talk crazy, bro.
The first
And
rapper
go
was
ahead and interject
positive.
real quick, bro,
Who
Sanchez, so
knows
I can
who?
get out
Who
of
knows
here.
who?
Yeah, let me
First,
jump in.
I want to say salute to the panel, salute, bro, Sanchez. Hey, man, you killed the debate, man. T. Riggs and all the rest of the speakers really just nailed it on the coffin, man. One of the biggest things I want to touch on too is back to the Baltimore stuff, man. The statistics crazy, man. Since 2023, they've been, top of the murder rate. They had about 300 some odd bodies, and 83% of them 300 some odd bodies was black on black crime. Direct influence on the music. Then I'm gonna get back to what T. Riggs brought up about the gang culture, man. I'm from the South, I'm from Florida, man. Back then, I'm a '88 baby. Back then, it was no gangs down here. People rep their hoods, right? Now it's gang
Factual.
culture everywhere. Sevens, new gangs that y'all probably ain't even heard about. And that's a direct from the music and promoting it on television. But one of the biggest things I want to touch on too, which you did touch on, bro Sanchez, is the frequency. And T. Reed was just talking about it. That's one of the biggest things, man. Sound controls everything, nigga. That's the essence of how we put together. Ain't no really everything here is just nothing but sound, different waves of sound, or how different waves of vibration, frequency. But yeah, that's all.
Music
Yeah,
is
let me
our
let me let
kids'
me jump let me
Bible.
jump in now. I've been sitting back. Let me jump in for a second because pretty much everybody kind of saying the same thing, and I get it. Like I understand where you're coming from when you say that music is a tool that's used. In fact, like it's one of the main tools that they use. Just like my man brought up the they clone Tyrone. You seen the music aspect afterwards. Remember, they first started by inspecting the food. His first trigger was seeing how people were acting when they were eating the food, how everybody started laughing, how the food was controlling them. Then they found out other things that they were using. That's the gimmick right there. But again, if y'all argument is to say that hip hop has increased, hip hop has been a tool used to make these certain things that we really don't want to get put out there, magnified to where everybody sees it now. They keep propagating the same negative images, negative mindsets, negative mantras. You have no debate with that. There is no debate. That's a fact, including frequencies, including all of that stuff. That's a fact.
Facts.
But to say
Hey,
that it
yeah.
was the originator is just intellectually irresponsible. Literally, like to say that to say hold
Can
on,
I
can
ask
I?
y'all a quick? Yeah, I got you. You go ahead. Y'all got it.
I mean, yeah, because
That's for
I'm
you,
saying.
bro, Sanchez. That's for you, bro.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
He's sparring with
Well, listen, I had stepped away from the mic. That's what I was finna say. I don't know what y'all said. Reiterate on me what just happened. I ain't gonna lie, I just left. I had to
well,
step
well,
away from it. Yeah.
well, most of the people were just pretty much saying that you was right and they agree with you, and that they was kind of doubling down on what you were saying and add new perspectives to it. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Now, I'm in
I got
opposition.
Okay, go ahead. You got it, then.
Yeah, I'm in opposition to that because again,
I think the way that the debate was formed, it wasn't right because you said, I thought the debate was, did hip hop originate this? Is hip hop the reason why these things are happening? And the answer
What
to that
things?
is
What
no.
things? What things?
As far as black on black violence, black on black crime, things of that. That was a debate, right?
So the debate is because Sadnetta put is hip hop to blame for violence in the title, but that title doesn't sum up what the debate was. I clarified what the debate was in the debate. So hold on, I'm about to tell you what the debate is so you can go ahead and make your stance on it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is this. Hip hop is the cause of a mentality that normalizes black on black violence.
Yeah, but when y'all was debating, even after you may have clarified that, when that debate was being ended, that's not what was being said. What was being said was you said the hip hop was the reason for it, and he was giving you other reasons.
Hip hop is the reason for that mindset. Listen, I'm doubling down on it. I'm telling you, you're right, but you ain't really hearing how I'm doubling down and I'm owning up on that. Let me go ahead and double down so you can respond. What I'm saying is this. Hip hop is the reason for if Brother Sanchez shoot another nigga, I can brag on it if I get out of jail and my record will be even bigger than when it was when I didn't shoot a nigga. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me what I just said. That's what I'm telling. Hip hop is the cause. So my argument is hip hop is the cause of when niggas kill niggas is celebrated, patted on the back to the point where we argue about who got the most bodies.
Yeah, but that's between artists. Niggas, regular niggas on the street.
No, that's a lie, bro. I'm gonna tell you how what you doing now is double talk, right? Because I'm finna tell you. Because niggas who trying to defend hip hop, guess what they say? Rappers are just telling you what was going on in the hood before hip hop. So now you said, no, it's just rap. Them just artists. That ain't regular people every day. That's what I was arguing.
I'm not saying that though.
My bad. My bad.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm not. For one, I'm not defending the hip hop. I'm not saying hip hop doesn't include all the things that you're saying. My belief when I jumped into this that you were saying hip hop is the main reason for all of this. We can go back to slave, like you said. One point you made was hip hop is the reason for single parent homes. I remember. I
ain't say that. I didn't say that, bro.
You did say that, fam. You
said
that.
I can tell you exactly what I said. Captain Tazaryach said men are not in a household. And I said, listen, hip hop taught us you don't love them hoes, you just bang that shit. And that can be the blame on why men left the household, because look, men started leaving the household when we started rapping that kind of shit. I mean, coincidence, you think?
No, that's not true. Look, historically, that's not true. We can all pinpoint when black men started leaving the home, and it started with Section 8. That was a governmental influence. Had nothing to do with hip hop. But even before that,
normalizing men not being there.
Are you telling me that I'm right about that? So let's go even further back. Let's go back to slavery. When we're talking about how men used to have sex with women to create babies that were super slaves, they would breed the biggest buck with the biggest woman, and then they'd have babies, and then they sell that baby off or make that man
got to do with anything?
Because we have a history. We have a history. We have 400 years of men breeding children without having a relationship to them. With women,
that's a lie. That's a lie, bro.
That's not a lie.
I'm gonna tell you because hold up. Listen. I'm telling you, I'm gonna answer your question. It's a half truth because you acting like we always been slaves, just like we acted like hip hop mentality always been our people's mentality and norm.
No, I'm talking about America. I'm talking about the American experience. I'm not talking about Africa and back in the days.
I ain't talking about, bro. Listen, I ain't talking about none of that. I'm talking about we didn't land on Plymouth Rock landed on us. Before the colonizers showed up over here, right? The man was right there with his woman. We think about this, right? Before the white man, the colonizers showed up, they said we were tribal people. Guess what you find about tribal people? They hold a woman in a key position. They have goddesses, they're matriarchal. Guess what you find about the barbarian? The barbarian ain't got a goddess in a spiritual system, which is why we only got a god in ours today. The tribal people had a yin and a yang, a god and a goddess, to balance out both of the energies. So what I'm telling you is this right here, bro. We don't think like our ancestors. We think like the oppressor. And that's what I'm trying to point out to you, because check it out. Hip hop is the perpetuation of the oppressor's mindset in our people, which is why you don't need the KKK when you got motherfucking GD, BD, Crip blood and all that shit. They will do the KKK job times 10, nigga.
Right.
And the KK. So that's all I'm
Right,
saying about hip hop.
Right, but let me prove my point. You actually
You
proved
got
my
the flow,
point.
yeah.
Man.
You got it.
Yeah, you actually
I
proved my
my
point. By
point.
saying
Don't do that.
No,
I prove my point.
Let me
Good.
cook. Let me cook. Let me cook.
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to eat it, let me cook. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, you're talking about how our mindset was changed from when the colonizers first got us. They broke us down. That mindset that we had before, when they came and colonized us, wasn't no hip hop around when they was influencing us with their barbaric ways.
Nah,
Okay,
bro. You
so
said black on black, bro. You going all over the place. Cause
no,
first
I'm
you
I'm
said
I'm I'm,
black.
I'm I'm
No,
right on
no, no,
point,
no,
fam.
no.
Hold on, let me
You
finish my
said
point.
black and brown.
Right. Yeah. People see what you doing. You
No,
can
that's
finish.
because
We
in the
see.
no,
Go
that's
ahead.
why they
Yeah,
interrupt
go
me.
ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
That's why they keep interrupting me. That's why I keep interrupting me, fam. Like at the end of the day, you just said that it wasn't until the colonizers came and changed our mindset. When they came, that's when it started. Then slavery happened, and then it continued to. Because slavery was another tool to use to break us
You
down.
just killed
Just like
yourself.
hip hop, was a perpetuation from
Just
what they
killed
already
yourself.
implanted in us. They already implanted that shit in us. It's a perpetuation, just like the food, just like the media, just like everything they use to perpetuate this same fear, to perpetuate the same poverty. They've been doing
Guess
this shit.
what?
It's a tool
He
they
just
use, fam. It's
daggered
not the
himself.
originator.
I'm gonna show him how he just daggered himself, right? He said hip hop is a perpetuator, not an originator, right? I would say hip hop is a mutator. Because guess what? Every other generation mutate to its own new genre of music. Drill,
It doesn't mean it's
bro. Stop. You
whether
gotta. No, it does mean it. Because look, in most cases, when we talk this kind of conversation, the new generation, like the drill generation, they don't fully see eye to eye with the old school niggas. And it's never a peaceful transition. It always transitions to where the OGs be like, man, these little young niggas is crazy. We wasn't like that when we started. And the niggas who say that, guess what's crazy about it? Them niggas be gangster rappers and shit. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I came out in trap rap. And niggas was thought that we was evil as hell as talking about selling drugs to your own people and selling. Like, I'm from the trap era. But now I live in a drill era, and I sound like some of the old people who was talking in my time. Some of the old people in my time who was listening to KRS-One and all that, they was saying, man, y'all little young niggas, y'all niggas ain't shit to play with. Y'all niggas got gangster rap, trap rap, y'all shooting shit up. Now, we're saying, you little young drill rap niggas, y'all ain't nothing to play with. Every generation is mutating worse and worse. We talk about niggas who grew up in the gangster rap era and trap era is telling you how bad drill is, man. That ought to tell you something.
I'm an 84 baby, man. I've seen all of it. This is not nothing new to me. And again, what I'm telling you, you said mutate, you said enhance, you said rise, you said increase.
I said mutate.
None of that is originator, fam. And that's what I'm debating. I'm not debating with you about how bad hip hop is on our culture.
Think about this, right?
Stop that.
Think about
I'm not
this,
arguing
right?
with that.
Let's deal with the word mutate to show you why you wrong, right? When you deal with the word mutate, a person or a thing or organism that's been mutated is called a mutant. So let's just go back to, I don't know, X-Men. That's when all of us know the concept of mutants, right? Let's talk how this works, right? When Cyclops or one of the X-Men turn into a mutant, that represents the origin point of their transformation to becoming something different than what their original version was. So when I say hip hop mutated us, hold up, listen. When I say hip hop mutated us, I'm telling you that's the origin point from when we stopped being Negroes and we became niggas. We became ghetto, ratchet, self-destructive, dope boys, trap boys, drill niggas, where them dollars at, shake that ass. But I'm telling you is a mutation. What mutated? A people's psychology did. What caused their psychology to mutate? The music that they put into their ears that you can't ignore, which is a part of a people's diet, which is why people in the tribe don't adopt our music. It's some people that will fight before they adopt our music form because they understand it's a form of sonar warfare. If you ain't militant, you won't even know how sound can be used as a weapon. So what I'm telling you is this, bro. If you look at hip hop as it stands today, if I asked you a question, does it serve us more than it's destroying us? If you're honest, you will have to say, hell yeah, this shit destroying us more than it's helping us. Because if you say, well, it's making brothers rich, no, it ain't. I can play you a lot of rapper videos that'll tell you niggas don't get rich from the music. They get rich from the shit they do outside the music because they got to pay the labels back. I can break down to you how the music industry work because it ain't nothing but another form of the banking system where these artists just getting loans with with interest that's worse than the banks.
Nobody's arguing with that, fam. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Someone is arguing with that, brother. The argument, listen, the argument is that, hold on, listen to me. Listen to me for 1 second, brother.
I've been listening the whole time.
Listen, bro, listen. Because you saying you're not arguing with that, I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds and you can get the flow. Tazaryach said, it ain't the music, it's the poverty. Now watch this. When you say you ain't arguing with what I'm saying, I'm finna show you how you is. Our people are in poverty because our intellectual property has been stolen. These songs, listen, these songs are worth billions of dollars. These rappers not only end up with no money, they end up on the label. So they will take a dude out the projects and give him a record deal. And the deal is a deal with the devil because he's giving you a loan. It ain't like he giving you any money. You got to pay that back with hell of an interest. So check this out. Most rappers end up, man, let me play y'all something real quick. Hold on. I'm saying this, but instead of me saying it, I can show you Noriega saying it. He's in the game. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Everybody wait 1 second. Hold on, please. I'm trying to explain something, but I can let a professional do it who's in the game. So that's my bad. Let me just play this. Hold on. And it's just a short. It's a YouTube short. So watch this.
Ain't no picture in hip hop.
Do you have a 401k?
You want me to explain to you what hip hop is?
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Let me explain to you what hip hop is. The worst loan you could ever make. When you sign to a major label, that money that they give you, let's say they give you 800 grand, right? That's a loan. You have to pay back that loan with interest. So if you don't make back that 800 grand, what they do is they put you in the red, but you can still be hot and you didn't make back that 800 grand. So you can still be hot. So they'll give you another album and they'll give you, instead of 800 grand, they'll give you 1.2 this time, right? So now, but you're still in the hole for that 800. You understand? But now you got another 1.2. And if you don't make that, then you're just in the red for both. And this is a loan with interest that you don't get nothing out of. Hip hop is not meant for the artist to win. It's never been meant for the artist to win. And the more and more you learn, the more and more you read your contracts, the more and more it's disturbing.
So now watch what I'm saying about this, right? When a person say you can't blame hip hop for violence and they say poverty is the cause of violence, I just answer your question why these drill rappers is still selling drugs and killing in the streets because they in debt to the label. They ain't really got the money like you think. So the cause of hip hop ain't poverty and violence. It's niggas doing deals with the devil for pennies and ain't being educated on what the fuck they signing their life over to. What Noriega saying right here, knowledge is power. Hebrews read the Bible, right? It say my people suffer because of lack of knowledge. And guess what? Hip hop is what dumb them down, keep them ignorant. Just sign right here and you can go get a platinum chain and ball out on all your homeboys and friends, but you in debt later. So check this out, bro. What I just played right here. If we already know that the music industry is against us on a self-destructive level as far as the message go today, then can't nobody say, well, it does benefit us economically because most rappers are in debt. And I fall back.
Okay, so I never said that hip hop benefits us economically. I never said that hip hop is a benefit to us spiritually, energetically.
Yeah, I
None.
know. I
Oh,
know. I
only,
ain't just speaking to you. Go ahead.
right. The only thing I said was that now I'll take that poverty is the foundation of it. Now, hip hop can be a catalyst or a tool used. It's not the originator. You're talking about the same people in poverty. There's plenty of folks rapping. Who do they pick? They pick that most downtrodden, most desperate nigga, and they say, hey, come over here, sign this deal with the devil. We'll give you everything you need. Then they end up in that situation like Nori talked about. I'm not disagreeing with none of that, but poverty is the reason why them niggas is doing that. Ain't nobody that got money, ain't nobody got shit to take care of themselves, going to sign no deal with no devil, perpetuate that bullshit. They're looking for desperate folks to do that. Why do they have those desperate folks? Where they go? They go to poverty situations, or they go to folks that have went to school and probably went through some kind of rites of passage and they with the shits. So you got people in the music industry that they come from poverty. All they wanted was a big lick to help their family out. They don't care what happens to the rest of the world. Then you got niggas that's willing to do that shit, right? But at the end of the day, they're just niggas willing to do shit. It's just a tool. It's not the originator. That colonized mindset that you brought up, that's where it started. That's where it originated. These are the
Let
tools
me
they
know when
use
you're
to
done. Yeah.
perpetuate that shit. Those
Let
are the
me know
tools
when
they
you
use to
let me
perpetuate.
done.
Nobody's art. You
So
can identify the hip hop
hold
is
on.
trash for the culture
No, I
without saying
got
it's
you.
the origination.
I got you. When you see your whole argument is what Capt was saying, like poverty is the cause.
No,
But
Capt said you can't blame music at all. I didn't say that.
No, hold on. In this particular case, you're saying what Capt said when Capt said poverty is the cause, not hip hop. So let's so cause, foundation, same thing, man. Tomatoes. Let's get to it, brother. Let me get to my point. So check this out, right? I'm gonna ask you a simple question, and before I ask it, I want to talk to the people real quick. I want everybody to pay attention to what's about to happen. This is a chess move. I'm about to make this brother deny something that's very obvious, which is that the Bushman tribe is more in poverty than any black man in America. Now, I'm going to ask you a simple question right now, brother. And then I'm going to make my point based on the question, because this question ain't my point. I'm trying to make a point. If you don't tangle me up just because you see I'm trying to ask you a quick question to get to the point. Please don't let the question do that. The question is the Bushman tribe in more poverty than any black man or homeless man can even say that they in America?
No, but they're not in America.
I didn't say they was in America. Let me say the question again, bro. No. Listen, bro, because I swear you tripping right now. Don't do that. You hurting yourself. Listen close. Yes, you are. Listen close to the question and you'll see how. The question is this. In America, so I don't confuse you, all of the shit that the black man say, the excuses he make for why he kill his own people and sell drugs to his own people is, I'm hungry, nigga, I gotta eat. Nigga, I gotta go out here and get it. Nigga, my kid's stomach growling, right? My question is this. Show me a black man in the worst hood in America. Captain Tazaryach pointed out Baltimore. I'm going to tell you that the homeless people in Baltimore is in a better position than the Bushman tribe. And if they wouldn't, then niggas would be moving from the American ghettos to Africa.
Come on, fam. Are you serious? Are you
gonna
serious with
tell
that?
you how serious I am, right? Africans are moving to America and they don't give a fuck if they homeless when they get here. South Americans are moving to America and they rather be homeless in America than in their own country with their own family and people that's there. So that lets me say as an American, I can't really complain because I'm not in a third world country. We use the word ghetto, slum. Dude, a third world country is the epitome of ghetto, and a nigga in America ain't got enough honesty to say that I'd rather be homeless in motherfucking Oakland than living in some goddamn third world country with no shoes and all that. See how I told y'all before I asked him this that I was gonna make it hard for him to answer a simple question. Didn't I do that? Drop a one. Drop a one, because he know the point that I'm about to make, y'all. The point that I'm about to make is the Bushman tribe are more in poverty than us, but they ain't killing each other. They loving each other.
They
So
have
we
not
can't,
been
so we
colonized.
can't, so we can't keep blaming poverty on why niggas shooting up the block.
Well, he
But
just said they not
but
colonized.
you're asking a question about how African
And
people are
you
reacting in
ain't gonna
Africa
answer the
as
question
opposed.
because
I
you
just I
see
just told you yes.
it's
They,
a dagger, brother.
it's not a dagger. It's just a point you're trying to make. But it's not a dagger on nothing. I understand you're trying to make a point and all of that. But fam, they're in Africa. They're not. They're not
Bro, that
subject to
don't
the
got nothing to
conditions
do.
in
Let me tell
America.
you
They don't
something.
have hip hop music being played.
Let me tell you why.
They
I'm
don't
gonna
have
tell
guns
you. I'm
dropped
gonna
off
tell
at
you
their
why
tribe.
why that's stupid, bro. This is what I'm telling you, right? Those people got lethal weapons that they can kill each other with, but they ain't using the weapons on each other. You making it like if they don't have weapons, but we do. That's why they ain't killing each other. No, they got lethal weapons. They just choose not to use them on each other, and they ain't using poverty as an excuse to shoot this bow and arrow at his brother. He might not have a Draco, but if him and his brother wanted to use lethal weapons to kill each other, they got knives. Niggas in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, is shanking each other up with knives. They ain't using guns all. So your argument weak, bro. Your argument is the police ain't dropping guns off in their hood. Nigga, let me tell you something. The police can drop guns off in your hood, but hip hop is the music that tell you to pick them guns up and aiming at each other if you hungry and you broke. Which is why I said other people who hungry and broke ain't aiming their arms at each other, no matter if it's a gun, a spear, a bow and arrow. They ain't aiming it at each other. Our music tell us to aim our guns at each other and not the nigga that dropped them off. See, if a nigga dropping off guns in your hood, why don't all of you black folks pick them up and aim them at that nigga that dropped them off? That's like saying if the slave master put a bunch of pistols on a plantation, the slaves gonna pick the pistols up and shoot each other cause they all broke versus taking a gun and go take over the fucking master's house.
Hey Sanchez, I think the problem is like they when you speaking, they not actually listening to comprehend what you're saying, right? Because you even said it, you doubled down and said it about you said, let me go back from the 90s. Let me, just to be safe, go all the way back to the 80s. Because Sanchez's point is not saying when hip hop first came out that it was bang bang drill music. He's talking about when it's a mutating. That's why he broke the mutation thing down to you. So when the 90s came, when you had the the Bone Thugs interview, that's when the mutation started, and it did not become, they still call it hip hop, but it's a mutated hip hop, which he keep iterating. That's what it's called, drill rap. And that is what cultivated our culture and now what we see today. Sanchez's point is
Nobody's
not
arguing
saying,
with
oh,
that.
hip hop, when hip hop first came out,
That
he
wasn't
just
his
Hey,
point.
hijacked the name
That
hip
wasn't the
hop.
point he
You
was
just
making.
carrying that
that was
point,
not what I
bro.
was saying, my guy. Like I don't need a hip hop
You,
history lesson. I listen to hip hop too.
bro, that
Everybody's
is
seen the
that's
maturity
My
of hip hop.
point is very clear. When hip hop used to be on the streets. Nick, your bunch of young boys in they little ghetto. Listen to this real quick. You do need a hip hop history lesson. It's important. Listen. Hip hop started in poverty because niggas keep blaming poverty for violence. Watch this. Hip hop started off in poverty. Wasn't nobody being violent. That was because
Exactly.
he think I'm making his point, but I'm finna show him how is my point. Watch this. Hip hop became violent, like what Sarnetta was saying, when it became an industry, when it became worldwide and became popularized. That's when it became violent. Because think about this. Niggas been in the hood struggling, but they weren't killing each other. Guess what they was doing? Having freestyle battles, break dancing, graffiti battles. But when hip hop got infiltrated, all that turned into gang banging. They corrupted all the original intent of hip hop. Am I telling the history right, y'all, right now? Stop
And
me
you
if I
telling it
lie
perfect.
now.
Exactly. You telling it perfect. That's what you're talking about with the mutation. That's when the bone thugs.
Right.
That's exactly what's my point.
Yeah.
Sanchez
Right.
is not saying when the term hip hop first originated, it was about graffiti battles, the MC hammers, it was dance off battles.
So you know what it's
Sanchez's
about?
point is when they
That ain't the argument.
interjected the industry.
You know what
Yeah,
it's
that
That
about?
is.
is the argument, though.
My
And you
argument
know,
ain't.
for you to keep saying it ain't, let me show you something, bro. The argument is hip hop the blame for our, let me simplify this argument for you. Is hip hop to blame for the fact that black people kill each other the most, more than we kill any other race, and we glorified, and we even meet? Think about it. There are popular podcasts today. These are hip hop podcasts where niggas show up and argue about who hood got the most bodies. And you telling me this ain't like the ESPN of how many niggas got the most teardrops under his eyes, and we know that them teardrops ain't no fucking white man. Come on, brother. Don't play stupid with this. Are you from the hood? Let's
The
just keep
majority,
it
of, yeah,
real,
I am,
bro.
and the majority of folks from the hood ain't killing folks.
Man,
That's
come
not
on.
everybody from the
That
hood, fam. You
listen,
Bro,
talking about
how old
this
are
what I'm
you?
telling
How
you, bro.
old are you?
I'm 41 years old, fam. I'm
This
from
what
Long
I'm
Beach,
41?
telling you,
California.
bro.
Okay.
I know about all of this shit. You're
Listen,
not.
this what I'm
You're
telling
preaching to the
you.
choir.
Listen, the fact that the majority of people from the hood ain't killing each other, but the majority of the music we listen to through hip hop is about us killing each other makes my point. The point is this right here. Hip hop giving the minority a voice and a way to represent the majority, which is why y'all are defending the bullshit. And y'all gotta say shit like, well, white folks kill each other too. You don't get what I'm telling you? Because check this out right here. My argument is very clear right here that hip hop is a catalyst for people who are our oppressor to instill their message in us. For example, if I was a white man against black folks, I would want them to buy all of my products, kill each other, poison each other, make it popular and good to do that. I would make it popular for them to be dumb, not get into education or intelligence and nothing like that. If I was their enemy and you gave me their music form, and if I was in control of it, I would tell them, y'all, you ain't bad if you ain't killing your own people and all that. Now listen, I don't own hip hop music industry. The small hats do. And tell me if everything I just said ain't a reality. Through this music form that they own, that they call hip hop, all of the worst of our people, all of the worst stereotypes, the worst behaviors. Do hip hop promote niggas built engineering and building, got them getting into science, getting into technology, getting into, I'm just saying, hip hop promotes sex, violence, murder. Let's not play with this shit. We all listen to fucking hip hop.
Facts. And look,
Nobody's
Sanchez.
saying it don't, fam.
No,
Like
no, no.
you went on that whole
So
soliloquy. Nobody's saying that.
again,
You gotta see
My
this.
whole
once we
point.
say, hold up, once we say that hip hop promotes all that, then it's truth that hip hop is the cause of the seed that is sold. If I tell a child that it's okay to shake your ass, shoot a nigga in the head and all that, and my culture start being violent, killing each other, ratchet, over-sexualized more than everybody else with their music form, then guess what? It's true that the way you raise a child, they won't stray from it. And if a child raised with these kind of messages in their music, Captain Tazaryach just said that the children listen to the rappers more than they mama. And what the fuck is the rappers and all that telling them? You just agree with me that the rappers, all them telling them some toxic. So I don't understand how hip hop can't be the cause of the toxicity when the white man ain't telling us directly to kill each other and do drugs and all that. He's signing rap artists to tell us to do that. And we're listening to them because they look like us.
Facts. And then Sanchez, and I think everyone would agree, when Tupac dropped his double album, how turned up was everyone when they heard that? I don't know what city or state you're in. I know LA, we turned all the way up because I fell victim to that too. And I laughed.
Oh my God. Okay, look, all I'm saying, fam, is that at the end of the day, I'm not arguing that
At the
hip-hop
beginning
is an
and
influence
end,
on
go
us.
ahead. Yeah.
It's not something that's great for our culture. I'm not arguing with that. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's 360 deals all over the place, and they pick the worst of the niggas to promote.
He trying to miss the point on purpose. It's getting frustrating.
There's nothing to miss. This is not a deep topic. Like we've been talking about this hip hop influence on our culture for decades, fam.
That ain't what we're talking about. Hold up, stop a minute, slow down. We ain't talking about hip hop's influence on our culture. We're talking about hip hop posing as our culture altogether. I think that's been going over your head the whole show, sir. It's deeper than influence. People are telling me hip hop is my culture, not that it's a music that's trying to influence me. At this point, if you ain't hip hop, you ain't black, far as niggas is concerned. Act like I'm making that up.
That's the culture, man. That's what they look at.
Did we
us
decide
as.
that, or did the small
Any brother, any person that call themselves black, that's what our culture is shaped around. Whatever they see on the hip hop. So bang bang thug thug is every black person, bro.
Did we say that, or did the small hat say that? Because I know plenty of black folks that ain't gang banging, that ain't in the hood, that come from the hood.
And my question is, hip hop don't promote none of that. Hip hop only promotes the sexy reds, the drug dealers, and all that. And you just agreed to that, which is why I can confidently say hip hop at this point is goddamn it the cause of all the shit that you just said. Because you just think about this. How you gonna tell a children and promote that in a child? You got a little girl, right? She don't know how to shake her ass. How does she learn how to twerk? Did hip hop teach her that? Because if you say yes, then hip hop is to blame for how you get promiscuous women in your hood. If a young boy don't know how to serve dope and the white man then teach him how to cook that shit up and he listening to Jeezy, and he listening to all these rappers glorify some shit he didn't even know was a thing. Hip hop made it something trendy. He just driving to school in the morning and the radio station, which is a black station, is playing nothing but anti-black, self-destructive music. So listen, people act like I'm making it up that all of the black shit promotes anti-black behavior. And that don't make me a coon. That make me an observer. That make me a nigga that's hip and see what's going on in the world. That the people who control our music form as black people ain't letting us say nothing that's worth a damn to each other through it. They don't want to sign you if you talking about something. They want to sign you if you saying, shake that asshole, lick that pussy, bitch. What? Come on, nigga, act like I'm lying. Whose song gonna get more hits? The nigga that's telling you to pick up a book or the nigga that's telling you to pick up a gun? And tell me why is that?
You got kids, bro, Sanchez? You got kids?
Do you got sense?
Do
Do
you
you
got kids?
got
I'm asking a
common
question.
sense? Do you
I got
got
plenty of them.
common sense? Do you got
Yep.
common sense?
You got
Then
kids on
guess what?
Sanchez?
If
'Cause
you got, I got a question. If you got common sense, you should be able to have a conversation with me about hip hop without even knowing shit about me. Cause I swear I can do it with you. I can have this. Listen, I can have this conversation with a stranger and still be on point, knowing what I'm saying is right. But just to answer your question, yes, I do.
Right. So what I only bring that up because you said if I have a daughter or a child that's growing up and listening to this music, they learn it from that. It's on the parent, my guy. Like I'm not gonna let my
What is
children
it
listen
on
to
the
that
parent?
killing.
You know why? Because that's the cause of niggas killing each other. You just proved my point. Bombs.
Hold on. I proved your point. I'm
Bombs.
saying it's on the parents.
Bombs. Right, you did. I'm gonna tell you why. You said it's on the parents, not to let the parents shouldn't let their children listen to hip hop. You know why? Because you saying that is proof that hip hop is the cause of children being violent. Otherwise, you would say, Sanchez, it don't matter if the parents let their children listen to rap or not, because rap ain't the cause. You just prove my point and don't even know it. I'm going to drop myself another bomb because y'all dumb as hell. Yeah.
You say cause, I say influence.
You just proved my point, bro. At this point, you still trying to talk to me, but it's your spirit, because at this point, you're dead. Your spirit is then left your body and it's still arguing with me as it ascend up to the clouds, but I ain't listening because I can't hear you. You way up there in the ozone layer. I just killed you. Ain't no way you gonna take this knife out your heart, my nigga, and still talk to me right there. You just said it's the parents' fault because they shouldn't let the kids listen to the music because why would you say that? Because that's my point. The music is bad.
Why would
the
I say
music
that?
is causing that.
Right. I can
Right.
tell you why
Come
I say
on,
that.
bro.
My
You a
own
genius,
words, not what
bro.
you
And
say.
you don't, but you
I
don't
can
know
tell you
you
my
a
words, not
genius.
what your
You
words are.
prove my point though. But go ahead.
Okay,
You just proved the hell out of my point.
I
Yeah,
can say
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying, not what you saying. I'm saying. Let me say
You
what I'm saying.
prove the
I'm
hell
using
out.
influence,
You
fam.
prove the
You still
helly
over
out
talking
of
me.
my point. You prove the
I'm listening to you,
helly
fam.
out of my point. No.
I'm listening to you, fam. You would know my point if you let me talk. But what
Man,
I'm
you
saying to
prove
you,
the helly out of
what
my
I'm
point.
saying to you is that a parent's responsibility for their child is to raise them up the way they want to be raised. Music is not the only thing I'm going to shield my children from. I'm going to shield them from porn. I shield my children from video games.
Come on, bro.
Hold on.
This a dance.
Look,
Come
man.
on,
Oh my
bro.
God. I can't even finish my
hold
sentence
on,
without you
no,
trying to
bro. I swear. You can take your time with the mic, but this is deflection and a waste of time. I got one question that's relevant. Why do you keep your children away from music? You say it's the parents' fault. What are you faulting them for? Letting their children listen to the music. Why is it wrong for them to let their children listen to the music? I'm going to stop and let you talk. Go ahead. You got the mic. Go ahead.
It's wrong to let your children listen to music talking about popping booties, selling drugs, disrespecting women, but that's not the only music that's out there. I didn't say they can't listen to music at all. I said they can't listen to toxic ass hip hop. Not all hip hop is toxic. There's plenty of shit that's promoted that's not toxic, fam. And that's not me defending hip hop. That's me shielding my children from stuff they shouldn't be. I don't let my children watch movies where they get killed at. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna tell you what I'm talking about. You are debating right now if hip hop is the cause of it. You specifically said, I won't let my children listen to hip hop, but I let them listen to jazz and all that. And you still don't see how you proving my point, bro. This is retarded at this point. Listen, this is retarded, bro. Even when I give you the mic back, you prove my point more and don't see it because you keep saying, well, there's other music forms out there, but you're defending hip hop, not jazz, nigga. You didn't show up tonight. Listen, bro, listen. You didn't show up tonight defending R&B, sir. Let me give you a reminder. Listen to, bro, come on, don't do that now. Bro, you're killing yourself. Listen to what I'm telling you. You showed up tonight to defend hip hop. We know there are other music forms out there. You making my point that hip hop as it stands today is the only music form that corrupts a people against their own self to this nature, which is why you said, Sanchez, A parent ain't gotta let their children listen to hip hop. It's the parent fault. It's other music forms out there. You prove my point, which is why I'm telling people the music form that we call hip hop is the one in particular that our enemy have infiltrated, got a hold on, and using it against us, which is why you said keep the children away from hip hop, not the other forms. That's what I've been saying the whole show. You on my team. You just don't know it though. You on my team, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. You on my team.
very
You just
specific,
don't know it though.
bro. I was very specific.
You
I
on my
said don't let him
team,
listen to.
sir.
I said don't let him listen to Sexy Red. I just say all hip hop is not bad. There are
Bro,
hip hop
come
artists
on,
that don't
bro.
promote that shit.
Come on,
I
bro.
said
Your
that. I don't know if you wanna
spirit ain't
ignore
as
that.
bad as your
I know
body,
you
though,
ignored
man.
that. I know you ignored that, fam.
Bro.
You ignored me saying that.
Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. Bro,
You
listen.
ignored that, fam.
I didn't know it. You brought up Sexy Red, not Lauryn Hill, which is why I'm
Right.
still focused on hip hop. Because check it out. You ain't defending young women listening to Lauryn Hill. You defending them listening to Sexy Red. I'm finna further make my point right now, right? I put up a video tonight. Here it go right here. Here go the Hebrews going in on Sexy Red. Guess who they ain't going in on? Lauryn Hill. Guess who they ain't going in on? Jill Scott. Guess what? Lauryn Hill and Jill Scott ain't hip hop artists. They're R&B artists more than they're hip hop artists. And guess what? It's because the shit that Lauryn Hill can relate to her people through R&B is way more positive than she ever could do through hip hop, and she want her shit to go popular. Because hip hop popular music is self-destructive to black people. R&B popular music is telling black people to go make some babies. It's still like that today. Some of your biggest R&B black hits is Ella May, I'm booed up. God damn it, you name it. R&B really much ain't changed. It's still, hey, get with somebody, go make some babies. You know what I'm saying? But
I don't
hip
think that's
hop,
no better though. Jill Scott sucking microphone meats too.
see, that right there was just crazy because when a brother is bringing up Sexy Red and I bring up Jill Scott and you try to act like there's no distinction between those two females, I got to tell you to go in your bathroom. Go in your bathroom, did what you do. This what you do, brother. Right?
How was she any better?
And hold up. I'm finna tell you what you need to do. I'm finna answer you. This what you need to do, right? Lick your thumb and rub it in your eyes. Because I'm going to tell you something, right? You got what's called cat matter in the crack of your eyes. Because when that's in your eyes like that, right, you can't see clear. And when them boogers in your eyes, guess what happened, right? You would think Jill Scott is the same as Sexy Red. So
I mean, the moment she got on stage.
Hold up. You asking me a question about
funny, bro.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna give you the mic. You asked the question. What's the difference between Sexy Red and Jill Scott? And I'm answering you honestly. I ain't even being funny. I'm telling you the difference lies in your ability to see clearly. And I told you what to do to get what's called the cat matter out of your eyes. Some people call it eye boogers, right? But it will stop you from seeing clearly. Go ahead, brother.
I see everything. Same way I seen her on stage acting like she got name sucking the meat with a microphone. I don't want my daughter to see that the same way I don't want my daughter to listen to Sexy Red.
Okay, bro.
I don't want my daughter
appreciate that.
listening to women talk about sex. Like, what the hell? It's no different. They talking
okay,
about sex.
Okay, bro.
What you can't
So
see about this?
listen, the thing is this
That
right here,
because
right?
Sexy Red ratchet with it.
The
make
thing
it
is
better?
this. The thing is this. Why they losing context, right? Well, he said, "Well, I can't see about it." I'm finna answer you, bro. What I can't see about it, when I'm bringing up Jill Scott, I'm bringing up her in the height of her career when she was popular. Ain't nobody listening to Jill Scott now. Everybody listening to Sexy Red. So guess what? When ain't nobody listening to you now, you might stoop down low and lower your standards like the young girls is doing. And guess what, brother? The fucking men are doing it too. You got OG rappers from my era who would never wear tight jeans, and they got tight jeans on like the young boys. They on the same beats that the young boys on. They doing the same delivery and format as the young niggas. And I'm like, bro, I just want to hear you maintain our era. But if they want to sell and be popular, music change is trendy. There ain't nobody checking for the way we was doing it in my time. So guess what people in my time say? I wonder if rappers from my generation gonna sell out. And guess what we look for? Is they trying to rap like the young boys? Is she trying to sound like these little niggas? Is he trying to spit on a drill beat? Okay, he done now sold us out. He ain't making music for the people who was there for him. He now trying to cater to this new younger generation, and he 55.
Okay, you spoke a whole lot of facts, but how is letting kids listen to music about making love any better than
because
listening
I'm
to
gonna
twerking
tell
and
you
shit?
something right now. Kids need to know how men and women should interact with each other, and I think that Luther Vandross tells them a great lesson. I would rather them get the lesson. For example, I would rather my son get the lesson on how to interact with a woman from Luther Vandross, Teddy Pendergrass, what's my other nigga? It's funny you should call today. Gerald Levert, rest in peace, right? Before I let him get the game from motherfucking Memphis Bleak or Yo Gotti. So like when you start talking about what's the difference between Sexy Red and that, bro, it is a difference. I'd rather for my daughter get her game from an old school Jill Scott than a modern day Sexy Red. And if you can't see that, I'm telling you, this an easy one. And it ain't that you don't know it. It's some in your eye, and your brother helping you out.
I see that.
Listen,
I see that. I'm just saying, I don't think kids should be listening about sex, period.
well, that's your problem, bro. When a child asks me, how did I get to the earth? You gotta talk to him about the love between the yin and the yang. Ain't nothing wrong with hold on a second. Once we establish Southside that entertainers and musicians got more influence over your children than the parents, and I will admit that that's true. It is, and we can go into why that's true. It ain't as simple as they shouldn't let them listen to it. We gonna get into this. But check this out, right? Once we establish that there are a group of people in our society that are in control over the airwaves, the sound. Nikola Tesla said sound and vibration are the secrets of the universe. Now, the people that are giving a people their message via vibration, sound, right? They got a responsibility not to give a toxic message to the children. Think about this, Southside. There are some things you wouldn't tell your daughter because you would cover her ears and you wouldn't want her to hear that kind of degradation. But these white folks will let Sexy Red tell it to your daughter. And guess what? You can't cover your daughter's ears at all time. And they making Sexy Red popular. They inviting her to the White House. So when you try to say I'm gonna shield my daughter from the toxicity of music, but your enemy is popularizing the worst from your art form, that's a hard battle, man. Because we talking about the airwaves. You don't control that. That's just an antenna. That's just a channel change away. So guess what we got to do as a people? We got to find something as the cause of a problem. And we don't want to admit that the artists, the MCs, are the cause of the toxic mindset of our youth. And I'm going to tell you, if there was a white music group promoting the type of shit NBA Youngboy and all these niggas, well, not NBA Youngboy, because he ain't really on drill shit. We talking about like some real hardcore. Listen, you know what I'm talking about. You don't see these kind of white groups. Even in heavy metal, people say that's evil as hell, but guess what? They're biting heads off of pigeons and shit. They doing satanic rituals on a stage with goat blood. They ain't killing other white men, shooting them up for drugs and selling dope to their aunties. I'm just saying. And so my whole thing, there's only one specific music group in the whole wide world that's dominated by a group of people, but the lyrics in that music group is anti that group of people, and that's hip hop. And this is coming from a rapper and a music producer. This me, this Sanchez. I'm telling you, I've been a gangster rapper, I've been a positive rapper. And I know for a fact, being a positive rapper ain't gonna get you no record deal. Most of your positive rappers, just like Nas, got to do a deal with the devil like he did with P. Diddy when he did his gangster albums, just to even get popular. Because in the hip-hop industry, they ain't popularizing intelligence. They popularizing how many niggas you shot, how many birds you sold. Niggas ain't naming theyself Professor no more, like Professor Griff. They naming they boy Dope Boy J and shit. So like I was saying in the debate, hip-hop as it stands today is the cause of the self-destructive mentality that's being perpetuated among black people. And I'm gonna yell right there.
Yeah, you're right about all that, but the only thing I say is I don't feel like R&B like has no better influence. I mean, matter of fact, let me stop because I guess the influence is a little better. Because to your point, because I mean, if it boiled down to it, and we had the, they got more influence over us and shit, I would rather my daughter listen to
The truth.
Beyonce.
Yeah, that's all we saying. Like, listen.
Yeah, because watch this, me, myself, and he landing. Watch this. Remember, there's a genre of music called trap music, which is rap. That's a dope boy music, perpetuating drugs among your own people, selling drugs to your people and all that. There's a genre of rap music called gangster rap, which is about you killing your own people. Now watch this. You trying to compare R&B to rap, you got to show me the R&B genres that's called gangster R&B and trap R&B. You don't get it. The best music form to promote self-destruction through is rap, and ain't no way around that, bro. I'm an expert at this music form. That's all I know. I've been making it since a boy.
You right. You got that. I mean, to your point that you making, you got that. I can't say nothing about that. The only thing I was saying is shit, R&B, it ain't all, you know what I'm saying? It ain't all peaches and cream. It ain't teaching them nothing good for real.
Nah, I gotta disagree on that, bro, because I just looked it up on Google. Earth, Wind, and Fire is considered R&B.
I guess I'm thinking about the wrong R&B then.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what
thinking
I'm
about
saying. It's
freaky
different
R&B
categories.
90s.
So you feel me? We all learning, bro. But yeah, it's different R&B. You could go back to the golden era. Sanchez know what it is. You feel me? Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Did
That's
you?
R&B.
The rappers even singing now too, yo. They be hitting them notes and harmonizing this shit, bro. They do got gangster, singers now at this point. That's what a lot of guys be doing. So
Absolutely. They sing in their lyrics because they know the melodic sound is going to hypnotize you, literally. But
yeah.
I had to write something down because, smoking shit. But look, the images that they portray of what we are through hip hop around the world is what they think we are. Even though we know in our communities, the majority is like maybe 2 homes where the hoes at, or it's like 2 or 3 homes where the actual, pushers are at out of the 100. You see what I'm saying? So the majority is way over on the positive side. But what's pushed in the images, which controls the minds, is the opposite. The weapon, and that's why I would agree with Sanchez more than Tazaryach, even though I think they both had amazing points.
because it's the duality. They both were right, but Sanchez was more right because hip hop is the number one weapon they use to perpetrate this fraud and poverty on our people. That's the number one weapon that they use, and it's the most prevalent around the world. K-pop, everything around the world is a copy and paste of what we are. No matter if they're speaking our language or lingo perfectly, we're teaching them. Y'all seen Casanat Strings or how he brings over Brazilians, Asians, etc., and teaches them the way of the so-called Negro, right? This is an actual program of warfare. So I really wanted to push that more than anything. That's why I would give Sanchez the win, but both of them had points that were 100% right because we are beings of adaptation before plantation politics, uh, whatever type of slave trade you believe in or don't believe in, our own people, all kinds of tribes doing and perpetrating these frauds on their own people, right? We talk about the black hand all the time, right? Or how we got to watch out for the people that look like us more than we sometimes got to watch for the people that don't look like us, right? So we've been perpetrating this fraud on our own people for a minute. So it's adaptation plus this hip hop, which is the number one current weapon that we got to fight against. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, if I may add, I definitely understand exactly how hip hop is being used because now what you see more than ever is that people don't look into being educated about anything else, but they know exactly what's going on in the hip hop industry. They're making it to where the vlogs and the blogs and all of that stuff, all they talk about is hip hop. Everything is being used to orchestrate that mindset of a person being completely hypnotized by hip hop. It's like the idol worshiping, the idolizing of certain human beings, and these guys like bro Sanchez said, like, bro, they ain't even got the money they say they got, but they gonna tell you that because they understand that as long as they let you see what they want you to see, that your kids will continue to believe that that's real life. It's one of those moments where I have to tell my children, like, hey, everything you're watching in front of you, don't take it serious. A lot of this stuff
Mm-hmm.
isn't even reality, but the kids are extremely influenced by it. They really are.
You
And
know what?
yes,
When you say that the kids are influenced by it, I played a video of Captain Tazaryach agreeing with you, saying the same thing. Can I ask you a question real quick, London? Because I ain't mean to cut you off. I want you to keep going. You said something important. Like, can you agree? Would you agree that I know you do, but I want you to go into it. How is hip hop the cause of violence based on the fact that the rappers have more influence than the parents? Because I think that's what they're not seeing. Because they agree that they got more influence, but they don't agree that it's the main cause of violence. You feel me?
yes, sir. Yes, brother.
I
Look,
apologize.
yes, sir. I'm explaining right here. When I was like 8 or 9 years old, my mama and God forbid or whatever, but my mama passed me a Master P ghetto dope. I think it was ghetto dope or the ice cream man. And I remember playing that. I remember playing Juvenile 400 Degrees because I'm from the South too. And I remember how much influence it had on my life. And I remember strategically using it to interact with black men like myself and how we all use that to 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 conduct ourselves in real life, but we're all taking everything in that they're saying and we're influenced by it, extremely influenced by it, whether it was drug use, whether it was committing crimes, whether it was disrespecting or treating women a certain type of way. Those are all the things that are being perpetuated propaganda style on our people. And the only thing that they're using as influence because of all of the things around them was the music. They're idolizing it because they feel like this is the only way out. It's just like playing ball. Like the rappers even tell you, hey, either you're going to be a rapper or you're going to go play ball. It's a very similar tactic, but hip
Mm-hmm.
hop, that one
That's
thing,
deep.
that one structure, hip hop is the one structure that we all look at like our Jesus Christ. No cap. That's like all the way
Facts.
up and down. And I know plenty of people, even when Future came out, how influential he was. The lean and all that shit was popular in the 90s with 3 6 Mafia and UGK and all them boys, DJ Screw. When Future came out, everybody became, not everybody,
You
but
know what?
majority of our kids, they
What you
started
saying?
talking.
It went through the roof. If it was 50% back then, it went to 80% when Future
No,
came.
it just the drug changed. The
I'm gonna
drug
tell
changed. So they
y'all
still
what.
talking link.
Yeah, see, cause what y'all saying, brothers, is facts. But I want to go real deep. I want to take what y'all saying, run with it, and give it back to you, and let you go there with me. What I'm about to say now. See if I'm being too conspiracy theorist here, right? So, with every group of people, you have competitive industries. So that may be fighting, football, basketball, poetry, rap, spoken word, R&B, politics, even education that are going into scientific sort of competitive in the capitalist system. Now, in a capitalist system where a group of people can make millions of dollars playing football or millions of dollars being in politics or billions of dollars being a musician, billions of dollars being an educator. If I had my enemy within my society, in the case of white people with black people, or, you know, the oppressor with the oppressed people, because it ain't just white and black, but keep going here with this, right? So think about the people in power with black people. They saying, look, we got these black people embedded, integrated in society. They gonna excel in sports, which is physical ability. They gonna excel in politics. Look at Johnny Cochran, which is law knowledge. They gonna excel in botany, which is plants. Look at George Washington Carver with the peanut. 10,000 uses for just the peanut. Any industry you show me, these people gonna excel in it, right? So that let me know they gonna excel in music, and the kind of music that these people would make if you don't fuck with them is positive shit that'll uplift their people, which is why, if you think about it, why do white people want to control hip hop so much, bro? Like y'all say, well, the white man control the NBA, but it's dominated by black men. The white man control the NFL, but it's dominated by black men. Here's what you need to be saying. The white man control the music industry, but it's dominated by. Now, guess what? When you talk about music, it's deeper than a nigga with a football. Because guess what? A culture is going to listen to their politicians and musicians before they listen to their comedians and their athletes. This is
Agreed.
facts. You can study any culture. That's why if you think about hip hop, it ain't like no other music genre. Because think about it. Football, a black athlete don't have a voice. He just got to show up and run the ball good. Ain't nobody listening to him to say nothing political. But throughout the ages, people have always looked at their artists and musicians as an extension of their presidents and politicians, y'all. This is deep shit with hip hop. That's why there's a conspiracy on hip hop, and it ain't like no other music genre. Because that's our music genre, and if it wasn't tampered with, what kind of message would we make popular? Remember, hip hop is the popular music, right? Whatever you promote through hip hop, everybody wanna be hip, right? Everybody wanna. You got motherfuckers in Dubai listening to hip hop music, balling out and experiencing the way we interpret a luxurious lifestyle. Let me tell y'all something. Can't nobody interpret luxury like a poor person. Because check this out. A rich person, all they know is luxury. So it's normal to them. They gonna hide their money and be bougie. But if you give a nigga from the projects or a slave out of plantation some fucking money, you gonna get some called bling bling every time I come around. You say, nigga, you finna get flossing as a whole the face of capitalism and being luxurious is gonna make the Egyptians say, damn, look at Birdman. Nigga, you talking about flossing and stunting? The Egyptians, if they can see what hip hop is today, they will see their culture on steroids, nigga, which is why you see the Egyptian pyramid on the back of the dollar and why the Bible say come out of Egypt. Y'all think the Bible talking about a geographic location when the word Egypt come from the word ego. E-G-Y is ego. Ego, go look up your etymology. Go look up and guess what you will see? It was symbolic because the Egyptian mentality had spread it around the world, which is why the pyramid is on our dollar today. There's a city in Egypt called Luxor. That's where we get the word luxury from. Did you know that? Did you know that the word luxury comes from a city in Egypt? And listen, when it comes to balling out and bling bling, when nobody doing it like the ancient Egyptians. You talking about rappers with gold around their neck. The Egyptians had gold on every goddamn thing. You talking about the dude with the rapper with the gold around his neck? He said he a silver spoon. He said he didn't grow up with a silver spoon. Let me tell you something about the Egyptians. Fuck a silver spoon. They grew up with golden spoons. See, when we talk about rich people today, we say they had a silver spoon. In Egyptian culture, the silver spoon was broke as hell. So our whole way of thinking come from the Egyptians. And the Bible said, come out of Egypt. It was talking about coming out of a mentality. Was Jesus a nigga with a bunch of chains on, stunting on you? So think about it. Who are speaking more of what the Bible teach? Sanchez or Creflo Dollar? I told y'all the Bible prophesied everybody in these churches going to hell. The synagogue of Satan. It tells you the great apostasy. You think I'm on the side of wickedness when I'm on the side of righteousness. When people that's black say it's black pride, black culture, the black is dealing with Satanism, not what Sanchez is saying. I'm bringing the light. Because you're not your skin color. You're what your heart is saying is right or wrong. People will ignore right or wrong when it comes to their skin color. So guess what? My thing is this right here. The people look at hip hop like this is black pride, black culture. So when I talk like this, y'all think I'm the enemy. But I'm gonna ask y'all this right here. When it comes to morality and righteousness, you can't even have, because you would have the black church defend hip hop. They invite rappers into the church. Just like the White House do, everybody promote the rap industry as black culture, even the black Christian church. You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing is this. Why y'all think Jesus went up in the church with beef, knocking shit over, tearing shit up? Don't you know Sanchez is the modern day Jesus going up in the church saying, y'all the synagogue of Satan. Think about it. The book of Revelation even say that God's wrath gonna be on the saints in the end of days because they followed the beast. It tells you that the church gonna fall astray. That's because our people gonna start adopting the Catholic Church mentality, the papacy mentality. We're tribal people. The church is in the bed with the state. They gotta promote this fucking status quo. All of the people who was a threat in Jesus' time was people that was going against the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Caesars. Guess who that is today? The church, the black church. Because anytime, think about it, you will have preachers, pastors, ministers dancing to hip hop music. And if I come and say, man, that shit ain't our culture, that shit satanic, a bunch of Jews own the hip hop industry and they trying to pass that shit off like our culture, then you will have a Christian pastor tell you, nigga, you don't love your people. Tell me I'm lying, y'all.
Yeah,
Nah.
fact.
Anybody that perverts the truth of what Christ was trying, because it's like, yeah, a lot of people didn't know that, like, when I was kept saying I'm a follower, of the teachings of Jesus Christ, that's the literal definition of a Christian, right? But when you do that, you kind of separate yourself from like other scriptures, kind of. But the key is anybody that's perverting that is going to, is going to have a problem. And God is referred to as the Father of light for a reason, because it's the hologram, it's the projection, right? It's the simulation. So the Father of light is going to have the end say. Now, how we wrap our mind around how we get out of this flesh back into with spawn the flesh, that's what I love this panel for, because we get to, use our reading imagination and combine it all and come up with they say gnosis, but honestly, if you haven't experienced it, it's literally faith or belief. But faith and belief is a tangible substance that creates our reality. So gnosis, like when you say you know something, even though you haven't experienced it, I fuck with that for real, because that's literally what the definition of faith in the Bible, not the one when you pull up online and it has that little AI beside it. We gotta get away from that too. When we look up something, make sure you get the root, because it's different. It's worded different when you Google it or you look it up online. When you look up the definition of faith, it's a tangible substance based in the creation of the worlds before the worlds, and how science and our reality is built off things we can't see, but we know that that's there, like air. Even though we can call it different names, no matter what we call air, it's that thing we inhale and exhale, right? But yeah, you got it. You see what I'm saying?
You
But
know
we
what, me
categorize it
myself?
because we humans. Yeah, you got it.
Air is the throat chakra, the sound. Spirit is breath. They said in the end of days there will be a spiritual warfare on the earth. People are looking for monsters to fall out the sky with spirits and start fighting human beings, but they don't know that the Bible is a coded book. Spirit means breath. When the Bible says it's going to be a spiritual war in the end of days, it's going to be a war between the word of mouth, the preachers, the bishops, the priests, the rappers, versus the niggas that's really telling the truth to humanity. And guess what the Bible prophesied?
Going on right now.
Guess what the Bible prophesied, right? That niggas like me, what they call the poor righteous teacher, are gonna be looked down upon, and that the dope boy gonna get more respect than a nigga like me, because in these times, money is gonna determine who is the man that's making the most sense and got the most need to be talking. And guess what? The Bible is on my side, not the world side. They just don't know it. Because Jesus didn't have what all these. If Jesus was alive right now, he'll be living like the average nigga. He wouldn't be a boss. Niggas will walk by Jesus, and it tell you that in the Bible. If you saw the Lord, you wouldn't even know him. Because you looking for some luxurious shit. And the Lord gonna be right in front of you, just a normal nigga with a dingy white t-shirt on telling the truth. But you gonna go listen to Yo Gotti. You gonna go listen to Creflo Dollar. You gonna go listen to the motherfucking content creator that's selling you a fake ass lifestyle on TikTok and Instagram. Jesus wasn't doing none of that. You know what I miss? There was a time where they said, what would Jesus do? Now they say, what would the black entrepreneur do? And guess what I'm telling you right now, nigga? Ain't nothing wrong with getting your goddamn money. But getting money shouldn't define how you feel about yourself, because everybody ain't gonna be rich, nigga. It's just a monopoly game. Every nigga can't win a game of Monopoly. Don't you know in every game of Monopoly there's more broke motherfuckers than rich motherfuckers? Look around the world. The world is a monopoly board. The rich people are 1%, and they got y'all thinking that luxury, riches, is authority. They got y'all saying shit like, nigga, you ain't got no money while I'm listening to you. But don't you pray to Jesus how much money he had? I bet you Young Thug got more money than Jesus. So that's why the Bible said the church gonna go astray. They started listening to capitalists and getting 5013Cs with the state. And if you don't know, the state put Jesus to death on a cross. That was the Pharisees and Sadducees, the Caesar and the papacy, what the church is under. And I got friends that's members of the church. They don't know they on their way to hell, but hell ain't a place of fire. It's reincarnation doing this shit over and over till you realize the truth, just like Neo in the Matrix, but that's a whole nother topic.
Facts.
Boy, just drop that science, the Matrix. We living out the script.
That's what I'm trying to tell Tazaryach and them Hebrews, because
hey, quick question for everybody. Do y'all believe that your spirit can feel pain?
Let me tell you something. Your spirit, let me tell you something like this right here. Your spirit is the part of you that never die. But unfortunately, it can feel. Now, as far as your spirit burning in hell and being feeling fire forever, the way that the Bible defines the spirit, no, it can't feel pain. The Bible say your spirit is an indestructible body that can't feel no pain and suffering. So if the spirit is the part of you that can't experience a physical experience, pain only exists in the physical realm. So me burning a spirit in fire is like stupid, which is the concept of hell. That is what the Catholic Church taught. That ain't what the true Christians and the Gnostics, the people who wrote the Bible, they didn't teach that about hell. See, the Bible was tampered with by King James and the papacy. Books were removed. Shit was added. And if you don't care enough to go and see what they added and took away, then you ain't gonna really know the truth, because the Bible said don't add and take away. And once somebody bring to your attention that the shit have been tampered with and somebody added and taken some away and you don't care nothing about it, if you get led astray, you can't even blame the Bible. It told you that most of the church gonna get led astray.
Appreciate you having me up, Sanchez, man. It's appreciate it, bro. It's an honor, man. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Salute to y'all.
Because the reason this Hebrew debate is deep, because the Hebrews teach that everything black people going through is because we turned away from God. When the people that's taking us through this, they more evil than us. Let me ask you something. Who more evil, the slave or the slave master? This is the see. This the debate that the Hebrews don't listen. The Hebrews don't like me, y'all. The Hebrews don't like, because they know that my whole debate about hip hop and all that other shit is ultimately gonna lead me into where I'm at right now with them. What do your pastor say? The reason you suffering because some you did. That's called victim blaming. The reason we suffering because of systematic oppression. What did Captain Tazaryach say in the debate tonight? He said it ain't because of hip hop, it's because of the system and poverty and all that. If Captain Tazaryach saying it's because of the system, it's because of poverty and systematic oppression, how are the Hebrews also teaching that it's because we fell away and not doing what Yahweh Shah say? That ain't double talk, y'all.
It is a little bit. Hey,
ain't a little bit, a lot, nigga. I'm gonna show you how it's a lot, right? How you can't even mention both of them, because if we going through all of this because of what we did, not doing right by God, you can't turn around and say we going through all of it because the system is creating a system of poverty to make you crash out. Hold on, is it God or the system? It can't be both. That's why I'm telling you, ain't no little bit. This is the point of the debate where you say, yeah, you gotta choose one. Either it's God or the white man system, or is God working through the white man system?
Hey,
And
I was
if it,
about to say, that's what they're gonna do.
and
That's what
listen,
hey, bro.
and if it's God working through the white man system, then why the fuck you even mad at the white man if he doing the will of God?
God damn.
I told y'all I'm a chess player. Stop, man. Don't do it with me. Stop, bro. You can't win this
That's
shit.
what
When I'm
self-accountability.
right, bro, when I know I'm right, you can't win. Because I already got the spirit of the ancestors on me. That's what Jesus didn't have a lot of money. He had a lot of truth and fucking facts. People just didn't value truth and facts in Jesus' time. They value platinum, gold, and all of that, didn't they?
True insight. Yeah, literal insight, light, the most inner light. And he was teaching everybody else how to do it. Literally, that's what the scriptures say. Like, do this, you're gonna do more, you're gonna do better, you're gonna heal, you're gonna raise people from the dead. The scriptures literally say, I'm teaching you how to raise people from the dead, how to heal people, and etc. The lame, the sick, the blind. And it's like, yeah, people ain't really reading for real. But hey,
Yeah, I'm
knowing.
just saying, like, it's so simple. If God is using the white man to punish black people, we can't be mad at the white man. He doing the will of God, hanging you on that tree, telling you to kill your brother. You can't be mad. How you gonna be mad at the white man for being obedient? And when God saying you wasn't being obedient, God said, I told black people to love each other and to worship me, but they didn't do it. So I'm gonna get these strangers to torture y'all. How you gonna get mad at the stranger for doing what God told them to do? If the stranger don't do that, God gonna punish them for not punishing you. I'm telling you that the white man doing the will of God, what he doing to black people if the Hebrews are right. If the black pastor is right, we victim blaming. And the crazy thing is, God got people punishing you who way more evil than you. I keep saying this joke, but it's going over their head, right? God is getting Jeffrey Dahmer to whoop your ass because you eating people. Some people will never get that joke. But that's what the Hebrews telling me. God said we was eating people, man. So he gonna let Jeffrey Dahmer torture y'all. So the people that's punishing us from not obeying God, not only don't they obey God, they blaspheme God. They are ungodly. What kind of God would allow wicked ass people to punish you for being weak or wicked? That's like me letting motherfucking Al Capone give my son an ass whooping for selling drugs when Al Capone is a kingpin.
Hey, big facts. I was talking to people out that earlier at Wendy's about Social Security now. It's like, hey, the mob. She ain't know what the Godfather was. Like, you don't know what the mob is? I mean, that's essentially what America is. But yeah, I had to break down extortionism and all that other stuff. It's like, yeah, it's okay to lie to them.
People be making up shit for God. Like, if this was all true, God would be a fucking moron. But you guess what? But and the thing is, people will say, God ain't a moron, you just don't understand it. When the truth is, you just don't understand the fact that it's simple. The way you've been taught about God is wrong. They lied to you about the nature of the creator and about how God thinks about us and how everything goes. That's more easier than saying, Well, God just making up shit for God about to fill in these gaps that I'm pointing out. That they get, because once a pastor say the reason you suffering black people, because we don't obey God, we don't tithe enough. That's why we broke as hell, because you don't give enough. Well, you look at the richest people in the world, they don't give at all. They take more than what they give. It's
Yep. Or they
God,
give so they can get. Yep.
and it's like God is enforcing shit against poor people that he don't enforce against the rich. So the rich are stingy as hell, but yet they keep getting more and more money. I would say as an intelligent man, the rich people keep getting richer because they stingy as hell, versus the poor people are being taught if you keep giving, you'll get more. That's like going in a casino saying the more you willing to lose, the more you can win. But see, for the rich man, it ain't a gamble. For example, Creflo Dollar get his money by telling you to give, but he tell you to get your money by giving. Now think about that. I'm a pastor telling you, you ain't giving enough. That's why you broke, right? You getting broker and broker, I'm getting richer and richer. You giving more than me, and I keep getting rich as hell. But I'm telling you the reason you ain't getting like me, cause you ain't giving enough when you giving more than the fucking pastor. Come on. The Hebrews don't want to smoke with me, y'all. So I'm telling you right now, all of these dudes that blame the victim, they gonna carry this shit a certain way with me, because they know I got the daggers that they can't refute. They done watched my tapes, they done heard my arguments. They know they don't have no answers for this, man. They gotta start speaking for God and shit. Making up contradictory ways of God. Well, God did it for this, Sanchez, and God did that for God did this for. When you start pointing out the flaws of how God, okay, God said you broke because you ain't giving enough. Or for example, now the Hebrews, like I said with Tazaryach, they know they teaching bullshit. That's why the Bible called them the synagogue of Satan. But the thing about Captain Tazaryach, he kept trying to say hip hop ain't the cause, poverty is. But guess what though? Jesus was a broke nigga. I'ma say that again. You might not like it, but Jesus didn't have more money than Soldier Boy. Let me say something. Jesus didn't have more money than King Von, Young Dirt, Young Thug, and all them niggas was murderers and killers. When the Hebrews try to say poverty is the cause of violence, Jesus was the most non-violent image that they try to put in front of us. And he was in poverty like a motherfucker. Tell me he wasn't. Jesus lived wherever the wind took him.
Literally a carpenter, and he was a vagabond.
He was a vagabond.
He stayed at
Yeah.
the houses that he was teaching at. He was a homeless man, but he had the most.
Guess what? Jesus was like, I'm going to go around the world teaching the truth, and if this truth just make me enough money to feed myself, I feel more better doing that than telling a lie for millions. Bro, you know how easy it is to tell the lie and how hard it is to tell the truth to people who don't want it? That's what Jesus was doing. A nigga can't tell me I ain't the embodiment of Jesus. Y'all ain't the embodiment of Jesus. Guess what? The world just don't see it, y'all. And the Bible spoke about that in the book of Revelation. I used to always wonder when I was in the church, am I on the right side? Am I going to heaven? Now I know I'm going to heaven because the majority of the world against me like they was Jesus. Ain't a lot of people going, y'all. Remember that. And when you find out that the most of the, because think about it, the Hebrews represent the popular opinion. The church represent the popular opinion. A nigga talking like me and you, they call you a broke ass conspiracy theorist. Guess what? That's what got Jesus crucified. The word heresy is the modern word conspiracy theorist. When they say that you are a person bringing fake news or conspiracy theories, so we got to silence your video. We got to do all that, right? That was Jesus. They were saying, well, we got to stop what he's saying. It's going against whatever the popular shit, what everybody else said. When you know that you with the popular shit, you with the broad path, not the narrow path. That's why the Bible said a church going to hell, because they started going with the broad path. You want to know if you with the narrow path? And everybody ain't patting you on the back for what they said, because if you following Jesus, he wouldn't get pat on the back for what he said. And all of these wise ass speakers on tour, speaking everywhere, making everybody shout, them was the Pharisees and Sadducees of Jesus' time. Jesus was the one where everybody was saying, man, you negative. You ain't doing, you going against everything. Like, you see what I'm saying? You the one questioning all this shit. You ain't like the, you see what I'm saying? They going left, I'm going right.
Yep. And bro, the church, I just want to throw that out there. The church literally in the Bible, because the Bible got a dictionary in the back and the index. When you look up the definition of church, it's the people. And you use that word a lot. And I just wanted everybody to understand. I know you know, but I want everybody. That's when he said, when we're talking about being led astray, he's talking about the people. The people are the church. So yeah, hey,
but that you right,
is
like
decoded crazy. The book is crazy. Like literally in Revelation,
it's coded,
right?
yeah.
It literally tells you that the mystery of the seven churches and the seven lampstands and the seven
Will be
angels
revealed in this time.
Yeah, and then it says in the next scripture, this is how you decipher the mysteries. It literally tells you if you're confused about the mysteries of what was in the previous scripture, this is how you decipher the mysteries of in the pre. It literally decodes it for you if you read. But hey, a lot of us don't read it. They tell the greatest quote of all: if you want to hide something from niggas, what they tell you to put it in a book.
In a book. But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the
Brother,
thing,
y'all
though.
got it.
I'm going to tell you why. Now, let me go deeper with that. They say if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in a book, right? I'm going to tell you something that's going to be funny, but just don't laugh. Listen to the, it's a joke, but listen to the message. If you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. Just don't put it in the Bible, because they going to find that bitch on Sunday. Now watch this, right? If it's only one book that they gave a slave, it was the Bible. You got to ask yourself. They tell you if you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. But don't nobody read the Bible more than black people. Let's keep it real. Now watch this, right? Here's the thing you got to realize, right? How come black people got one of the most important books they say in the universe, which is the Bible? We read it more than everybody else, but we at the bottom. Because guess what they ain't telling y'all? The Bible was never meant to be read. It was meant to be decoded. It's a coded book. It has coded messages in it. And you know how you know I'm right? When people read the book of Revelation, most pastors in theology, they don't believe in real fucking monsters. They don't believe in a seven-head, all that shit you read in Revelation. There was a three-headed lion and a fucking big. If you ask any pastor that went to college for theology, they'll tell you the Bible ain't talking about literal monsters. They're talking about nations. They're talking about,
exactly,
right. So every theologian, every bishop, right, when they get to the book of Revelation, they start deciphering and decoding the symbols, right? Now, here go the dagger, y'all. Somebody didn't tell them the whole Bible is a coded book, not just Revelation. So y'all are taking the resurrection of Christ literally. Y'all are taking Lazarus' resurrection literally. You taking a man walking on water literally. What if you go and study astrotheology is literally dealing with celestial observations being personified. So watch this. Just like they start decoding the book of Revelation, you gotta ask the theologian, why the fuck don't you just decode the whole Bible, genius?
We don't even read the whole Bible. The whole Bible is 88 books, not 66. So they even hid the beginning of the, or most of the books.
And that's what separate us from them, though. They decode certain books and say, well, that's just symbolism and it ain't literal. When you realize the truth, you realize none of the Bible is literal, man. Like the book of Genesis is not when man and woman was first created. That was 10,000 years ago. The earth is older than 10,000 years ago. We got structures older than 10,000 years. But yet, a Christian will take the book of Genesis literally when the book of Genesis ain't no older than 10,000 years, y'all. The pyramids 100,000 years old. Excuse me, sir, not the pyramids in Egypt, but the pyramids in other places. Different structures on earth, you know what I mean? Yeah, but my bad. Yeah.
And that's the power of the book, is that like as you read it, you grow in it and you learn it. And that's the crazy, that's why it look, man,
Watch
it's
this.
the #1 bestseller for a reason.
Right. Watch
it's
this
gonna
right.
continue being there
Watch
for a
this
reason.
right. I'm gonna show you
it
something.
Describes our reality. And
Watch this right, and I'm gonna give it to Marlon. The Bible start off with 3 words in the beginning. Those 3 words in Hebrew is one word called Barashit. The word Barashit is the word be reset. You know why? Because history have been lost. The earth is trillions of years old, y'all. What we call recorded history have been lost several times to where the humanity's history have had to start from a 0 point where we lost all the knowledge. The Bible represent a reset point in history. There were several reset points in history, or several Barashits. And the book of Genesis don't mean the beginning of the world. It's like me pushing reset on a Nintendo, the beginning of a reset button. It don't mean the power button when it first came on. That's why when you open the book of Genesis, there's already people on the earth before Adam and Eve, and the bishops and pastors act like they don't know. Oh, we don't know. How did they get come on now, bro. Come on, bro. I've been studying this shit since a child because I've had questions for deacons and bishops that they couldn't answer. I'm going to tell you what your bishop going to tell you when you asking some D shit. He going to say, young man, you want to know too much. Just have faith and belief. But guess what the Bible told me to do? Prove all things. That's why I didn't listen to my pastor. I listened to the Bible. My pastor didn't listen to the Bible. He just got rich. Let's go. Who the next person?
And yo, bro, and that's the key. Yeah. And that's the key. I want to say that's the key, because that's what we go wrong. We don't read the book that we're being taught as grown men and women. Just go get what we're being taught, learn it for yourself, and it will enlighten you all the way through.
There's a reason they took those books out. That's what people missing. They reading the Bible, but they ain't reading the whole book. Enoch walked out of here, according to the book. They took that out. What they did is made it so that a king is the highest power on this earth. So that's anything more than that was dangerous. So they took it out. So reading that book, you're only reading a part of it. You know, the part
and the
where
book tell you it's more books to read.
what was the book where the angels were cast down? Do you know that?
Yeah, and angels will call Molochs. And we know what a Moloch is.
Right.
No,
Hey,
go ahead. Bro.
we're going to continue the show. I want to ask everybody in the chat room to do me a favor. Hit the super chat, hit the cash up button. You don't got to send in no major joint. Just a little bit helps a lot just to keep. We've been on here for a minute, right? And we want to keep this content coming for y'all. So support the show. I appreciate y'all in advance. Let's keep it moving. Go ahead, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, Zersky. I was just saying that Molochs are angels. I ain't mean to cut off Marlon Wells, but look, like angels are Molochs, right? And Gregories are actual watchmen. The Gregories. That's why they call, the Gregorian calendar. It's the literal watch. It's the chronos. It's those are literal fallen angels of Gregory is. So that's why we base time off of the Gregorian calendar. It goes deep into that etymology, But yeah, go ahead, my bro.
But have you studied the Ethiopian Bible?
Yes, sir. A little bit. I
A
ain't
little
got one
bit,
though.
but those were the books that put this up above a king. See, the King James, this is what you're reading, the King James KJV version. That's a man. That's not a God.
Say he was a nigga.
Well, hey, it doesn't matter what he was because he usurped the power, because in
He did.
the previous books, the power was above an angel could fall or be cast down, right?
But Marlon, you cooking?
Angel
Yeah, y'all
get
cook my
cast.
bag. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the
I wanna
angel can
build
be
on this.
cast
Yeah.
down. They don't want people to be thinking about something above a king, so they added the church and the
But see,
papacy
here's the
and all of
thing.
that. But
When
they
you
took
talk
out
about the
the books.
usurping of power, Marlon, you gotta go into the creation of money, because look, when you talk about how the church took the power from the people, they couldn't have done it without money. Because look, right? What the ancient gurus was teaching was that the way to health and wealth is being redefined when the Egyptians and the church come along. Wealth had nothing to do with money. It had something to do with spiritual karma. I don't know if y'all done your research into Vedics and Hinduism and the origins of Christianity, the real origins of Christianity and shit. Stop me if I could lose y'all at any point. But check this out, right? Wealth was never, think about money is new, but wealth ain't. I'm gonna prove my point right here. The concept of being powerful is old, but money is new. So money ain't power. Guess what they were saying before money was power? Knowledge is power. Tell me what's older, knowledge or money?
Knowledge is what I'm talking about. Like, we don't
So
know because we don't get to study. Now you go online and get the Ethiopian Bible, But when they did
so
this,
so
it was the
so
dark ages.
so watch
That's
this,
what they
right?
called it.
Here's how the church took over and how the Caesars in Rome took over right here. They stopped saying knowledge was power, and they started saying money is power, and they start telling the people, if the shit you saying ain't equating to millions and dollars like what the Caesar got, you talking bullshit. So that's why nobody listen to Jesus. Don't you know most of the world listen to the Pharisee, the Sadducee, and the Caesar?
Oh, that's right.
And that's because, like today, just like in Egypt and Rome, if you didn't have gold, listen, a nigga that show up in the hood with a bunch of jewelry on his neck and a fucking Rolls Royce, everybody will listen to him more than you with a tank top on telling the truth. Now, you can be telling the truth, and the nigga with all that can be telling the lie. And guess what? People don't give a fuck what you're saying. They give a fuck what you got. And they think if I listen to you, I can get what you got. But Creflo Dollar's congregation ain't never got what he got. These rappers' fans ain't never got what the rapper got. People are being sold a dream and they don't see it. It's the same dream that Jesus was trying to expose in his time, and I'm trying to expose in mine. The trick of the Pharaoh and the Sadducee, there's a reason why the Bible said come out of Egypt. Egypt represent the epitome of capitalism and Luxor. Money was created in Egypt. Taxation was created in Egypt. Idolatry was created in Egypt. Celebrityism was created in Egypt. Poor folks looking up the rich motherfuckers was created in Egypt. Poor folks idolizing motherfuckers that's fake as hell. Don't you know that the Pharaoh wanted to stay young forever? Your celebrities is getting plastic jobs and lip jobs and surgeries and Botox and shit, living like the Egyptians. The Bible said come out of Egypt. It's a way of living that we've been in for over 10,000 plus years. And this was what Jesus was rebelling against, but the church don't even know that. They going to hell in a handbasket, not because Sanchez said it. It's in their own Bible.
Oh yeah, but they had to, in order to get that power and to do that, they had to take out all of the previous books that led to a higher power than them. So when they rewrote the book, or when they took them books out, and they rewrote the King James Version, then come out to 1611. So that's 1,600 years after the original Bible. So, and there was a
Guess
period
what,
in there in the
y'all?
Dark Ages where they started the Crusades.
Listen, man, guess what they ain't telling these people? The Egyptians was taking shit out of animals, putting it into their faces and skin to stay young forever. The Egyptians was killing their newborn babies to create serums and creams to make their skin not wrinkle. The pharaohs, the Egyptians was all about immortality and youth and staying young forever. When you see the pyramid on our dollar, when you see the culture that we live in America, you can't tell me we ain't in modern day Egypt with the popular culture in this society. What dominates everybody mentality? A bunch of vanity, luxury, bullshit, big asses, big titties, makeup, eyebrows, hair. If you got gray in your hair, you better dye that shit out, nigga, because you got to look young. That's Egyptian. But the Bible was condemning everything we doing today. And if a person really loved their soul, guess what we condemning? True witchcraft. Guess what witchcraft was? Makeup, lipstick, all that shit, nigga. Y'all, the Egyptians created all of that. The fucking Pharaoh wore more makeup than his woman. I swear to God, the male pharaohs in Egypt wore more makeup than the women. They wore wigs more than the women. Even if you look at the white men in early America, they wore wigs. Look at George Washington. A wig on. Listen, I'm telling y'all right now, these people learned from the Egyptians. I'm finna give you a scripture. Go in your Bible and look up Galatians chapter 4:24. It says Moses learned everything he know from the Egyptians. Guess who is the forefather of modern day Christianity, y'all? Moses. So everything that the Christians is living out today is what Moses learned from the Egyptians, but ain't nobody really reading what the Bible's saying. They listen to what Pastor Pochop interpreting. But see, the pastors started just talking, letting the money talk. When they churches start making money, it stopped being, let's diligently see what the Bible's saying. And it started being, let's just make everybody show up and feel good and keep our fucking 5013Cs. Feel good don't mean do good. Don't you know that the people that feel the best doing the worst? You got motherfuckers that rule the world that don't feel better than a broke nigga in the hood. You got niggas that's ruling the world right now that won't take a day off. They work 7 days a week. They won't stop ruling the world. There's a Jewish man waking up every fucking day to see how to keep his foot on your neck, and he ain't taking no days off. And you got niggas slacking who at the bottom. So my whole thing is this right here. At this point, it ain't even what we doing, it's how we thinking, because our actions ain't producing no fruit. Because you can have motion, but the motion may not move your people forward. How so, Sanchez? You can be moving by going in circles. Walking in circles is still moving. See, we got a lot of movements, but the movements just going in circles. Motion don't equate to progress if it don't move you forward. If it keep doing the same shit, getting the same results, and they know that if you doing the same shit and it ain't getting you nowhere, come on, you gotta me myself out here. You trying to go ahead.
So you already know that's called perpetual. Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead.
going in cycles. Yeah, it's just cyclical. It's just gonna keep going around and around and around. You keep doing the same thing over and over again, thinking you're gonna get a different result. That's
That's
the definition
called
of
foolish.
insanity.
That's the
Yeah,
definition of insanity. Doing the same
got it.
thing, expecting different results. Right.
And
That's
That's
it.
why
thing
I'm
is
bringing
about
up
Moses. No, go ahead.
books.
Go ahead. Will.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing up the missing books. So I'm saying who's going to do the research on the missing books and show why they took them out. They took them out for that power. When people are reading metaphors and reading between the lines, but the information really ain't all there. So I mean, the Ethiopian Bible, like I said, is like 1,600 years older than
Yeah.
the verse. So
You
we've
know,
been missing that for
you know
over a
when you bring
thousand
up the
years.
Marlon, I got you think I'm cutting you off, but I'm not. I'm throwing you an alley-oop. Watch this, Marlon. You always bring up the Ethiopian Bible, right? Can you
Yeah.
please tell us why the Ethiopian Bible would make Hebrew Israelite shit bricks and why they hate the Old Testament? Let's talk about it. Do you know that?
Because
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
why they don't like it, or why they would
Why
shit
they
bricks.
don't even like if you debating a Hebrew Israelite and you bring up the Ethiopian Bible, they gonna laugh at you and say that the Ethiopian Bible. Why come the Hebrew Israelites only respect the books that the white papacy, the Catholic Church, which is our enemy as black people, canonized?
Right, but they
They're
got a
in bed with the damn synagogue of Satan. Let's talk about it. Come on, y'all. Am I
yeah. But
losing
look at the
anybody
Catholic.
on the?
They
Look at
gotta
the
follow
Catholic
Yeah,
this.
Church.
it
Just like what
contains
you
the book of
saying.
Enoch. Just to get you the answer so we can continue to build. It contains the book of Enoch. What our Bible does not contain the book of Enoch.
Like the people that I
Right.
debate and that be coming
Yeah,
against
but
Sanchez, there is two things why I'm not like I'm a black man. All of these people that wage a war against me are black people, right? Here's what separates us. I am anti-Boule, anti-Freemasonic, anti-papacy, I'm everything Jesus would have been, and I'm gonna get crucified for it. So if you want to know who's who in the spiritual war of Armageddon, if you on the side of righteousness or not, the unpopular person that you think is just negative, broke, and evil and making all the wrong decisions, that's what the world thought about Jesus now. So check this out. I'm trying to tell y'all some shit real quick about the Hebrews. This is a rich organization like Creflo Dollar. Like these dudes, think about this. Captain Tazaryach defending hip hop. Don't y'all see him on all of these damn phone calls with rappers, industry execs, Whack 100? Like I would defend hip hop too if I had a lot of hip hop friends. If I was cool with a lot of rappers. Y'all don't see what's going on.
Man,
hip
you should
hop.
have hit him with that blow, yo. That would have been a straight up fucking rib liver shot if you had to hit him with that whack 100. Because we all know what whack 100 is. Like he one of the greatest pets of all time, the greatest coon boom.
Like, think about it. Like the church invite rappers in a lot of these big mega churches. They will invite some of these rappers into the church. We've seen it. So in a way, they're friendly to. For example, right? I used to do gospel rap. Man, I still keep in touch in what's happening in gospel rap, and I'm gonna tell you, man, gospel rap is so disgusting. It's amazing. They don't even call it gospel rap today. They call it trap gospel. And the fucking gospel rappers are cursing, talk. You can't really tell, am I listening to gospel rap or just regular trap? And when I was in the church, we was always trying to imitate the world, and they would tell us in the church, like, listen, we got to get the world's attention, so we got to put the Christ message into the hip hop and stuff. And man, that mutated into a bad shit today, looking at it back from my time now. And I'm saying what the Bible said about the church going astray. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's so, nigga, they twerking and everything. And not in every church, but in the mega churches that represent the black church. Like if you watching BET on a Sunday, or if you,
One of them,
right,
who was the one that used to go to the Diddy parties? What was his name? Jake? No, TD Jake? Oh, something like that.
yeah, TD Jakes used to go to all the Diddy parties. Listen, TD Jakes was a regular in the black church. BET loves him. Like I'm telling you, our black elite leaders have already been sold us out, y'all. They've been sold us out to the devil. That's why the church, the Muslims, all these niggas defend hip hop. You will have a nigga, right? Like me, I'm a rapper, I'm a producer, right? But I ain't rich. I never had a shot. And guess what? All of the people that's telling the truth never get a chance. When I bring up the rappers that even got a chance and they were made millions of dollars, the moment they start telling the truth, they either got killed or their career was over. Like Crazy Bone, Tupac, Easy E. So if you start off telling the truth before you even get a chance, you just kiss your whole dream goodbye. I'm going to tell y'all some what happened to Sanchez, what happened to a lot of black men and black women. And if you can relate, let me know after I tell you this. You start telling the truth too soon in your life, and you didn't realize that all of the black people that control shit had already sold their soul to the devil. Now check this out. The question is, if you knew the game before you open up your big mouth thinking that the truth gonna set your people free, would you still would have told the truth if you known it would have got you crucified like Jesus versus sitting in a Rolls Royce?
Great question. Every nigga gonna be like, nah. But the nigga you was talking about, Christ was different though. He was a different type. He was a different type. So me personally, I'm gonna be like, man. But the homie Christ was like, man, take this burden away from me. He sweat blood praying for the burden to be taken away from him, but still went through it because he's a warrior. Just the greatest. It's the greatest book, the bestseller of all time, is written about the brother for a reason. I'm gonna keep saying that. It's for a reason. And when you look at what he was talking about, what he was doing, when he went to that synagogue and they was perverting it, what did he do? He spazzed out and he knocked and started kicking over table and started pulling out whips and started beating people out like sheep. So it was like when you really read and comprehend what he was talking about, he was the real revolutionary. He was the realest nigga of his time. But not only that, he was God incarnate though. And that goes deeper into the simulation and what light work is.
We're
Because if we
God
believe
incarnate
in
too.
exactly, now if we're talking about what we're talking about, right? In that we can become these super sentient, superhuman beings, right? Why not him? And so we gotta work our own mind around that question I just asked y'all. Don't answer it now.
We are these
If
super
we're able to
sentient
do that,
beings,
right, and we're
and
working towards that,
he
why not him?
was here.
Exactly. So why not him? And so that goes back into
I'm with you.
going into like he wasn't a no niggas have always had this in them, but he was a special type of nigga that had a certain type of light in him that
All
we
of us
call the
are.
Holy Spirit, the God incarnate,
All
right?
of us got it. Yeah.
Now we're connected to that in individual sparks. But
Now, here's my
there's a
thing right
original
here, right?
creator of the simulation.
Because I
That's what
like
I
where
think.
you
But yeah,
going,
go ahead.
right? You gotta
Yeah, the
let me
sparks
go
on.
here with you,
Go
man.
ahead. Yeah.
You bringing up Christ. I'm not gonna debate if he was a real person that walked the earth. I'm just gonna talk about him as a symbol, as an archetype, as a figure, right? Which is all we need to do. Now watch this, right? You say, shit slipped my mind. My whole thing is this right here, man. Niggas will say, damn, bro, I swear I just had a brain fart. This ain't happened the whole
About
show.
the archetype, you was talking about how everybody is Christ and everybody is God and we connect. We're all God. But I was saying that how we're just individual sparks of a greater creator, the Father of light that created this simulation. And so I was just saying, that Christ was the original. He was one of the realest niggas, the realest one with the greatest spark. And he was teaching other people how to do that as well. But he wasn't telling everybody that you are also me because he
Oh
was
no,
something
that's what
special.
I was gonna say.
Yeah,
What I was gonna
you got
say was, right, what I get in 2025, a lot of people will say, look here, man, I hear what you saying, Sanchez, but you can't necessarily say because these brothers telling the truth or because they're real brothers that's anti the system or revolutionaries is why they ain't balling out, Sanchez, because there's a big debate right now where a lot of people may say, look, man, the reason you ain't a millionaire because you didn't work hard enough. Quit blaming the white man. Quit blaming the system. Quit blaming the fact that you saying, Sanchez, you telling the truth like Jesus was. Because I get that a lot. A lot of brothers have came to me. They said, look, Sanchez, I hear your argument. I don't think brothers is successful or non-successful because of the things you saying. Like you get these Masons, these different folks, the Tazaryachs, they'll tell you, look, black folks the way they are cause poverty, not cause the black boule, not cause we got people among us that's against us, that's wolves in sheep clothes working for the enemy, right? They ignore all that and say black people at the bottom because we turned away from God. And I be like, bro, it's more churches in the hood than in the rich people fucking communities. Now, if what they saying true, where we see the most churches, we'll see the most blessings and money and abundance. Now, the richest people are the most non-religious. And the people that pray the most suffer the most. I always say most of y'all grandmas was very loyal to Christ, but they didn't have more money than fucking Trippy Red. They didn't have the kind of success that Aleister
Well, it,
Crowley had. Look, Aleister Crowley was a millionaire. He was a Satanist. Now, your people, you may know somebody in your family that prayed every day. They were faithful to Christ. That's what I'm saying. So I'm using logic to destroy what the people in our community has given, because think about what I'm doing. We got some people called the Boule, the Black Prince Hall Masons. They have took an oath to work with the enemy against their own people. And you know why I can talk about it? I'm one of them, y'all. Why? When you join the military, you take an oath to work for the people that work against the Indians, Native Americans, black people who do you think you going to join when you join the Navy and Army and all that shit? You joining the people that hung black people. Now, you may want to ignore it. Why? Maybe you got a son in the military. Maybe you got a daughter in the military. It ain't gonna stop me from telling the truth about what the hell going on in the world. And that's what selling out is. It's ignoring the truth because you sold your soul out to the enemy and took an oath with him. I ain't gonna do it.
What
Real one.
Tazaryach, what he ain't telling you, Tazaryach, is he's saying, we suffering because we ain't, as black people didn't keep but black people did keep it because the covenant is still unbroken in Africa. The high ground. The high ground is Ethiopia. The low ground is Egypt. The river flows to Egypt from Ethiopia. So that's the high ground
Yep.
up there. And they ain't never conquered that. They ain't never colonized that. So black people is keeping, that's who's keeping the covenant right now. So
Warrior
if
kingdoms. Yeah. Go.
if that remains unbroken, then what he's saying can't be true. It can only be true to those who have been separated from the true Bible and the true covenant. Those who have been, it will be only to us, but we were like, according to him, kidnapped, right? And we were, because the Ethiopian Bible is not, it's in another language. So a lot of the stuff that's in the KJV could be lost in translation and not even in the original book. Like that, you can't change or edit the book. That's in the King James version that you can't change it. Or if you take 22 books out of it, you changed it.
Yep.
Okay,
And that
so
language is called Geese. Gees. Yep.
yeah, you know what I'm talking
I'm gonna
about.
tell
That
y'all
book
how
is
the
in
world, and you know
language.
what we bringing up now, right? I'm finna tell y'all some real shit. It's more righteous people in the world than wicked people. So how does evil prevail? You know why? Because the few evil people are telling the wicked people basically to perpetuate the system of capitalism in order for them to make it. Because think about it, right? Just think about what I'm saying here. There's a small amount of rich people in the world. They control what we hear, think, and all of that, right? And those small amount of powerful people is telling the poor people, y'all are poor. Cause you don't pray enough. Your faith ain't strong enough. All of that. Now, if I ruled the world and I was rich, and the poor people was asking me, how come you rich and I'm not? You think I'm gonna tell them because I conquered your land, I stole your shit? You think I'm gonna just come out and say that? I'm gonna have to have some kind of message to tell those poor people how come I'm at the top and they at the bottom. And the message is, y'all, the wrath of God is against y'all. Y'all ain't doing right by this spiritual dude in the sky. Cause he the one distributing wealth and blessings. Cause think about what the rich people telling y'all. The rich people telling y'all, I didn't give myself these blessings. The same God your grandma praying to is what gave Chief Keef his blessings. So I'm the nigga that's coming out debating that in the world like Christ, saying, nigga, your blessings come from you selling out. But most of the church, most of the, like when we talk about canonized doctrine, that what we see what's going with the Hebrew Israelites, they're now saying you can't blame hip hop. Remember, General Yohana said you should get the fucking jab. He was promoting the fucking vaccine. So what I'm trying to do when I'm debating these Hebrews while still being respectful is still show y'all data synagogue of Satan that the Bible speak of. They're gonna defend all the bullshit, the fucking jabs, the hip hop, the drill, all that, and I'm pointing that out without trying to be so obvious. Let he who has an eye see. Let he who has an ear hear when I'm debating these folks without me going overboard, yelling and doing all that. If you really listen, you will see who the righteous is and who not. I'm not going to force people to see it or not because I want you to train your eye. I'm through telling motherfuckers, man, look hard, it's right there, look. I'm going to say, bro, if you don't see it, fine. You ain't looking hard enough. I ain't finna, you'll see it next time, nigga. I'm through, I'm tired.
Big facts. It's the five senses, nigga. Yo, your eyes, ears, smell, taste, sight. So it's like, in touch, excuse me. But it's like, yo, they are literally that because if you think about it, they're the ones. Because if we really think about it, if they're saying that Esau, the white man, it comes from us or is a so-called, troglodyte or whatever, right? Then it's like, ain't y'all the ones that was the ones that are saying that we need to treat a certain type of people a certain type of way? Aren't y'all the first ones to want to enslave a certain type of people because of the way they look? So it's like we're saying that no, salvation is for everybody. It's not just for you Hebrew Israelites. It's for everybody. So stop pushing that racist rhetoric because it's not what the scriptures actually say when you really read for yourself. Like they love to yell on the soapbox. Read. If you really read for yourself, you can see how it's not just for a certain race of people. It's literally for everybody, according to Christ, which is why they don't believe in Christ like Christians believe in Christ. That's the key. Find out how they really feel about Christ. I promise you,
Guess what?
crazy. It's
I'm gonna
crazy, man.
tell you something. Hebrews don't believe in Christ how Christians believe in Christ. But I'll say this. Hebrews and Christians both believe in Christ when Gnostics don't. They know of Christ. See, Christ was never a belief system. Moses didn't believe in Christ. You see what I'm saying? Guess what? Guess what the spiritual system of Moses, I'm trying to show you. In the wilderness, Moses lifted up what's called the caduceus or the Nehushtan, the serpent staff, the symbol of what we call Christianity. Because this is what you got to realize, my brother. What you call Christ and Christianity predates the one you call Jesus Christ. The spiritual system of a cross, the symbol of a cross with somebody on it, it was on the earth before Jesus Christ. Christians don't care to know the history and true origins of they shit because it'll break their faith and belief. And that's what the Catholic Church and papacy did to them, which is why they will never know the truth that Christ knew. Christ wasn't a believer. No one was a believer till the church came. If the Bible say prove all things, how can you believe some shit that you just proved? Nobody believed 2 + 2 is 4. They know that shit. This was a fact-based system before it became a belief-based system. It was a matter of fact, not a matter of faith.
Nah, I agree with that. It was straight up school. It was going to school to learn the knowledge of reality. But then it was taken away for like eons. You know what I'm saying? Like thousands of years, right? So then this brother named Christ came through to give you the true revelation, the new covenant, not to destroy the old, but to fulfill it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like I understand what you're saying.
This what you don't understand what I'm saying. Knowledge ain't based upon covenants between man and spook gods. See, the fact that the God of the Bible is making wagers with his own creation would be like me walking up to you saying, I bet you Jordan ain't better than LeBron, but why would I bet you anything if I'm the all-knowing? If I know every fucking thing, I'm God, I'm the past, present, and future. Why am I making wagers? Bets and wagers are for motherfuckers that don't know. So, for example, if I'm God and I know everything, why would I bet the devil that Job gonna be faithful when I already know that? Why would I put my nigga through all that suffering? When I know the outcome, devil, and I
Yeah,
know
no,
the.
I feel
Listen,
you.
think about this. The devil even know I know the future. So why we betting? That's like you playing me in a game of cards, but you know I got a psychic ability to tell the future. What nigga would gamble with me when I got this gift? You know you gonna lose with me. But God,
Big fact.
but so this is a contradiction, bro.
You got to that now, like you were saying earlier, you got to decode that it's not literal. Just like you said, it's not literal. So how do you decode those
Right.
scriptures if you know it's not literal? What's the decoding of those
You
scriptures
keep
you just?
bringing them
You see what
literal
I'm
though,
saying?
me myself.
No, I'm not. No, here's what I'm bringing literal. I'm bringing literal that what's the point of us talking about anything outside of our reality, outside of this flesh, if it's not possible? In the book called the
When
Bible,
are
the
we
book of
doing
books.
it
No,
though?
listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. In the book of books called the Bible, is talking about that and how to obtain that. That's all I'm saying is that it's an actual manual. It's the basic instructions before we leave Earth, literally.
Now let me ask you something. Do you
But
believe
you
the
don't have
Bible?
all the instructions.
Me
But
myself.
it's about outside of body experience. But yeah, y'all got it. Go
Do
ahead.
you
You're missing a
believe
lot
the
of the
Bible?
instructions,
Me
though.
myself.
Yeah, I do. I do
Now here's
because
the
I
thing.
know how
Here,
to decode it. So
I, I
yeah.
I I got you. I got you. Bible believers read the Bible. Bible knowers decode the Bible. And I'm telling you something right now, bro. The Bible wasn't written for believers. I'm finna teach you something that you can go prove on your own if you do the research. Are you familiar with the word beloved? Beloved, beloved, right? It's the past tense of loving a person. That means they are beloved. I already love them. They have my love. So it's the past tense of me giving them my love. They are beloved. So when you say I believed, it's another form of like beloved, believe it. But the root word of beloved is love. The root word of believe it is lie. So a person that accepts love is a beloved person. A person that accepts a lie is a believed person. I'm giving you the history of the language. You don't know. Just like a person that's being lied to don't know the truth, they are a believer. I'm telling you the root word of believe. It is to be lied to. Belie. To be loved is to be loved. Belove. Go and research etymological origin and linguistics of words, and you will see how deep this rabbit hole go. Our people was never. Why would the Bible tell you to prove all things just for you to still say, "Well, I believe it"? People believe in Santa Claus. People believe in the Tooth Fairy. What the fuck you know? What do you know? I would never ask a mechanic what he believe about my car. What you know? I'm finna pay you my money to fix the shit. But yet y'all give these pastors millions of dollars to give you their belief. There's no other profession in the world where a person can just give you their belief and get rich. They got to give you what they know about. My plumber can't tell me what the hell he believe about toilets. He got to tell me what he know about it. This is the only place in the world where belief equals billions of dollars. That's the church where all the ignorance and stupidity go on. And you see all of these churches in the worst environments. The people that's asking for salvation the most ain't getting it. Show me the worst hoods, I'll show you the most churches in them areas, nigga. We ain't lacking churches. Guess what the Bible say? The Bible say, my people suffer because of lack of knowledge. The Bible don't say my people suffer because of lack of faith. The Bible don't say my people suffer because of lack of belief. The Bible say my people suffer because of lack of knowledge. And guess what? The people that lack the knowledge don't even they skip over that part.
Hey, and then you're right. That is true. And believe you are a being and leave to alleviate.
Like
You're
Bob
here to
Marley
alleviate.
said,
Literally here to alleviate certain energies. And you are a
Stop.
being. That's what you
Literally,
are. And I understand what you're saying, but it's like,
said, brother, you should know.
but my point still stands though, because you ain't alleviate away from that. You ain't leave away from that. You know what I'm saying?
What do you
It's
mean
still
about your point?
it
I don't know what your
because
point
here's my
is for
point.
real.
Yeah, here's my point. We're physical beings, but we're more than that, right? Because that's what we always talk about in these conscious community panels, right? We're
I'm
more
trying to
than
see
just a
your point
physical.
though.
No, I'm gonna explain it. We're more than just a physical being, right? So when we leave this physical being, how do you know what happens?
I'm gonna
You
tell
have to
you
go
how
off
I
of
know
faith
what
and
happened.
belief.
No, I don't. I'm gonna
Go
tell
ahead.
you
All
how
right,
I
go ahead.
don't
Explain it, because this is the point.
because guess what? I'm gonna tell you right here. The question is there life after death? Life is energy. So the question is, will my energy continue to live on after my body die? That ain't no fucking belief. That's a hell yeah if you studied what Tesla said. Energy can't cease to exist. It can't be destroyed or created. Just like there's a hereafter, which is the afterlife, guess what y'all missing? There's a here before. Before you was a body, you was a sperm cell. Think about this. When I was a sperm cell, what if another sperm cell said, you don't know what's going to happen when you die? We both sperm cells. You got to believe in that. You got to have faith about what's going to happen. I would have been the sperm cell telling all of the other sperm cells, nigga, this ain't no matter of belief. Energy can't cease to exist. It can only transform. That's a law of the universe. I would have been the smart sperm cell. Because guess what happened when the sperm cell died as Bro Sanchez? The human Bro Sanchez resurrected. I used to be a sperm cell, but when that sperm cell crashed into the egg and lost its sperm cell life, guess what happened to the energy from the sperm cells crash and collision? It turned into a human body. Science and physics says energy can't cease to exist, but the church and modern science is lying to y'all. Guess what, bro? Just like you was a sperm before you was a human, you gonna be something else after you a human called a soul with wings. And when the soul die, something else gonna go to that. You just gonna keep transforming to a greater form of yourself. Well, Sanchez, how you know it's gonna be a greater form? I must ask you a question. Would you rather be a sperm cell or a human? Right. So guess what? The caterpillar that went inside the cocoon is like the sperm cell that went inside the egg. It knew it was gonna become something better called a butterfly, just like the sperm knew it was gonna become a human. The sperm knew what the hell it was doing. It knew how to get to the egg. It was swimming. You had intelligence. Why did the sperm go into the egg? The same reason the caterpillar went into the cocoon. It wanted to transform itself into something greater. And here you are now, a human. Guess why the human gonna go into a casket? Because it's gonna go into a sleep to transform itself to a soul. This shit ain't gonna stop. It's a continuum. You gonna keep putting yourself into a little bitty little pit or a little casket. See, because the sperm cell's casket was the female egg. When the body goes into a casket, a tree gonna grow. Just like a seed goes into the ground and becomes a tree. When the body goes into the casket, it's gonna become an angel or soul in a higher plane. See, the caterpillar went into the cocoon to get wings to go to a higher plane. The body gonna go into a graveyard to get wings to go to heaven. This story been told for centuries. That this earth ain't our home, it's a cocoon. The body is a shell. It's a covering to really reveal the soul, what's the real you. The body is not your temporary permanent manifestation. Your body is like a fucking caterpillar. Your soul is the butterfly. You thinking you your body is like a caterpillar thinking it's a caterpillar when it's a butterfly. The caterpillar can't become a butterfly and get its wings until it die and transform in a cocoon. and a human can't go to heaven till it die and transform in a grave site. I'm not scared of death. You know why? I'm the caterpillar that know that my casket is a cocoon and not the end of my energy. I expect to wake up again after I breathe my last breath, and can't no pastor scare me with no hell fires. I know the truth. When you know the truth, fear is the last thing on your mind, nigga. This energy that you see inside of Sanchez is the energy that the world feared when Jesus, this image, this character that you call Jesus, y'all need to quit reading about Jesus and become Jesus. And guess how you know you became Jesus? When you start pissing the world off. You gotta remember, didn't nobody like Jesus. Jesus was an outcast. Nigga, they said, give us Barabbas. We don't want Jesus. That's like a person telling me, man, give me Young Thug. That nigga Sanchez talking stupid. I'm going to give you a test to know if your soul going to be saved. If everybody patting you on the back and everything going good for you in this world, you going to come back. You ain't ready for heaven. You ain't ready for heaven till you get pissed off with this evil world. How you in an evil world and you ain't pissed off, but you say you good? Jesus said he was good and he was in an evil world raising hell. Then nobody in that evil world like Jesus. And if everybody like you and you looking for likes from the world, you ain't nothing like the true Jesus. Y'all don't really know Jesus. Y'all think y'all know Jesus. Your pastor think he know Jesus till he meets Sanchez. You don't know shit about Jesus. Y'all only know the ways of the world and the papacy. And the Bible condemn your ways, not mine though. I know I'm on the right side of righteousness because ain't nobody feeling me. The moment the world start agreeing with me and I get popular and rich, I'm going to start questioning myself and say, what am I doing wrong? The world shouldn't be on my side if the world is evil. Maybe I'm evil. I gotta be the outcast.
And that's why I posted, I typed in the underdog theory. Yeah, go ahead.
If I
Being
ain't
an
the
Israelite
outcast,
ain't popular
I'm
right now.
scared. I think I'm gonna go to hell.
Look at that namesake
See,
of
this
Israel.
ought to with everybody listening to me. If ever you want to know if you doing the right thing, guess what you gonna know? Are you facing the same responses from the world that Jesus faced? And I yield the flow.
We gotta understand that sometimes the reason for the pushback is because it's not because we too righteous or we too revolutionary. It's because sometimes people just don't get it, and so we got to go into deeper detail, and explain better. And so that's when it comes for everybody reading that book for themselves. Stop letting other people tell you about it. Even when we talk on these panels, stop letting us tell you about it. Go look up these scriptures. Like, for instance, I almost forgot. There's 2 trinities. So there's actually a 6. So you got one for celestial and you got one for terrestrial. And that's I believe that's the 3rd epistle of John in the scripture. You can look it up in the scripture, in the actual book. Don't type it in Google. Look it up in the actual book. Go to a library if you ain't got a Bible. Go to a hotel. Get the actual book. Pull it up. The 3rd epistle of John, if I'm not mistaken, like chapter 5, verse 7 through 8. It's just in my memory, but it's around there. And it talks about there's a celestial trinity that agree as one, and there's another trinity, your terrestrial,
Quick
that
question.
are as one, right? And so when people argue the Trinity, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
How does the Trinity relates to me myself?
Because it's talking about our actual simulation. I told you that this book is describing the actual creation of our reality. And
I'm
what
throwing
happens
you
after.
the alley-oop. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Yam. You remember the NBA Jam? Yam from the half court line. But look, light work, right? That's all it is. This is easy work because I ain't speaking for myself. I'm speaking via the Holy Spirit, which is another thing. Like you talk about ancestors, I talk about the Holy Spirit. I speak via the Holy Spirit.
Why though? Why
And
don't
so
you say ancestors versus Holy Spirit? You don't
it's
think
all the
your
same.
ancestor okay, it's all the same. Cool. So you saying it don't matter if I say ancestors, it don't matter if
That's why I
you
say I agree
say
with you, bro.
we can interchange them and it's just okay, I got you. Cool. Okay.
So it's a greater push I'm for. Like, yeah, I'm a real chess player, man. It's a greater movement I'm for. I'm for everybody getting to the end goal. And so the end goal is getting back to source and understanding how we do that. We can't do that by killing each other, like y'all was talking about hip hop. We can't do that by that, which is the number one weapon against our people. And that's the number one thing promoted. That's the number one thing that we dress like, act like, etc. Right? So we got to get rid of certain things, right? But this is all written. Everything's a cycle. Ain't nothing new up under the sun. So
So
my whole push is so everybody can understand that this
And
book
you
is
know
just
what?
a basic instruction before we leave Earth, which means we're leaving this, which means this is not the finite end all be all.
No,
So
no,
if
no.
that's not it,
Here's the thing,
go
though. Here's the thing. It shouldn't be the basic instructions before leaving Earth. It should be the
the
spiritual.
natural
Oh,
light.
I got you. I got you. No, the spiritual riddle that a nigga gotta decode. Because if he don't decode this Bible, he ain't leaving this earth, man. I'm gonna tell you what I know about knowledge. Knowledge is power. You can't read something and have knowledge. You gotta comprehend what you read, right? And be able to test and prove what you read, why the Bible said prove all things. Now listen, if the Bible was on some bullshit, the Bible would say, listen, prove all things, but don't prove me, just believe me. When the Bible said prove all things, the Bible was telling you, prove me too. Don't believe shit I'm saying. Put what
That's
I'm
exactly what it
saying
says.
to the Bible was saying, listen, let me cook. The Bible was saying, don't just read me, prove me. Which is why the Bible said prove. Now, guess what the church do? It don't prove the Bible. It just read it and look at it literally. The act of proof goes into the decoding of the Bible, which is why Jesus spoke in parable. Jesus never taught anything that you should take literally. Jesus told stories that you had to decode to get the message out of, and that's the way the whole Bible is written. So everything in the Bible is allegory, and if y'all don't believe that, Paul admitted it. I said Galatians 4:24. I think that's when Paul admit that the Bible is an allegory, but there's another scripture where it said Moses learned in all the way of the Egyptian. It's two different scriptures. You can pull
Yep.
both of those up.
Yep.
But
And I'm glad you brought that. Yeah. Go ahead.
right. But the whole thing is this. Throughout the Bible, guess what the Bible say? These are signs and wonders. The Bible say that a lot of times. The Bible will say, let he who has an eye see, let he who has an ear hear. The Bible always tell you, don't read me literally, decode me. But the whole church today is based upon taking the Bible literally. I gotta end right there, y'all. This is my time, but we gonna revisit this. Let me give a shout out to Awakening Minds, to D-Dub. He said hypnotize. When I say hop, you hop. You do what I say. That's what the music say. It's hip hop. It's really hypnotizing you. So you spot on. It's another tool made by the presser. Great debate also. Shout out to Awakening Minds, to D-Dub exclusive. He says, so would Jesus be a white man too? A white man to show blacks the way. I'm gonna read these. I'm gonna get out of here. Jesus was never a white man, black man, Asian man. Jesus was a symbol or archetype that was used to teach a deeper message. Y'all got to think about something, man. To have a black dude from Baghdad named Jesus, who's a damn Jew, is a rare combination. You ain't even getting that today. I'm going to say that again. A black guy from Bethlehem who's a damn Jew. Show me him right
Big
now.
facts, nigga.
Show me. That's a very rare. Like, if you really think about Jesus, is very freaking. It's symbolic. But let me go on. It say to Strokita, good morning, peeps. Oh, Strokita, thank you for being a member. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate y'all. And once again to Sally McDermott, appreciate all the members. To the people who sent in super chats, cash apps, Patreons, I appreciate all of y'all. I gotta get out of here right now. Peace and love. I'll see y'all on the next one. Panel, it was lit, man. We got the most lit panels you already know. But yeah, I'll see y'all on the next.